Gracias. Good morning, everyone. If we can take our seats and get started here. It's already 9:01, 9:02. Good morning, everyone. If we can take our seats and get started here. It's already 9:01, 9:02. Good morning, everyone. If we can take our seats and get started here. It's already 9:01, 9:02. Good morning, everyone. If we can take our seats and get started here. It's already 9:01, 9:02. Ventriloquism. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 183rd CFMC meeting being held in Westin Frenchman Resort on St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. It's 9:03 a.m. on, my God, Tuesday. Okay, I'll call into order. So I'm going to do a roll call. I'm going to start on my left with Christina.
Good morning, buenos días, Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Buenos días, good morning, Liajay Rivera García, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Roberto Sabater, Council Member.
Good morning, James Craig Lowe, Council Member.
Morning, Sinai Haptis, Bureau Chief of Fisheries, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Fish and Wildlife, and EBFM TAP Chair.
Good morning, Ricardo Lopez, Puerto Rico DNR, Director and Council Member.
Good morning, Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Morning, Carlos Pachetti, Council Chair.
Morning, Miguel Rolón, Council Staff.
Good morning, Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Good morning, Maria Lopez, Acting Council Staff for Council Member for Andy Strelchak.
Good morning, Kate Zamboni, NOAA's Office of General Counsel.
Good morning, buenos dias. Cisco Werner, NOAA Fisheries, visiting from Silver Spring. Pleasure to be here.
Good morning, Clay Ports, Director of the Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Buenos días, Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff.
Morning, Kevin McIntosh, Head of Permits.
Good morning, Jessica Stevens, Southeast Regional Office, Head of the Data Management Branch.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Laura Simo from the NOAA Fisheries Office of International Affairs, Trade and Commerce.
Good morning, Manny Antoneris, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Sarah Stevenson, Southeast Regional Office.
Good morning, Adrian Rios, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Maria Irizarry, Council Staff.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, the APCR Puerto Rico.
Good morning, everyone. Julia McGrath, St. Thomas, St. John, Chair, DAP.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Vance Vicente, Chair, SSC.
Good morning, everybody. Gerson Martinez, DAP Chair, St. Croix.
Good morning, everybody. Lindsay Kratz, Senior Advisor for Fisheries Science at NOAA Fisheries Headquarters.
Good morning, Maggie Mochiani, Division of Fish and Wildlife, USVI.
Good morning, buenos días, Leandro de la Cruz, Port Sampler and Liaison of St. Croix, DPNR Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Mariana León Perez from ISER Caribe.
Good morning, Nicole Griot,
Division of Fish and Wildlife, Caribbean Fishery Management Council Liaison, Outreach and Education.
Good morning, everyone. Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Good morning, everyone. Helen Antoon, NOAA Fisheries.
Thank you, Diana. So, Miguel.
Good morning, Lee Fletcher, Bioimpact. Thank you. Now we good. And we have some Zoom meeting attendance.
Yes.
Cristina?
Okay, in Zoom, we have Jack McGovern, Julie Neer, Jesus Rivera Hernandez, María Angelín León, Sarah Stephenson, Marta Prada, Kiara Matías, Carly Dake, Andrew McGraw Herdeg, DWAME, Rachel Banton, and Jake Hemming.
Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to do a couple of things. But the first thing is that we would like to recognize Cisco Werner. He looks kind of innocent there, but he's the director of the scientific program, chief science of advisory for NOAA Fisheries. And he's the boss of the guy next to him because he oversees 6 regional fishery science centers around the states and 24 laboratories and field stations. So we are honored that you accepted to come to this meeting. He will give us 2 talks. The first one today will be about the data collection efforts that they have. And also tomorrow, he graciously accepted to participate in the panel to talk about sargasso. So we really want to welcome Cisco to our Caribbean Fishery Management Council. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, at the end of the year, we try to recognize people. We don't try, we do it. Recognize people that we think that they do an outstanding work for the council. The first group, and this time we have a group, Cristina, puedes ponerlo en el screen. The token of appreciation that we give to the people that we recognize is what I call a reef in a bottle. And the first group of people is we want to recognize Morgan Corey and C. Lawler. I hope that I pronounced it, Sean Lawler, pronounce it well. These 2 officials of National Marine Fisheries Service are the one in charge of coordination with the council, with National Marine Fisheries Service, of everything related to the council. The appointments, the contacts, the CCC committees, and they do an excellent work. Morgan is a quiet lady in the corner there, but she's always abreast of everything that we do with the 8 councils. And believe me, that's not an easy task because each one of the councils, we have our own requirements, our own individuality. So she does that excellent with the help of Sean Lawler. They are in the same office. At this meeting, they put together the CCC in October. So we are really grateful for the work and recognize their excellent performance. The second group, we are all familiar with them. Maria Lopez, Sarah Stevenson, and Jack McGovern. Maria and Sarah are here, and Jack is on Zoom. But these ladies and this fellow scientist have done an excellent job working with us. We have done a lot of things that without them, believe me, we will not be able to be sitting today with the updates that we have, with the information that we have. And Maria, we would like to thank you. And Sarah is somewhere, so. Because when we come to the meetings, you see the tip of the iceberg. Then the council says, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and blah, blah, blah. But it's Graciela and the team that put it together. And it's not an easy task. aside from that, they have to be sure that Catherine agrees with the things that they write, make sure that we are on the right track. Also, we would like to recognize Kevin McCarthy and the group. As you know, Kevin works for the Southern Fisheries Science Center. He is the chief of the Caribbean Fishery Branch. That's something that Clay Port instituted some time ago. And that branch has been instrumental in helping us moving forward with fishery management plan monitorings and the work that we have. The last meeting, he brought almost all the members of the group, so we were able to interact with them. So we would like to recognize Kevin and the group staff members that they have. And we have Adian Rios in the back here. So, we're very proud of having these people here because these two ladies are from the island next door from Puerto Rico. And that's why it's sort of emotional for us in a way. But we like to recognize Kevin. Kevin has been excellent working with us at all times. You have a question, you call Kevin and he's there. And I believe that this three group of people have helped us a lot through the years, and we would like to keep working with them in the future. And last but not least, we don't have a bottle, reef in a bottle for her, but I want to recognize Laura Simo. Laura, when Carlos and I met her, she was standing quietly in a restaurant. And I didn't know how energetic this lady is. She's in charge of coordinating with the WICAPSI group throughout the Caribbean. She works with the International Affairs, Trade and Commerce. And she is our link with that office. And I cannot say more about it. She has been excellent working with us, and we consider her a friend. And at this meeting, she's going to give us a presentation on what WICAPSI is doing so far, and also to announce the group that is going to meet in the summer, the Flying Fish, Dolphin, Wahoo Working Group of WICAPSI. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, I didn't bring this bottle because we are going to send it to you, to your office, because, you know, and then you can parade them like they do with the Saints in the Good Friday in Puerto Rico. So each one of the office will be able to take a look at it. Thank you for this work, and I would like to have a round of applause for this group of people again. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And by the way, the chair, we sent a letter to the respective group acknowledging what we just said here. And the last thing is that Senai Haptes is representing the USB in at the time. He's going to send me the letter. The commission is not able to be here with us as he wanted to be, but Dr. Senai Haptes will be representing the Vigilante with voice and vote at the meeting. We will have the letter. He's going to send me the letter to me, and I will send it to Andy and you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. So the next thing is the adoption of the agenda. Are there any corrections or additions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'd like to have a motion to adopt the agenda as submitted. Anyone?
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, motion to adopt agenda.
Sinai Haptis, second.
Okay, thank you. So the motion to adopt the agenda was made by Vanessa Ramirez and seconded by Sinai Haptis. 1 second.
So I think we're not going to have a presentation by the protected resources. This is Graciela for the record. So that would give you about half an hour on the second day. So the 2:45 to 3:15 presentation will not be given.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, sir.
I find generally by the second day, we are running a little behind. Perhaps we should just leave that time frame open if we need to move things up or back to make sure that we have enough time to consider all business.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is consideration of the 182nd council meeting verbatim transcriptions. Any corrections? Okay, I have corrections. Sorry about that. I think I need therapy on this. Okay. All right, so I'll just go ahead and send it to Deanna. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna need a motion to accept the corrections to the verbatim minutes. I only have 5 simple ones.
James Craig Lowe, I'll make a motion that we accept the corrections with the motion.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, thank you. Motion to accept verbatim transcription by Craig Lowe, seconded by Vanessa Ramirez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm gonna work this all a little different. Okay, next is the Executive Director's Report. Miguel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take this few seconds to allow Julian to give us some good news for today. Julian?
Yeah, good morning, Julian McGrath for the record. First off, I would like to say good morning and welcome to everyone. Welcome to St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. I know some of you are visiting for the first time. It's been a long time since December of 2016 that you guys have been here in St. Thomas. So welcome to each and every one of you. This evening, the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association would like to host everyone in this room. And if they have friends or spouses with them, they're more than welcome to join us. We'll be hosting you guys at the Frenchtown Community Center in Frenchtown. We have a full dinner, a seafood dinner planned for you guys by the association. And we have some surprises also that would be taking place at the event. And we will keep those surprises until everyone joins us. Also, we will provide taxi service. They will have 2 taxi vans that will be showing up outside of the entrance of the hotel at 5:45 p.m. sharp. So hopefully the after meeting will be over by then. And that will provide shuttle to and from the event. So you guys, you know, if you have your own personal vehicle and you want to drive, it's fine. We do have a yard where there's some parking for some of the vehicles. I think it'll hold up to about 10. And there's parking right around the same area also. And if not, you just use the taxi service and he will drop you guys off. And when the event is over, he will bring you guys back to the hotel. So please come out and enjoy the dinner that the fishermen have put together. The dinner was put together by the fishermen and also some of the chefs that work in the different restaurants that we supply. And we will mention those people this evening. So we look forward to each one of you joining us. And come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Free food, free drinks. So nothing to worry about. And we'll have music also. Thank you.
Julian, at what time you want us there?
Well, the event starts at 6:15. So we're ready. We'll be ready at 6. So if everybody arrives by the time the taxi gets there, I say 6:15. It's only from here to Frenchtown, it's not far away. So we'll be ready. We do some socializing before we actually start the dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. By the way, the people that we are paying the purchase order, with the travel order, they can charge the taxi for this special event in your voucher. I got it from Angie.
Yeah, so it's only $15 round trip for the taxi. So we got him to cut it in half. So that saves you guys $15, which I think is a great deal and they won't have to worry about anything.
Good, thank you again. I'm still in my report, sorry. I would say two things, but then I will allow Laura to give you the presentation about the recasting. But as you have heard, the Inflation Reduction Act, it provided money for the councils, the 8 councils and a lot of other people, but the money for the councils, provided that we prepare proposals by the end of this year, by December 31st, proposal for $375,000, which will be for the coordination of the other proposal to be submitted in full. But then for other proposals that are that follow the 5 priorities that ERA has, and they will be able to submit a 3 to 5 pages treatment of the proposal. This is the title. This is what we're going to do in accordance with the 5 objectives of the ERA. And these are the costs that will be involved. Then January 31st will be the last day to submit a full proposal. The total money will be $3.5 million per council. That doesn't mean that we are going to receive that money. They are going to review the proposals and approve them as they always do with all kind of proposals. The difference is that each council will filter the proposal to the National Marine Fisheries Service, and we selected already the groups that are going to be submitting the proposals. I will send today to Sinai and to Ricardo. I guess I sent you already a template, but we'll send you the template again. They change it so the local governments, they want to submit proposals, they can do it following the 5 topics that they have. This proposal had to address climate change, resiliency, the effects on fisheries, commercial and recreational, social issues like AAJ, the WEJ, social justice, etc. And so far, we have several institutions and scientists who are working together with Marta Prada. She is the coordinator, and she'll be collecting that information. Graciela from the staff is helping to organize it with Angie, the proposal that we have to submit. So in summary, hopefully we get out of the 3.5, maybe 3 million, but there's a lot of money. The catch is that you have to do it in 3 years. And you have to present the proposal within 2 months. That's difficult to do, but all the councils are doing it. The proposal ceiling that we submit this year will be the total amount that we can get. If you ask for $3 million, that will be your top. 3 point, that would be your top that they can give you. Doesn't mean that they will give it to you, but it's a top that the Caribbean Fishery Management Council can hope for during these 3 years. The period started January 1st, 2024. I will end on 2026, December 31st. We don't know whether they will be able to add a little bit more time in 2027, but they told us that we have to inform all the councils about this. The agenda has the sargassum panel for tomorrow. That had been coordinated by Renela Anton, and the National Marine Fisheries Service, especially her boss, graciously accepted to allow her to come and do the work. She started this idea some time ago. So that panel will be from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock tomorrow. As I mentioned, Cisco is going to provide us a talk about the science behind it, and we have others that will participate. The idea is that at this panel, we are going to discuss the science, the management, and the industry of sargassum. We have been talking about sargassum for a long time. Just to give you an idea, this hotel paid thousands of dollars just to clean the beach downstairs because of the sargassum. It affects the fisheries. It's a nightmare. So we are going to address that tomorrow out of the panel, and some of the scientists already working out of the panel. We expect to have some idea about proposal that can be submitted regarding sargassum. And some of the scientists we talked to already are working on it. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. I will add now to talk about WCAFC. WCAFC is the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission of the Fishery Organization, the FAO, Fish and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. We have two people in the room here that are important to these efforts with the council, Laura Simo from the Washington office, and the contact person, the regional office, Maria del Mar Lopez. Between the two of them, they put together this presentation. Mr. Chairman, would like her to do the presentation. If you have any question, please address it to Laura and or Maria.
Thank you, Miguel. Laura? More.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Miguel. So first of all, again, my name is Laura Simo from the NOAA Fisheries Office of International Affairs, Trade and Commerce. And I just wanted to give, again, that's just very brief updates on the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission, and specifically just some key outcomes from the recent meeting of the commission this fall. Christina, would you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. I know many of you are already familiar with WCAFC, but just for those who aren't, just a very brief overview is that WCAFC, of course, is a regional fisheries body. It has 34 members, which include the United States, and it acts in an advisory capacity for the conservation management of living marine resources in the wider Caribbean. And you can see the area of the competence in blue, basically from the north, it's off the coast of North Carolina, down to the south to Brazil. Next slide, please. And WCAFC essentially works through 11 working groups that they're focused on specific species or fisheries issues. The membership includes fisheries managers, scientists, decision makers from the WCAFC member countries, as well as regional fisheries organizations and other invited experts. And basically their purpose is to provide management advice and recommendations that the commission considers at their meetings, which are supposed to happen approximately every 2 years. And I've just highlighted with stars the working groups where the Caribbean Fishery Management Council has been particularly active and engaged. Want to, of course, take this opportunity to thank the council for its extraordinary leadership and its support. Just to highlight a few, there's the Queen Conch Working Group and the Fish Spawning Aggregation Working Group in particular. The council's been extremely active and helpful. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, just wanted to share some outcomes from the most recent meeting. The commission met in September in Bridgetown, Barbados, and it was a hybrid meeting. So we basically had over 100 participants online and in person. The U.S. delegation, of course, was led by State Department, but we did have representation from NOAA Fisheries, both from my office and the Southeast Regional Office. We also had participants from the Caribbean Council, the South Atlantic Council, the state of Florida's Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and Nova Southeastern University. And some, like I said, there's many outcomes, but just to highlight some that are most notable, the United States sort of helped pave the way at the meeting for some steps to transform WCAFC into a strengthened fishery body or entity. We often refer to this process as strategic reorientation of the organization. And just as a little background, I know this process has been going on for a little while, but most recently a roadmap for a member-driven inclusive process to strengthen WCAFC was basically endorsed at the meeting in the summer of 2019. And that was following a preparatory conference in March of that year where we had some options and challenges that were discussed. And the objective of this process is to provide binding management authority for the commission to ensure that there are sustainable fisheries in the designated area of competence, to increase regional collaboration, and of course, to improve data collection. So at the most recent meeting, the specific steps we agreed upon, I'll just highlight a few, there was revitalization of a drafting group with broad membership of the commission. That group is going to be tasked with refining some options that the commission will consider. And the idea is to convene a second preparatory discussion where the options will be evaluated and discussed, and that's before WCAFC meets again. And the idea is to hopefully get some funding to support this work. Next set of just outcomes that might be of relevance is we had the anchored fish Aggregation Device Working Group that considered a set of documents that the U.S. Provided input on and support. And those included a Caribbean Regional Fishery Management Plan for aphid fisheries, as well as a guide for improving the monitoring of aphid catches. Thank you. And then finally, there were also some revisions to some existing WCAFC recommendations that were endorsed at the last meeting. Those include a revision to the Queen Kong recommendation, and the key change is to encourage WCAFC members to participate in a Queen Conch genetic project that's aimed at determining spatial distribution of Queen Conch, as well as status, and hopefully that will allow us to determine if there's the Queen Conch in trade has been illegally harvested. And finally, there were some changes to a recommendation on fish spawning aggregations. Those actions and changes to the recommendation are designed to improve data collection, also improve assessment and outreach for the conservation of fish spawning aggregations. There was also a coordination committee that's going to be aimed at facilitating the implementation of a regional fish spawning aggregation management plan that has already been endorsed by the Commission. And that particular management plan is focused on Nassau grouper and mutton snapper. So the third change that I've highlighted is just that the prioritization of those particular species will be included in WCAFC's data collection program. Next slide, please. And then finally, there was a comprehensive program of work that was adopted. I just want to highlight because the important component of that plan is going to be the first meeting of the Flying Fish Dolphin Fish Working Group in summer 2024. The Caribbean Council has very graciously offered to host this meeting with support from my office. This meeting will be an opportunity to discuss sort of what areas we'd like to focus on. There's going to be a development of terms of reference, also a work plan. NOAA Fisheries is inviting U.S. stakeholders to provide input on the issues that they'd like discussed, priority areas, and of course, warmly welcome input from the council as well. Also to highlight, there's new membership, but there's more importantly, new leadership. WCAFC now is going to be led by Mr. Floyd Green of Jamaica, and we have two new vice chairs, one from Venezuela and the other from the Dominican Republic. And we tentatively have the next commission meeting scheduled for the summer of 2025 in Jamaica. And if you want it, just the next slide is just a conclusion to say thank you very much, as always, for your interest and engagement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have any questions for Laura? Okay, hearing none. Thank you again, Laura. Next on the agenda is an update on NOAA fisheries science to monitor FMPs. Cisco Werner.
Thank you, Carlos, and good morning and buenos dias to everybody again. Again, I'm going to offer some remarks, but I wanted to thank again Carlos, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Vanessa, Mr. Executive Director, Miguel, and members of the Council for the opportunity to join this meeting of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council to offer a few remarks today and also at tomorrow's Sargassum panel. And since it's my first visit to the council, I do want to just briefly go over, offer some introductions in terms of my background and what I bring to the table and hope to work with you. I will then speak a little bit about some of the fundamental changes that we're seeing in the systems that we manage. I will talk about the heightened importance of the relationship with the council, and Miguel already touched upon that. And also some discussion about the advances and ongoing steps in data collection, which is really where it kind of all starts. And so I'll start by saying that the Caribbean is very near and dear to me. Some of you knew I grew up in Maracaibo in Venezuela, short 700 miles from here as the crow flies, about as close as I've been in a long time to Maracaibo. And experiencing the oceans of Venezuela during my formative years is really what drove me to my career in oceanography. I came to the United States in the mid to late 70s. I finished my degree in Seattle, about as far as you can get from the Caribbean. There's a great school. And then I devoted about 40 plus years of my career to the study of the oceans. After about 25 years in academia, I joined NOAA in about 2010 at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center as a director of the La Jolla lab. And then in 2017, I moved to headquarters as the chief scientist and director of scientific programs, which is the counterpart to Sam Rauch, who is the deputy assistant administrator for regulatory programs. And so between Sam and I, we split the science and the regulatory side of the agency. And so as in my position as the chief scientist for fisheries, you know, I oversee all the fisheries science centers, like Miguel noted, the Office of Science and Technology, where this is about close to 1,500 really incredibly dedicated staff nationwide. I have the privilege to lead efforts that, you know, that provide the science needed to support sustainable fisheries and ecosystems, rebuilding our fish population, saving critical species, preserving habitats, et cetera. At this point in time, I would just like to say that the need for NOAA fisheries, for the NOAA fisheries science enterprise to work closely with the fishery councils is probably about as important as it has ever been. And I'll talk about that and develop that a little bit. So why do I say that this relationship with the councils is so important? And the reason is that while fishery management in the United States over the past 40 years has been incredibly successful, I mean, we're world leaders in terms of managing our fisheries. People look to us in terms of you know, how we do it. The council process is one that many countries try to emulate. Most recently, I remember there was a close collaboration even with Japan to saying, how do you guys do it? And, you know, to try to see how they would adapt their systems. We're at a point where, because of climate change and other things, we can't continue doing things exactly the same way we did before. I mean, we need to change the way that we approach our science. We need to change the way we approach, you know, how we provide advice and everything. And that is something that we will have to work closely with the councils. This is something that no one group can do alone. Very simply, you know, if you want to get a little bit into the science part of things, you know, the way to describe it is that our systems are no longer stationary. And we have entered a period, therefore, of non-stationarity. And I'll just explain very briefly what I mean by that, is that we no longer can operate and assume average conditions. Average conditions really don't exist anymore. We are faced with trends. Things are changing. We're faced with extreme events. We don't have prevailing conditions, you know, which is one of the core areas in terms of, or core assumptions in terms of how we manage our systems. And even these trends and extreme events are changing in terms of how frequently they take place and the magnitude of how strong they are. Extreme events, we know, whether it's in atmospheric conditions, you know, in terms of the severity of storms, well, we have counterparts in the ocean with marine heat waves and such. And all of these things are impacting our marine ecosystems, systems that we try to work with, understand dramatically. And I'd like to express it in the way of we're really dealing with a new ocean. And this new ocean is one that in my 40 years, as I said, of studying the ocean, we've never seen before. If I go back even, you know, when I was in graduate school, there was no mention of marine heat waves. There was no mention of ocean acidification. There was no mention of deoxygenation. There was no mention of a whole host of things that now are front and center in terms of what we do. We didn't talk about the migration of species that we're looking at now. We didn't talk about, you know, how the changes in food web structure and energy flow and all of that. It's all basically, you know, somewhat new in terms of what we need to look at. And so to add to the complexity of that, of understanding how the new ocean works as driven by climate signals and others, we're also faced with, you know, different changes or changes in the ocean use sectors, you know, whether it's offshore wind farms, aquaculture, minerals extraction, et cetera. These are all efforts that will be out there and overlap, perhaps sometimes compete with some of the areas that we're used to working with or working on. And so that adds yet another complexity to this new ocean and what it is that we're looking at. So when I ask people what keeps them up at night, I get different answers. Sometimes it's their cat, sometimes it's something else. This is what keeps me awake at night. What keeps me awake at night is the fact that we need to change the way we sample, the way we collect data. We may not be able to go to places we used to go before. We may need to go further. We may need to sample more frequently. We may need to sample at greater depth, so we need to change that. We need to change the way we analyze our data. We have new techniques coming on, whether it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, other things, the high performance computing that fortunately are there that allow us to do that. But it is a new way of doing things. We will have to learn how to do that, and we'll have to learn how to interpret that, again, not in isolation, but in collaboration with the councils and others. And perhaps the hardest one is how do we turn this new information, these new analysis into information and actionable advice that the councils can work with. And so it's a dialogue that we have to have about how we're approaching this new ocean, all of the things I talked about, and how do we evolve it in terms of how we provide advice. Jumping real quick to the need for the close collaboration with the councils, and I wrote a note to myself here: data. It really is all about the data, right? You've probably all heard the expression, a person without data is just a person with an opinion, or something like that. And because of all the changes that are taking place right now, we're kind of starting from scratch in some ways. Maybe that might be a little bit extreme in some cases, but we really have to understand things in a different way. And in that regard, the Caribbean is in some ways a model in terms of how we need to move forward. We need to, no region probably can really be considered data rich anymore, because we need to find out how the new system works. I mean, we need to figure out how to sample, the new ocean, which means, what do we need to sample and how do we interpret it? And in some ways you could think that all regions, because of all these changes, are data limited. And we need to learn from each other. This is something that I firmly believe that in terms of how we now approach jointly, not just NOAA, Science Enterprise, and the Caribbean Council, but the councils in general, is something that we'll have to engage in a dialogue in. And as Miguel noted, I think that dialogue has already started here between the Caribbean Council and the Southeast Fisheries Science Center's new Caribbean Fisheries Branch. And that relationship, I just want to say that it really does reflect our commitment, at least and by our, I'm saying the NOAA fisheries side, to really better serving our partners and constituents in the U.S. Caribbean. The work that Kevin and others have led, the level of communication and cooperation between the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, the Caribbean Council staff, the Southeast Regional Office, Caribbean staff, really is unprecedented. It's one that is just advancing by leaps and bounds. And I'll just talk about a couple of examples in terms of work that has happened between the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, the staff, the Caribbean Council, the Southeast region, and also with a whole host of federal and territorial partners in terms of identifying data gaps that will allow us to prioritize research, understanding how to use data limited methods to inform management and ecosystem-based management, and the all-important part about improving communication with fishers, in our constituents. That to me, in terms of how we move forward, in terms of understanding, the new ocean and the science, is going to be essential. The working through cooperative research, collaborative research, and the fishers is going to be fundamental to every single council, every region that we work in. The Southeast Fisheries staff have also expanded, for example, the cooperative research with Puerto Rico fishers in 23, and the U.S. Virgin Islands will be in 24, looking at fishery independent surveys for deep water snapper and lobster. And there's also life history sampling and collaboration with fishers in Puerto Rico and elsewhere. There's also work with Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands on improving port sampling of recreational and commercial fisheries, which includes methods like I mentioned before, advanced methods such as artificial intelligence and machine learning that is helping expedite and make some of these data collections quicker as well as improved. With regard to the other topic I mentioned having to do with offshore winds and aquaculture and the changing ocean environment in terms of use sectors, there were also two workshops that were hosted by the Southeast Fisheries Science Center and with participation by council members and others on the development of offshore wind and sea-based aquaculture. These were held in August and September of this year. And the purpose was, again, data, identify data sources and data gaps for marine spatial planning and inform siting of these potential efforts, whether it's offshore wind or aquaculture. And then, so these are just a few examples of the collaboration, ongoing collaboration between us. But I also wanted to touch on the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which was also mentioned by Miguel, and how, just offer a couple of examples on how we are making investments through the Southeast, in the Caribbean region. As you know, the IRA is a historic investment in America's climate resilience. NOAA Fisheries has received an unprecedented investment in strengthening the agency's core mission to provide science-based management and conservation in response to, the climate change challenges that we see. And I'll just mention three quick examples. The Southeast Fisheries Center, again, using IRA funds, Inflation Reduction Act funds, will invest in cooperative research with the U.S. Caribbean commercial fishers that will extend deep water reef fish and lobster surveys into the U.S. Virgin Islands. They'll provide support for a University of Virgin Islands student to develop methodologies for remote sensing to estimate fishing effort, and also investment in a research associate to integrate and coordinate fishery independent sampling surveys in the U.S. Caribbean. And I just wanted to touch on these because I was hoping to leave some time for questions and such, but I'll just close by saying I'd like to think of this as the beginning of a conversation. It's a conversation that's already going, and maybe I should say it's an ongoing conversation. And share, that we are facing challenges that are unprecedented and that we need to work on jointly in terms of how we advance our knowledge, meet our challenges, and really help the folks that need our advice and information to strengthen their ability to deal with some of the exposures to changes that are coming and increase their resilience. I'll be here for the two full days, so I hope and have a chance to meet with everybody and learn a little bit from everyone. And more importantly, if there's anything I can do from where I sit in order to help, working with Clay, working with Kevin, working with others, this is something that, is something I would like to make sure that we have a chance to talk about in the next couple of days. So again, thank you for the kind invitation and the opportunity to offer a few words. And if there's time, happy to take any questions or comments as needed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Cisco. So any questions for Cisco? Vance?
No, just one comment. Thank you very much for your presentation and the way you synthesize the kind of situations that our ocean resources are going through and that we'll be going through. So that was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Graciela? Oh, Senai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, Dr. Warner. One of the things you touched on towards the end is more human infrastructure and capital. And I think that's often been an issue in the U.S. Caribbean and other insular areas. And I see both the Southeast Fisheries Science Center and NOAA Fisheries as a whole making great steps towards, creating a pathway for developing the infrastructure necessary to do more cooperative fisheries management in the insular areas. But we do face unprecedented threats. And that does require a new class of scientists trained and ready to do that work in these regions. And one of my larger concerns, you know, being from the Virgin Islands and coming back to do this work, having been trained in a way to do that, is that I don't see the infrastructure or the ability to develop that infrastructure for training people from these regions to be back in the Caribbean and other insular areas to manage these unprecedented problems that we face. And I was just, it's food for thought. Perhaps maybe you could give some comments on your thoughts as to how we can better prepare for those needs that we're going to have going forward, especially within, fisheries management and the FMPs that we're trying to better manage here in the Caribbean.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great point. As you said, the human infrastructure is probably more important, than some of these other things that I talked about, and ensuring that we have that is something that we need to to establish a foundation for. I'll mention a couple of things. I'm not sure if the cooperative science centers, and these are consortia, if you will, of universities that have been set up through the Educational Partnership Program within NOAA. And they're associated with different line offices. And the one associated with fisheries is the LMRCSC, the Living Marine Resources Cooperative Science Center. And I know that we've had a number of students from the islands, whether it's Puerto Rico, the US Virgin Islands and such, be part of the CSC, of the LMRCSC. And I know that, I don't know if their next career path will take them back here, back home, if you will, or through NOAA back here. But I think those are very tangible efforts that are being made, and in some ways they've been actually quite successful in terms of how to recruit students into the program, but more importantly, offer them a career path so that they can actually join NOAA or other agencies, more quickly, to be able to then bring everything they learned, and during their student career back into the field, if you will. So it's something that we should probably talk a little bit more about. But the LMRCSC is one example of probably cases that we should do more of. But it's one example where there is actually some tangible results that hopefully will address some of the things that you brought up. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Graciela.
So thank you for the presentation. And this is just a very specific example. We are very much interested, or I am very much interested in including the knowledge that the fishers have into all the science that we do. And I think that we need to change the way we do things and actually have them very much involved in all that is happening now. We could have a, commercial recreational fisheries fleets doing science for us. I mean, they are out there, 300 days a year, and they have been searching for their target species as they have moved over the past 30 years. So, how do we turn all that knowledge into the science that we need to do? And it's going to take a while because scientists tend to be very, very structured, and fishers are very structured because they pay their bills. If they were not, they wouldn't be paying their bills. So, we need to do not only the science per se in terms of the biology of the species and the changes in the oceanography, et cetera, but also in the social and economic aspect of these fisheries. And, as you mentioned, the Caribbean is a very special place because we are a hotspot in terms of biodiversity. We do have fisheries that cross, the jurisdictions, and we work fairly well together. So, how do we turn all that knowledge that they have into the science and to show us how things have changed and where are the species going? Because they probably already have a feeling of where they're going. So just that, a concern.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Ms. Chair, for the opportunity to respond. very good point. Like you said, the Caribbean is so wide and diverse, and the science is very hard to cover all of the areas that are out there. So it makes all the sense in the world to work closely with the fishers, with the information, with the knowledge that they have, and bring that to the table. I think that the recognition and the importance of local ecological knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, and similar is, I think, becoming more expected, even, if you will, in terms of the conversations and the participations in several regions. I believe that the Alaska region, meaning the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, even has a new protocol for how to include this conversation within the discussions. It's a new step, but it's one that formalizes exactly what you said, and it's something that maybe it's something that other councils have also been looked at to see how do we invite that participation, how do we include that information, because there's no way that, again, as I said before, any one group can do it alone, and so we actually do need to work together to do that. So I would, if anything, I will take this home in terms of how to ask a question to see how do we include this more formally in the various conversations that we're having, since we're all at the table learning new things, and I think we all need to have that open conversation and open mind about how we do that. So thank you so much for that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Kevin and then Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Julian actually had his hand up first, so I can follow up Julian.
Okay, Julian.
Hey, Julian McGrath for the record. Thank you very much for excellent presentation. And Graciela, thank you for those words. You beat me to it. I think that's the key component that we've been working on over the last couple of years to try to make some great improvement. And how can we include the fishers' knowledge in this process? We're the ones that are actually seeing the changes on a daily basis, being out there doing the hands-on work. The scientists have the hands-on in the books. Few get out in the ocean and actually understand and see what's going on. We have been noticing the different changes and adapting to the different changes and how we fishing in order to make a living. And like she said, that's how we pay our bills. We're not going to go out there unless we can pay our bills. And, we are in full cooperation and ready to work with the scientists, with the Science Center, and everyone. So the outcomes of when we do stock assessments and we look at all these different species, that we can close the gap a lot more than we have been seeing. It has gotten better, and I think we can improve it a lot more by us working more as a team and getting all the information in one room, and then look how can we move forward, where it needs improvements, where we need to throw some extra money at. And at that same time, we'll be saving money with all that information being on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Kevin? Oh, I'm
Can I-
sorry.
yeah, no,
Let's go. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you, Julian, and thank you for the opportunity to respond. I couldn't agree with you more. As I mentioned, several years ago, I was on the West Coast of the United States in La Jolla, and that's when you may have heard there was this warm blob that occurred in the North Pacific, and it caught us off guard, right? I mean, we were flat-footed, didn't expect it, never seen it before, and we thought we were describing it, and we could not have described it had it not been for the cooperation that we had for, like you said, the people who were out there on the water all the time and were seeing things. And I think that as challenging as that warm blob was, I'm going to say it actually brought together the need that this is much harder than we thought it was, and there was no way we could describe the totality of what was going on without the close work with the fishing industry, with the local communities that saw what happened. And I think that in some ways, I don't know if it broke the ice or what it was, but it made it that conversation was much more natural. And I think we see more and more examples of this. Unfortunately, they happen when there's some kind of an impact that then, we have to bring our minds together to see how we work, how we describe it, how we understand it. But I think there's also things that we can build on that in terms of anticipating how we work jointly. We can't be in all the places that we need to be, meaning we just simply, in terms of our fisheries vessels, meaning our, the government vessels and so on, we can't do that. We have to work with the fishing industry, with our partners, and co-design how it is that we make sense out of this. So I think, and I read through the the strategic plan of the council, which was very good, and I saw over and over again the importance of the collaboration with the fishers and the partnership with the fishers. And I think that, as I said, how we rethink what we do, that intimate and close collaboration with the fishers is going to be key in terms of how we go forward in the years to come. So thank you for the comment and spot on. Thank you.
Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Julian, great point, and Graciela as well. So, I agree with you. Those kinds of conversations and getting everyone involved needs to continue and to expand. Right now, there are three things that are currently ongoing that speak directly to this: the local knowledge. One is participation in the CDAR process. So, as many of you know, there's a data workshop coming up for CDAR 84. A lot of this stuff I'm going to talk about a little bit later in our Science Center presentation. So that's one thing. The fishers are certainly a critical part of that process. I jotted three things down, so I'm going to look at my notes while you were talking, Julian. So we also have fishery independent surveys, as Cisco noted, and a little bit more on that when a little later when we present. And in developing those surveys, the input of the fishers, because it's cooperative research, because it's being conducted on commercial vessels, at least that's been the cooperation so far. Maybe at some point it'll move on to for hire and recreational vessels, but in any event, part of the design is in the conversations we have with the fishers. So to get that local knowledge to help design the best survey that we can. And then the last thing I would say is coming out of our strategic planning workshop that we held with many of the folks in the room, we have this group that we're sort of calling the toolbox group. And the toolbox is to come up with some innovative ways to provide management advice. And that can certainly be local knowledge, local expertise. There's definitely room for that. We can be innovative and look for ways to include that local knowledge. So those are just three things that are ongoing right now, but I agree with you, Julian and Graciela, we can expand that, but those are three things that are happening right now.
Okay. Any more questions for Cisco? Graciela? Okay.
Okay, we're running out of time, but I will encourage anybody in the room that have a chance to talk to Cisco, Dr. Werner. He's a very busy guy, but we have the opportunity of having him here. But I was going to mention, especially to Dr. Werner, that one thing about being old is that you're able to compare things that nobody knew about because they weren't born yet. And for the last several years, I have seen the cooperation with the South Fisheries Design Center Regional Office like never before. I studied with Bonnie White, wasn't director of the laboratory center at that time, and they continue with this branch that is being put together by Clay and the group, and of course Kevin is something that we cannot overemphasize the importance and the difference that had made for the fishery management plans, monitoring and enforcement, and monitoring and development that we have here in the Caribbean. So thank you for all that. Everybody involved.
Good. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Cisco. And I agree wholeheartedly with what Julian and Graciela mentioned with local knowledge. I know for St. Croix, we have a very big commercial fishing dive industry. And those guys are below the surface 5 to 6 days a week. And they see a lot of differences out there, a lot of changes. So I think you can really tap into a lot of that knowledge Gerson Martinez sitting over there as the DAP chair. He's one of those guys that has dove St. Croix reefs for years. So there's a lot of knowledge you can take from him. And I have names of others that are willing to assist. And I had to steal your phrase about person without data is a person with an opinion. I like that. I wrote that down. I'm going to use that on St. Croix. Thank you. So next on the agenda is the SSC report by Vance Vicente.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, everybody. So I will begin the presentation. Is essentially what this SSC report 183rd Caribbean Fishery Management meeting is to summarize what the SSC has done during up to now, during the year. And before I start, I want to thank Adrian and the council staff, because they've been extremely helpful in setting up supposedly my preparation, but it's a hybrid contribution from everybody. So thank you first. So we have had 3 SSC meetings during the year. One was during May 1, May 5th, 2023, which was a hybrid meeting between the EBFM TAP and the SSC. This was discussed and is present in the verbatims of the 182 CFMC meeting, which was held in Ponce. So we have 2 more meetings, September 27, 2023 and November 28, 2023. During September 27, 23, Adrian Rios and Kyle Scherzer gave a wonderful presentation on the Cedar 80 USVI Queen Triggerfish, St. Thomas, St. John. And also in September 27, we summarized, as a request from Miguel Rolón, to summarize the 10 research priorities that the SSC feels deemed to be required. Continuing with the September 27, 23 meeting, the SSC members discussed the Cedar 80 data assessment review. The Southeast Fisheries Science Center suggested the following actions to define the RVC, which is the Reef Visual Census selectivity. 1, RVC dome selectivity saturated at a fixed value of 0.9. 2, allow the model to estimate the fishery selectivity. 3rd, run models with an equilibrium catch chosen by assessors and a slope catch chosen by assessor in order to confirm the behavior of the model, if it's similar or not. 4, repeat the profile over the equilibrium catch. During the SSC meeting, there were 10 research priority updates summarized by Richard Appledorn and by the SSC team, but Richard took up the major action on this. These 10 research priority topics are: 1, improve the fisheries landing data based on port landings. 2nd, put more effort on effort estimation. And 3, prepare for H2 flexibilities, both simulations to test alternate annual catch limits, and 2nd, to collect life history information. 5, collection of socioeconomic data for management in order to have a periodic systematic collection of data to provide a baseline and comparative basis for social impact assessments. 6, this is from the EBFM, assessing regulatory impacts, which is to evaluate the effectiveness and impacts of closed areas. And this has also been emphasized by the fishers. 7, expand the fishery independent monitoring and surveys. 8, develop species and habitat climate vulnerability indices for the U.S. Caribbean. We have done some of that, but there's still a long ways to go. 9, EBFM reference points for using the fisheries management decision support system in the U.S. Caribbean. And 10, continue the participation in the reinitiation of the Marine Recreational Information Program. And by the way, this priority, this way, oops, what happened to my presentation here? It's gone. I don't know what happened here. So anyhow, yo lo leo de aquí, tranquila. So during the SSC meeting, November 20, okay, after that one, the slide following the research priority updates. Okay, SSC meeting November 28. We had discussion on the Cedar 80 USVI again, the second meeting on the Cedar 80 USVI St. Thomas St. John Queen Triggerfish, presented by Adrian Rios again and by Kyle Scherzer. And second, the participation on various reunions and activities which are to be coming during 2024. Next slide. Cedar 80 USVI St. Thomas St. John Queen Triggerfish. Okay, this in summary, what we have so far regarding the Cedar 80 USVI St. Thomas St. John Queen Triggerfish are the following. One, catches are market driven. Two, the fisheries independent index of abundance is increasing and indicates that the stock is increasing. Third, the Southeast Fisheries Science Center suggested that the SSC member use Tier 3 to develop short-term catch advice. The SSC members, will determine and establish the acceptable biological catch. There are still topics to discuss about characterizing the uncertainty regarding the level of connectivity of new recruitments from the spawning population. Second, natural mortality. And three, the level and effort of fishing before 2000. These uncertainties will be reviewed at the next SSC meeting with the overfishing limit projections. The SSC members decided to finalize and complete Cedar 80 USVI St. Thomas, St. John, and also St. Croix, a queen triggerfish at the next SSC meeting, which possibly will be held in March 2024. Next slide, please. The summary of the modeling results of the Cedar 80 USVI St. Thomas St. John queen triggerfish are listed on the left, and on the right, we have the data overview, estimated parameters, and the fixed parameters. So far, reference model diagnostic is stable, but we are still unable to estimate the maximum sustainable yield and the stock status with confidence. And looking at the bottom, there are two major findings. Number one, that abundance of the queen triggerfish population in these areas is increasing. And second, that the current catches are sustainable. Next slide, please. Here are the catch landings between approximately 2,217 and 18. As you can see, there has been a decreasing trend in the landings. Next. The management summary is the following. Current catch limits for St. Thomas and St. John queen triggerfish. The sustainable yield level, as you can see, the SYL, the ABC, and the ACL are between 100 and 200,000 pounds. While the recent years of catch in 2019, 2020, and 2021 are all below 50,000 pounds. While the results across the model runs suggest that catch could increase above the current levels, we're still unclear about how much. Next slide. This is an overview of the St. Croix queen triggerfish overview, which will be discussed, we'll be developing later on in March in 2024. But one thing that comes to mind before we go into the future participation of SSC is you look at these declining rates, and if really the population is increasing and is becoming more sustainable, if we would have good cash per unit effort correlated with a decrease in the landings, discarding the number of trips, because obviously the fishers are not conducting as many trips, because of the lower demand. If we would have very specific cash per unit effort, like the cash per trap, for example, at a very more specific level, then we can corroborate that the population, if the cash per unit effort remains constant or is increasing, and still we have the lower landings, then we have a better feel whether the or confirm that the population is increasing. Next slide. Again, we have measured acceptable biological catch, and we cannot forget the basis of this, which were mandated by the Magnuson Act. The SSC for this species, we still need to develop what is the acceptable biological catch, which we see are not being able, and also the overfishing limit. And then, of course, the council establishes the annual catch limit, while the DAP's recommendation council discuss and contribute in making recommendations regarding the range between the ABC and the ACL. So that's important to remember that we have to keep within this framework. Next slide. Well, other business things are coming up. Already one has come up, which was the December 1, 2023 life history data overview. I cannot read it from here, regarding the yellowtail snapper and the stoplight parrotfish. So before I complete this presentation, I would like to have either Adrian Rios or Kevin, which participated in this meeting. I did not. I was not able to participate, so I don't know if we have a small, short summary of what was the result of the December 1 virtual meeting. Then, of course, there's the CEDAR 84 Life History Data webinar. Well, okay, I'm sorry, that was the one in December 1. But regarding the CEDAR 84 workshop, the data workshop is scheduled to be conducted between January 23rd and 25th at the Verdanza Hotel in San Juan, in Isla Verde, Puerto Rico, as proposed by the SSC. And the data workshop, we will be participating in the data workshop at Juan Cruz, Michelle, and Jorge Garcia. For the assessment workshop, Walter Keithley, Richard Appledorn, and Juan Cruz. And for the review workshop, Vance Vicente, Jason Coe, and Eric Williams. Next slide. No, that's it. Well, thank you. That's the end of the meeting. I would like to hear from Adrian Rios or Kevin to give us a short summary of what was discussed regarding the life history of the yellowtail snapper and the stoplight parrotfish. Okay, please.
Thank you, Vance. Adrian.
Thank you, Mr.
Kevin.
Adrian Rios for the record. Thanks, Vance. We had the life history webinar check-in, and it was really productive to be able to bring together all the different folks who are collecting the samples for the ages and for the lengths and weights that we really need for the stock assessment. And so this was just a meeting in anticipation or in preparation for the upcoming CEDAR data workshop, where those data will be reviewed in depth. But it was very important to just get in touch with everyone, see where they're at, and better prepare for the upcoming data workshop. The data deadlines are coming up, I think later December 15th for raw data. And then working papers ahead of the data workshop are just a couple weeks before the data workshop, which is January 23rd to the 25th.
Thank you, Adrian. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Vance. Any questions for Vance? Sanai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sanai Haptis. Vance, did you guys decide on members to attend the national meeting?
Yes, I forgot to skip that. If we can go back to the slide of other meetings, sorry. Other business meetings, yeah, the 8th National SCS Workshop 2024. which is to be held on between August 26th and 28th in Boston. Yes, I think there is a list there which are being to propose to the council so they decide who's going to be going. But I believe that it was Adrian. ¿Qué pasó? No, go back. I think I have the names. My presentation is gone from my screen, so I have to read from here, and my eyesight is not the same. So, I think to answer your question, if I remember, I was asked to go because I'm the chairman. Second, Jason Cope, and the other person would be, I think, is Todd Jedamki, because they're more prepared to answer, because the purpose of this meeting is how to develop a new ABC, acceptable biological cache, in view of all the different changes that were discussed presented by Cisco. So that is the main, oh, okay. Here it is. But just what I said, but you see, the topic of the national SSC, yes, is applying, SCS, I'm sorry, applying acceptable biological catch control rules in a changing environment. The SSC will recommend to the CFMC the following SSC members to attend the national meeting. One, Jason Cope, Van Vicente, and Todd Jedamki. It was suggested to ask Tercila Seara if she wants to attend, but that again, the council is to decide. Thank you.
Follow up?
Yeah, if I may, I would just suggest it might make sense to have at least one council member attend, as these are decisions we'll be making going forward with a lot of IBFMPs.
Well, no, the SSC is not for council members, and they prefer to have only the scientists.
Oh, they
They
do?
report, yeah, they report back to us, and the lead council already decided that, so that's why we only invited scientists. But they have a full report at each council when they finish. In our case, we have the SSC, and we have the component of the ecosystem that you chair, and probably Vance and the council. But we could have, if the council allow for that space, to have Tarsila and Dr. Aptes attending, because they are the two scientists that are lacking the expertise that you have in the other three. But we need to confer with the lead council, and if it's available, we can do it.
Yeah, that will also, I mean, if still the possibilities of the participation is still open, I would like to suggest to have one of our Fishers, one of our chairman Fisher. No? Okay.
These are scientists, Vance, just scientists.
Okay, but they will be presenting a lot of fisheries data, but that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vance. When you were talking about Queen Trigger, I know in the St. Thomas district is a big, heavy trap fishery. There's a lot of live discards of Queen Trigger, because it's like Julian was saying, it's a market-driven demand. So I don't know if that live discard information is being captured. I know for St. Croix, and Gerson is here to say if he wants to validate it, they see a lot of Queen Trigger out there. They just don't shoot them because the demand is not there. If they don't have them sold, they just bypass them.
Yeah, thank you. That issue has been brought up several times, specifically by Julian Magras, but that information has been integrated, I believe, in the discussions by Adrian Rios and Kevin and Carl. So yes, it has been considered.
Thank you, Rance. And I forgot one thing when Cisco was making a presentation about when he mentioned the University of Virgin Islands. I'm really glad to hear that you all are tapping into the students there and their marine biology courses and stuff. See, they can have a future in the NOAA family.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you, Vance. Any more questions for Vance?
Not a question, but the chair and myself will look into this and see if we can send the persons that we mentioned today to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Also, I want to remind you that regarding the CEDAR 80, that the Puerto Rico, there is a final CEDAR report, okay? And what is interesting is similar because from what I remember from the CEDAR 80 Puerto Rico, queen triggerfish, again, there was a suggestion or indication by the models that the population is not being overfished. And that's what we're inclined to think and conclude on March for the St. Thomas, St. John. And with St. Croix, we still don't know. There's a lot of work. Remember, this thing is taking time because the models that Adriana and Kevin and Carl are using, these are pioneering work. I mean, this is not easy mathematical plus or minus stuff. I mean, it's things that I don't digest still. Hope that someday I will. But takes a lot of work, a lot of data, a lot of inputs, and it's amazing the kind of work that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vance. Okay. So next is ecosystem-based fishery management. Senai, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Christina and Leahai, did you get the, all right, excellent. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys again today. I know we're running low on time, so I won't occupy a lot of time with updates. I'll go through that pretty quickly. What I would rather have is a discussion where I need some input from the council, particularly on our risk assessment development. So I would like to use the time more towards that, but I will give you a quick update on where we are since the last update in our August meeting. Next slide. So just a reminder, so you guys have context as to what we were talking about. This is the technical advisory panel on ecosystems-based fisheries management. The objectives defined by the council is to provide ongoing scientific advice on ecosystem-based fishery management for fisheries management decisions, including recommendations for habitat status, social and economic impacts of management measures, and ecosystem-based impacts or stressors on sustainability of fishing practices. More specifically, during the current year, what we are doing is trying to develop a draft fisheries ecosystems plan, which is a framework by which the council will be able to maintain marine ecosystems and the fisheries resources dependent upon those ecosystems. Next slide. So where are we now? In red are the most recent updates since the last updates in August. The technical writer that was hired by Pew to provide us with a draft FEP has sent me a draft. It essentially has a larger framework by which I need to condense it down into a frame and work with the individual working groups that I provided you with before to get individual subcomponents that we could use to turn into a framework. Essentially, it has a lot of the background materials and information necessary for that process that we can use to refine a lot of coal through a lot of pressure into diamonds. And that's what we're working on doing in the next 8 months. In addition to that, Tana Rankin and council staff were able to find internal funding to hire another contractor to develop a risk assessment framework for use in the FEP. That contractor was BioImpacts, which is a local LLC here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. They have an environmental lawyer who's worked with a lot of policy in the past that will be working with us to develop the risk assessment framework by which we can use. And last but not least, the conceptual model frameworks work that we've been doing with all the stakeholders in the USVI in Puerto Rico has been completed, and we have a final report from the LenFest group, mainly JJ Tarsilla, who also leads some of our other working groups that we're using to integrate into developing the stressors and indicators for use in the ecosystems-based fisheries management plan. Next slide. Yeah, you guys have seen this before. We'll skip that. Let's move on to the questions because we don't have that much time. 2 more slides. What do I need from you? We are trying to develop a risk assessment tool. What that is a strategic process by which you can inform decision support systems that the council uses. What we would like to do is define that framework in the fisheries ecosystem plan. What I would like to get out of the time that we have left before our break, which should be now, is a general conversation amongst the council members, as well as those in the room who would like to inform what pathway we take on this. And the three questions I want you to consider and provide me feedback on are: one, who is the intended audience for this risk assessment tool? Because it will be a tool. Although we are creating a framework, it is a tool to make decisions. And for me, to create something in our FEP and a framework for the council to follow, it helps me to have an idea of where we want to go with it. Next, how broad should this decision support system be using this tool? Meaning, we can develop it to be as simple as individual stock decisions management, or we can make it as broad to anything within the ecosystem that impacts fisheries. But the more I put in, the less utility and ease we will have in using this tool. So what I would say is, as you are making these decisions, think about it as a tree with many branches. The more branches, the more leaves, the less easy it is to see an individual speck on the leaves, right? What I want to know is, how broad do you want to make it versus how refined? Last, how complex should the quantitative aspects of the risk assessment tool be? Everyone in this room understands that we live in a data limited environment in the fisheries that we're using within the US Caribbean. Often there is not data to support the risk assessment tools that we will be developing in this framework. Should we be developing it out to the level where we assume that we will have this data at some point and be able to give you percentages associated with risk where there's data? Meaning, do you want a 90% chance that this will happen? Or is it good enough to say, on a level between 1 to 5, 1 being the best possible outcome, 5 being the worst possible outcome, which one are you going to get from this? Because, you know, those are all decisions that we need to make. I can write it up for there to be a framework using, you know, quantitative assessments with percentages. However, if we don't have that data, you're basically going to get a 0% chance of making a decision on that for almost every decision that we're using, right? So with that, I will stop talking, and I'd like to hear from council members and those in the room where you would like me to go and how you want me to refine this process so that I can get you a management document, hopefully by the end of the year, that represents a fisheries ecosystem plan draft.
Miguel.
Excellent question. The council already did this in a way with the Southern Fisheries Science Center, the SSC, and the presentation was given to us some time ago by Bill Arnold from the regional office. And it was the same idea. But now that we are on the, by the way, I like Cisco's new oceans. We have new things that we never dreamed could happen before. We also have new tools that we can work with. But under the management scenario, we have to concentrate on the things that we can do to manage the fishery. So I guess your question is excellent. Shall we focus on the things that we can do for a species or a species group, or work on the broader scope of the whole thing? I believe that our efforts, this is my personal opinion, but anyway, my effort, if you dilute too much the effort, you end up doing nothing. Or it would be almost impossible to put it in the context that we can manage under the Management Act. So that's my take on that question. The other thing is that the intended audience, when we put this together in the past, we presented to anybody that we should publish in our webpage and have other links. But we also have to keep in mind that not everybody can go through this ecosystem and make sense of it. So Dr. Ali Ortiz told me that once we have this put together, the role of the outreach and education will be to digest this information, to make it available to anybody, announce to the world that if you are a scientist, this is a tool that you can use. If you are a fishery, this is a tool you can use. The other thing is that the two local governments will take an opportunity, can take this opportunity also to have this toolbox to work with both the Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. And How complex the quantitative aptitude should be, I will leave that to the SSC. And that the Certificate Center to answer that questions to you, because that's where you have the expertise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Clay?
Yes, thank you for this. I think it is a very important step for the council to take. I do have some questions following up on Miguel's point. Could you give us some examples of the kinds of actions you would expect the council to take based on the EBFM plan and the risk assessment in particular? Because I think that's where this process does often fall down. And it ends up, all it is the council writes letters to people. So, you know, to Miguel's point, what specific actions would you expect the council to take? Would this inform optimum yield, which is, you know, the maximum sustainable yield as reduced by relevant social and economic factors? Have you considered things like setting ecosystem ACLs based on the overall productivity of the those sorts of things?
Sure, that's a great question, Clay, and we've discussed a lot of this within the EBFM TAP. I think, you know, the simplest solution is setting OFL based on a risk assessment for a single species stock, right? And where we are now, I think it's possible to integrate ecosystem indicators into individual species management within the council level. And from a simple standpoint, I think that is the basic that we could do from the EBFM TAP. Broader, you can have larger decisions made either between CFMC or local governments or in conjunction to assess impacts of changes to the ecosystem based on those ecosystem indicators. And the risk assessment tool, in my opinion, could be used across all of those, right? It could be looking at how dredging in a seagrass area would impact local recruits if we have that much data on it, for instance. But from a standpoint right now, I think the basic indicators that we could include beyond socioeconomics are based mostly on satellite data and a lot of water quality data that's getting taken. And I think that was a lot of the concerns from our conceptual models that were expressed both from fishers as well as other stakeholders in the scientific and public community. And so that's what we've tried to indicate. I think what we are mostly concerned with is integrating that kind of data into the decision-making framework associated with managed species at the council level. I don't think we're at a point yet where we could make more specific management decisions, but the risk assessment tool could be developed to understand what the risk is by not integrating other data. And I think that's where we're trying to go. Should I be making it broad enough for us to build a foundation in the future where we may have the kind of data that can do it? Or should we be focused on creating a utilizable tool that the council can use in the moment for making fisheries management decisions and how that will impact future yields, getting, you know, at OFL or MSY, if that's even feasible for the species that we're managing. I think more along the lines of, you know, looking at the species complex that we've decided for the IBFMPs and how the other indicator and stressors data need to be incorporated to better understand how that affects yields. Does that help? Or does
Yes, but I think it's part of a longer conversation, so I'll have to catch you after the on a break or something.
Thank you, Vance.
Yeah, thank you. Good presentation. My question is, not my question, my thought is that we have enough significant scientifically collected data right now for your model to be tested, or give an example. Like what we just talked about, the queen triggerfish. There we see a time period where there is a decrease in the landings, which corresponds to severe environmental changes. And that's Hurricane Maria, Hurricane Irma, in Puerto Rico, the earthquakes, the COVID, and you mentioned whatever. And And this market demand explanation for the lower landings, again, I mean, I really have to thank Julian. He has been insisting on this for a long time. But can we break down which component of the market demand is responsible for it? Like, what percent can be explained by hurricane? What percent could be explained by COVID? What percent could be explained by earthquakes? You know, break down the components, the socioeconomic components that affect the landing, our fisheries landing information, because there's a lot of information there, but we need to get an example. And maybe the queen triggerfish is a good example. I don't know. That just came up from the top of my head. Thank you.
Thanks, Vince. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. I think a larger aspect of what the Lenfest team that's been working on this project have been trying to do is to get us the socioeconomic data frame by which we can collect that data that can be used towards this type of management approach. And I would say, you know, we're still kind of at the beginning stages of that. We have a good understanding of what can be collected, and we have a good understanding of the needs, but we haven't really created a systematic framework by which we're going to be collecting that data regularly going forward. And so that often limits what we can do in something like a risk assessment. We have had the SSC go through the process of doing a risk assessment using a framework approach that we thought would be useful for the US Caribbean. To put it mildly, that did not go well, right? And so what I am trying to do is use information from you guys to hone in on a better framework that would allow us to present it in a useful tool. If you asked me, I would say the one that we presented to the SSC was the best model that we should use going forward. Clearly, as a scientist, that's probably not the only information I should be getting and using, you know, the framework for the model. So, you know, a lot of your comments are helping me to refine that. The one I really just want to get back to is how broad should the decision support system be for this tool? Am I focusing it solely for fisheries management and the impacts of ecosystem indicators on fisheries management, or should I be developing it for a broader suite of management approaches within the region?
Okay, I have Vanessa, Graciela, Julian.
Yes, thank you, Vanessa Van Ramirez, for the record. Sanai, thanks for this presentation. I just have, in the same line of Miguel comments, so I will suggest understanding that our limitations to use this tool concentrate in the things that we can manage, maintaining in a simple way, friendly language, and yes, I like the 1 to 5 option. It's gonna be a better understanding for us as a council to use it.
Extremely helpful. Thank you, Vanessa.
Graciela.
So going back to the conceptual models that we have worked so hard to accomplish, I mean, one of the main issues that we came up with was water quality. Water quality is not under the purview of the council. However, it impacts the larvae life stages, the juvenile life stages, and it impacts the fisheries directly, because if you don't have good water quality, you will be searching for your target species somewhere else, or there might not be any recruitment over a period of time. So these are things that, you know, it might not be letter writing itself. It's just that we need to integrate those other agencies that have regulations in place for water quality, which is where, you know, we might have the missing link to have those people on board so that we can get the data that they have, which has been very difficult to get. But, you know, we do have America the Beautiful, that it's supposed to have everyone playing on the same field. And, you know, that might be something that the council can pursue at that other regulation level. So these are the things that, you know, the conceptual models show a lot of things that are really not under the purview of the council, but that the stakeholders who are out there and using the resource are telling you that are the most significant ones that are impacting their fisheries. So, you know, that's how do we put that into the risk assessment, and I'm sure that it will again show up when we look at this, because it's the reality of the situation. I mean, we do have a very limited area. Things flow, within the islands, and we all get impacted by that.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. And then
Julian
after we
McGrath
move
for the
on.
record. So very interesting to see where we are today with the eco-based fishery management plan. St. Thomas, St. John DAP were the first ones to take the bite at the conceptual models, both of what's going on land-based and what's actually going on in the fishery. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sinai, but what I see continue coming out of this plan is how are we going to protect the fishery more? Where I think actually, how can we get the human activities that are causing the issues to the fishery corrected? Coastal runoff, oil being dumped down the drains, all of these different things that are messing with our juvenile habitats. We're looking at certain new ACLs, new perimeters, and I have a problem with that because we're still not fixing the problem that is actually affecting the juvenile habitats, which I see as your major issues. And that's within what we would call for the USVI, the territorial waters 3 miles to the shoreline. Puerto Rico is 9 miles to the shoreline. But I'm going to speak for the St. Thomas, St. John district because there's a lot of impacts that are taking place within closed areas territorially, and we are still not correcting them. And that's what's affecting the eco base. It's not the fishers. The fishers are the ones that have been reporting the issues as they see them. They have sent pictures, they have done everything, and nothing is really being done to stop or try to mitigate what's actually taking place. But when this plan comes forward, what we are seeing is more decrease in our ACLs, etc. And I don't think the fishers should be the ones to be impacted in an issue where they have not created and the governments have not corrected. At the very beginning of the process, letters have been written twice by this council to the different agencies to participate in a meeting, and that meeting has never taken place. And I think in order for us to move forward, something needs to happen with these agencies and how we can correct what's causing the issues in the fishery. And then after that, we can say, well, let's look at the fishery as a whole. And do we really need to cause more hardships on the fishers? Because every time there's an issue not created by the fishers are the ones who walk away with the hardship of decreased catches, etc., etc. Thank you.
Vance.
Yeah, just one more quick comment. I think I made the point the last time. But what really concerns me is that we have monitored, I don't know, pH, sea surface temperature, sea level rise, frequency and intensity of hurricanes, rainfall, water quality monitoring, and all this at a global scale and at a local scale. There are several ecosystem studies that have been monitored now for decades in Puerto Rico, which have been taking the ecosystem approach, and specifically NOAA's Estuarine Research Program in Aguirre, and from the EPA, the San Juan Bay Estuary Program. And we have all this historical information, and my complaint is, and I'm also responsible for it because I'm not doing much of it from them, but this information is here. And we have maybe not, as long records of fisheries planning or biological data. That's where the gap is, learning more about the life history, adaptations, whether these fishery stocks are eurytopic or cenotopic, and how would they differently react to to these historical changes that they have been exposed. So my recommendation to the BFM is to read again, and I made that point before, to synthesize what we have, what we know, and the sensitivity and vulnerability of the fish stocks, and try to correlate and try to explain what % of the variance in these changes in population can be attributed to these physical and I don't even mention biological components. Here in the Caribbean, and actually from Florida throughout the whole West Indian region, there has been a massive mortality of scleractinian corals, okay, which is a framework, of the coral reef community. And like Dr. Renny Garcia from the SSC and like I myself have reported, we're talking about, and in Florida, which they have monitored transects in the Florida Keys. I mean, we're talking about 60, 80% of scleractinian coral population just wiped out. And this is the bleaching. Okay, bleaching back. The Zooxanthella can come back, they can recruit, and there's some mortality, but nothing like the scleractinian tissue coral loss disease. I mean, here the live tissue is gone. And rarely, it comes back. It may come back if there's enough live tissue left to recover the lost space. But this implies, again, just to give a biological example, an extreme change in the habitat composition, as well as of the fisheries, the reef fish populations, which depend on the coral reef and coral reef, hard bottom habitats and coral communities and the like. So that's my concern and my final comment, because I can keep on talking and talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Vance. I have to, Maria.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question for Sinai. In terms of time, right? So we know that we have been working, the council has been working in this process for development of the fishery ecosystem plan for a while, right? And there are decisions that need to be made, such as the one that you were asking today. How do you see the difference between going a simpler way that you presented versus going a broader spectrum in terms of time, because one of the things that we want to get from this is be able to make management decisions, right, in a timely manner. We don't want this to be 10 years and then, by then we have other changes that have occurred and this becomes obsolete, right? So, and the other question is, do we have what we need right now to make a broad, like a broad look into taking into making management decisions for the whole thing, right? So right now the species, we have assessments, stock assessment for individual species, right? This is how we are dealing right now, and ideally we will be looking at other things. But if the way that we are managing right now, it's in a way of individual species, how can we make that better?
Yeah, thanks, Maria. I think those are valid and great questions. One, the more complex we go, I would say you can add on easily another 4 months to 6 months for each step in complexity that we add into whatever risk assessment design that we do. One, the only people that are working on it specifically and continuously without having no other jobs are the contractors that we hire. And so, we can only do this in between all of the other things that we're doing. I think at present, where we are now is we have everything to draft an FEP with the exception of a specific risk assessment framework that we want to put in, as well as all the background necessary for people to understand it. But to do a slimmed down management, document that explains the framework by which we want to do this, my hope is to have at least a draft by summer of this year, if I can make all of those decisions. But that really will be on the backs of myself and the other chairs of the working groups to get that writing done. So, I think, who knows? It's just dependent on how much else gets dropped in all of our collective plates. The other thing I would say is, what do we need to do that? I think is more resources. And then I wanted to just address the 2 points that Julian and Vance made briefly. One, Julian, I agree with you. Part of what we're doing with the conceptual models is to get all of that information into the framework. So we can look at how not making or not being able to make decisions on that in the council's aspect will impact our fisheries, because we have to remember, this is the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council. There are specific aspects to management that are delegated by law to this agency and this group, right? We cannot do things outside of that. It's just not possible. What this is a tool not to make new laws or new regulations, but to help us understand the risks of not, being able to do things or being able to do things within that framework, right? So that's the standpoint of that. Vince, to your point, I agree. There are selected places in which we have a whole lot of information that could be put in. The larger issue is that there are not clear methodologies over long periods of time that have been done in the US Caribbean that allow us to make and answer these questions, right? Like, that is what I do. I'm a fisheries ecologist. Did my PhD on it in an area where we did have a long time series of that data. We do not have that here, and we have to stop saying that we do. There is not the infrastructure, they're not the tools, they're not the methodologies to answer these larger questions. To get to that, to make answers and understand what is happening in our ecosystems, we need to build that infrastructure, and we need to build it now. Because if we don't, another 15 years will go by and we will still be looking at massive declines in our ecosystems and have no way of saying why that is happening. Sorry, I got a little animated there, but I'm done.
Carlos, may I say something before we break? We are behind, but exactly what you said is what we need to do. And that's something that should be the top priority for the council. Otherwise, we keep, as Clay says, sending letters to people. So, Mr. Chairman, probably what we should do is between this meeting and the next one, we have a conversation with Sinai, with Vance, and let's see how can we put some wheels into this. And by that, I mean that we can then have a document that the council can examine and look at it. The document should include everything that we have said, and also it's kind of mundane thing, but we have to put money into whatever we say, otherwise we don't go anywhere.
Okay, I have somebody online.
Marcos Hanke.
Go ahead, Marcos.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you everyone for the opportunity. In the respect of the comment made by Julian and the follow-up comment made by Sinai, we all aware of the implications of a better, strong, and complex analysis created by the ecosystem-based management. But since the beginning, the request and the origin of this was to inform, and I cannot list the amount of times that was said to the fishermen once I was council member, that this is just to inform, it's not to create another layer of management. It's not to create another uncertainty. It's not to transform into numbers, it's just to inform, because this was the concern of the fishermen, and we all agree. And right now we was discussing earlier in the morning, looking for more collaboration and participation. And I'm not seeing very much transparency. I'm seeing a shift on what is being said. I recognize the importance of ecosystem-based management, but we have to be super careful the way we do it. And I'm interested to see if there is any discussion on things that could benefit the access to the fishery that we don't see the ecologists doing. And we have to be very balanced and true to the science and to the participation and to the record that we have on the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Okay, we're running kind of behind. I'm going to be cutting back on your break. So next on the agenda, I have the Southeast Fisheries Science Center update. Kevin McCarthy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think we're just gonna take a second to get the presentation up there, and then we'll charge ahead. Okay, so this is the Science Center update that we normally give at these meetings. Next slide. And here's what we're going to talk about. We've got a new member working with our branch, so I'll introduce Carly. I'm going to hand the mic over to Rachel, and she's going to give you an update on the strategic planning project that's ongoing. Then back to me to talk about Inflation Reduction Act funding. This is money. This is IRA money that went to the Science Center. That's different than what Miguel was talking about earlier. And then we'll hand off to Jennifer to talk about marine spatial planning. So next slide, please. So Carly Dyack is a new CMIS research associate. So that's the Cooperative Institute through the University of Miami. And we have a lot of research associates that work at the Science Center. Rachel, for example, who most all of you know, is a research associate through CMIS. So Carly got both her master's and bachelor's from Michigan State University in biosystems engineering. And what she's going to be working on is the process, or understanding the process and the cost associated with the U.S. data provision reporting requirements to WCAPC. We talked a little bit about WCAPC earlier today. And Laura is actually the one who came up with the money to pay for Carly's work. So we have headquarters to thank for allowing us to bring Carly on board. Next slide. So this is just sort of a general statement I wanted to make. A lot of people have touched on these ideas, and well before I had, and I put this slide together already, so I'm glad I'm hearing it from all of you. I didn't just take notes and put together a slide as I heard it today. I built this a couple days ago. Well, in truth, it was probably yesterday. But anyway, collaboration, I'm hearing a lot about that, and it's critical to everything we do here. Whether it's it's collaboration among all of us. And the other thing we're doing is all new, right? Everything we do sets a precedent. Everything we do establishes a new way of doing business. So that can be a painful, slow process at times, but we want to make sure we get it right, and we want to make sure that everybody's involved so it's informed as best with the best information that we can get. Every time we do a stock assessment, every time we try and come up with a new analysis for a species, we find new challenges. And Vance got into some of those with the queen triggerfish work in the Virgin Islands. That presented some new challenges, even different from the challenges we had with queen triggerfish in Puerto Rico. But I have to say that the level of cooperation amongst all of these initials here, the council staff, the council, the SSC, the DAPs, other stakeholders, CIRO, the Science Center, it's just been exceptional. I've seen just a change in the years that I've been working down here, even from 4 or 5 years ago. Just the change in the level of cooperation and collaboration has just been outstanding. So I can't thank you all enough for making my life a little bit easier when we're all working towards the same goal and not working at cross purposes. So thank you all. Next slide. And I think this is where I'm going to hand it off to Rachel. I think she's on the line. Rachel, you ready to take the mic?
Hi, Rachel. Your mic is open, but we cannot hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Rachel. What if we,
Can you hear me now? I've put in headphones. Is
oh,
that
there
working?
we go. We can hear
Okay.
you. Thanks.
All right. Thanks. I was talking away. Sorry, guys. So usually my computer doesn't let me talk with microphones in, so I'm surprised it's working now. But okay. So one of those outstanding collaborative exercises or collaborative efforts that everyone's been touching on today is the strategic planning initiative. So this is a multi-year collaborative exercise designed to identify optimal data collection programs that would facilitate the development of stock assessment and EBFM strategies. So this collaboration is among 10 federal, territorial, and Commonwealth agencies. And those include the logos listed here, as well as the Science Center, CIRO, and NOAA headquarters. From this work, we've got 8 ongoing working groups, each with an annual objective. And after these initial projects are completed, those same groups will take on new tasks to accomplish the larger 5-year goals and objectives that were identified during the workshop this past May. Go to the next slide, please. All right, so these ongoing projects that I mentioned, here are the first 5 of them. We're calling them the data groups. So these groups are developing inventories of current and historical data streams for those 5 sub-bullets listed there for fishery independent data, fishery dependent, life history, socioeconomic, and habitat data. So these groups are then going to use these inventories to identify spatial and temporal gaps, and then provide some recommendations for prioritized research that would fill those gaps and help to inform management. Next slide, please. And then the other 3 ongoing projects, the first one is what we're calling the Toolbox Group that Kevin mentioned a little bit earlier today. And this objective of this group is to understand various methods to inform management given the available data. And these methods could include single species stock assessment, data limited approaches, as well as ecosystem approaches. And Kevin made a comment earlier this morning that this group's also going to look into quantifying and including local ecological knowledge into some of these processes. This effort has gotten interest from NOAA headquarters, and they actually have volunteered to fund a lantern detail to assist in these efforts. So the lantern program is internal to NOAA, in which staff can temporarily take on a new detail and offer some expertise in maybe a different region or in a different aspect of their career or a different career path altogether within NOAA. So we're really excited about that opportunity to have someone else on board to sort of help us identify these available methods in the toolbox. And this group is also exploring the idea of incorporating students into this process and having a student or a few students maybe help to contribute to the efforts that the lantern detail and the larger working group will be doing. So the next project we're calling the Toolbox project, and their objective is to improve communication of knowledge to better engage stakeholders in fisheries management processes. This group is identifying organizations involved in communication efforts in the region. And then from that, they're going to create a process diagram that explains how education and outreach works in the region, including identifying the points of contact for specific topics and various locations in the region with the goal of fostering communication among stakeholders and fishers. And the last working group that's ongoing is the funding governance group, when their objective is to define the needs and mechanisms to streamline the process for establishing a funding governance structure in the region. So essentially, this group is when money becomes available in the region, this group is working to understand how we can more effectively and efficiently move it to our partners for various data collection efforts and data processing. So these groups are all progressing really nicely, and we hope to wrap them up, these initial annual objectives up. We hope to wrap them up in the coming summer, and then they'll begin the next phase of the project. And we have the Spanish and English versions of a fact sheet that explain the workshop process and strategic plan a little bit in more detail. And we've provided those to the council. So reach out to anyone there or us if you would like to see that fact sheet with more information. So thanks, guys. That's all I have. Go to the next slide, please, and I'll give it back to Kevin.
Thanks, Rachel. So I've got a couple slides here to sort of outline our plans for some Inflation Reduction Act funding that came to the Science Center. So again, this is separate and apart from what Miguel was talking about earlier. So we've got a couple of different fishery independent surveys that we're going to expand. Right now, they're ongoing in Puerto Rico, but we want to move them over to also include sampling in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And all of this is conducted as cooperative research with Caribbean fishers. So we want to move an existing Puerto Rico deepwater survey into the U.S. Virgin Islands. In addition, we want to extend that deepwater survey into shallower water. So it will overlap with the existing diver survey that is limited to 30 meters. They've done a couple of times, they've been able to do some work in down to 50 meters, but for the most part, it's limited to 30 meters. And we want to overlap this deep water survey with that shallower diver survey. So we'll basically have a much more complete survey across all water depths. I want to point out that what we're doing here is leveraging some existing funding. So we've got cooperative research program funding that is paying for that survey in Puerto Rico. So it's always good to leverage additional funds. So that cooperative research money is already there. We're going to add to it with this Inflation Reduction Act funding. And down at the bottom, you'll see this statement in all of the slides I'm going to show you about this funding, which is that the work is coming out of needs identified in the Caribbean Strategic Planning Workshop. And that workshop, again, leveraging some dollars, was funded through the Ecosystem Climate and Stock Assessment Improvement Program funding. So next slide, please. So again, the second fishery independent survey is a lobster trap survey. It's ongoing in Puerto Rico, but we want to extend it into the Virgin Islands. And again, this is cooperative research that we'll do with U.S. Virgin Island commercial fishers. And this was also identified through the Caribbean Strategic Planning Workshop as work that really needs to move forward. I won't get into it here, but there are a lot of reasons why fishery independent surveys are the way to go. There's plenty of room for fishery dependent information to be included in management decisions, but fishery independent surveys also provide another aspect that will that are very important to informing how we can manage fisheries. Next slide. So we also want to get at fishing effort. We want to get a good estimate of overall fishing effort, and we want to do that in a project where we're going to provide funding to a University of the Virgin Islands student. And what they'll be doing is using, or at least examining the use of remote sensing to estimate total fishing effort. So there are a lot of ways that could happen. And we need somebody to focus on that. So we would like to hire fund a student to have them do that work. They'll also be developing a way to ground truth that remote sensing information, or come up with some other methodologies for counting and classifying vessels to get at total effort. We want to do that pilot work in St. Thomas right here. And as soon as I have some accounting codes to start spending money, we're going to be working with folks at the University of the Virgin Islands to identify a student to get going on that work. Next slide. And the last bit of this funding, we're going to hire another research associate. Again, this is through the Cooperative Institute, but we want that job to be located here in the U.S. Caribbean, whether it's in Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands something we can negotiate, but I'd like that person to be located down here. And what they're going to do is to help integrate and coordinate fishery independent sampling surveys in the Caribbean. We, as we've all been talking about, we're not only are we data limited, but we're funding limited, and the likelihood of that getting better in the near future is up to Congress. So I, as an individual, have little or no say in that. So we can't be inefficient. And so the idea behind this hire is to improve efficiency. There are often several similar projects that are ongoing that either don't know of each other, don't talk to each other, but in one way or another are not coordinated and organized. And that's not a very efficient way of doing business. So this hire is meant to identify those projects and work with the PIs on those projects to better coordinate and where appropriate, integrate those efforts. We can't tell people what to do with their research dollars, but we can certainly try and inform them of how they might consider more efficient ways of working. We've also got to develop and identify partnerships with additional Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands scientific consulting firms. It's one way to get work done down here. We, as the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, it's either impossible or at least very difficult for us to contract with an individual fisher to get work done on the water. So that's why we need to go through a consulting firm. And I've talked with several of you about this, and we're moving in the right direction there. And so this funding may help us better cement those relationships. We've also got to have a good survey design. If we're going to spend money to have a survey, we want to make sure that it's well designed. And again, this is coming out of strategic planning workshop ideas. So the last thing I want to say, I don't have a slide for it because I forgot to put it in, but Vance touched on it earlier, and that's CDAR 84. I think Ariane mentioned it as well. The data workshop is coming up the end of January, so the 23rd through the 25th. It will be in San Juan, Puerto Rico, I think at the Verdanza. We've met there before. In fact, our strategic planning was there. Travel day is on either side of that, so the 22nd and the 26th. Those of you who have been selected through the council, through CDAR, to be involved in that should be getting that information. But it is a public meeting. Anybody's welcome to attend, and we encourage everybody's participation. Typically, the way we work those in the Caribbean is to spend 1 day per island. Everybody's involved in all of the discussions. At some other CDARs, say in the Gulf of Mexico, there are working groups that break out. There'll be a group that talks about commercial data on their own. There'll be a group that talks about life history on their own, and they bring that back to a plenary presentation to make decisions. We essentially function as a plenary group the entire day. Everybody's involved in all the conversations, all the discussions. We don't have enough people to spread out among individual work groups, so we do it all together, but we'll do one island per day for the 3 days of the workshop. They will be full, long days, but don't let that dissuade you from joining us. And now if we go to the next slide, I'm going to pass the mic over to Jennifer.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Hi, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jennifer Wright, and I am a Marine Planning Coordinator working with NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, NCOS. NCOS and the Southeast Fisheries Science Center convened multi-day marine spatial planning workshops in the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico in late August of this year. And the goals of the workshop were primarily to inventory available spatial data for the U.S. Caribbean and further develop a community of stakeholders to inform future marine planning efforts. Roughly 50 individuals attended each workshop, and participants included local agency leaders and planners, environmental organizations, subject matter experts, and members of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. Staff from NOAA, as well as the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and the Department of Defense, represented the federal government. In order to focus the data conversations, each two-day workshop was divided into 6 ocean sectors, and for each sector, we presented the data currently in NOAA's database, and then participants explored 3 prompting questions in order to guide the data discussions. Some highlights from the workshops: participants cited several data sets that may be missing from NOAA's database, particularly natural resource data sets such as certain protected areas and critical habitats. Many cited the need for higher resolution data, particularly for natural resources and mid-ocean sectors. Suggestions were made to refine essential fish and benthic habitat data, improve understanding of the status of threatened and endangered species, and build greater capacity to track birds, marine mammals, and sea turtles. At both workshops, which has been mentioned earlier on this call as well, participants acknowledged that the U.S. Caribbean is generally data limited across multiple ocean sectors. And participants identified the need for more data from the fishing community and emphasized that both fisheries management and conservation are constrained due to a lack of data for commercial and recreational fishing, as well as the location of important spawning grounds for several fish species. Participants also noted the lack of fishers at both workshops and emphasized the need to consistently engage and build trust with fishers. So the workshop outcomes chart a path for increased coordination on marine spatial data between the federal government and its territorial partners and stakeholders in the months and years to come. Some of the next steps that were identified include the development of a workshop report, which should be published and publicly available next month. Distributing a summary of data need priorities to funding agencies and following up on all of the identified data leads from the workshop. Also developing a comprehensive marine spatial planning data inventory, as well as a toolbox including an interactive map viewer. And working with territorial and federal governments on future planning priorities and establishing future meetings that would be targeted at specific data categories going further. That's it. I'll pass it back over to Kevin.
Thanks, Jennifer. I think that's our last slide. Maybe the last one says questions or something like that, but that's our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Any quick questions for Kevin? We got to take a 5-minute break. Graciela.
Just to remind the council that we are working with the Coral Reef Conservation Program and actually doing fishery dependent deepwater snapper fishery around Puerto Rico, and we hope to expand that fishery dependent, getting the knowledge of the fishers into our science and actually sampling the water column for temperature, salinity, etc., so that we will have, a fairly good picture of why the relationship between oceanographic changes and deepwater snapper fishery.
Thank you, Clay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment emphasizing the importance as what Kevin described as the fishery independent surveys. And that is one of my highest priorities, to establish that basic foundation, which we haven't had before. I mean, we never had any fishery independent surveys that we could actually use for stock assessments and generating ACL advice. We had some surveys that were done, but not in a way that you could plug them into stock assessments. So we're emphasizing that now, using cooperative research funds and other sources of funds, such as the Inflation Reduction Act funding. But I also want to emphasize that fishery independent does not mean independent of fishers. It means that the fishers are executing a specific survey design, not fishing in their usual way, because, when populations go down or fluctuate, fishers change the way they fish, right? So, when you look at fisher catch rates, it's not necessarily in proportion to changes in abundance. I mean, I know that from my own experience. I used to catch aquarium fish for a living. That's how I got through graduate school. But when the abundance for one species was down, I would switch and target something else. Sometimes I worked in shallow water. Sometimes I worked in deeper water. It just depends on where I was making the most money. So if you looked at my catch rates, that wouldn't necessarily indicate the trends in abundance. So for a fishery independent survey that uses fishers, we're taking advantage of their expertise, many times their local knowledge, but also executing a consistent survey design. So I think that's going to be huge to the future. It's going to inform everything, ecosystem-based management, and in tandem with that National Coral Reef Monitoring Program survey and trying to get that into deeper water as well. So a lot of good things happening here. But I did want to ask a question with regards to the Caribbean Strategic Planning Workshop. And I'll note that many of the elements that were in that plan, we've done several times over the years, whether it's a catalog for the data or whether it's we had a data limited methods toolkit that we were putting together. So we've done those sorts of things. And so my question to Kevin for the group is, how is this going to be different so that we don't have to keep doing these steps over and over again?
So thanks, Clay. I think the difference is because this came up during the workshop. People were saying, oh, we've done this before. We've done this before. But one of the things that was asked, not by me, but by other folks are, okay, where's that documented? And what was the follow-up? And I think the difference here is, and you can find documentation, but it's in some dusty old CEDAR thing sitting on a shelf, the virtual shelf. But there wasn't necessarily a lot of follow-up. And now we've got follow-up, and I think we've got much more engagement from a broader scope of folks. We did have the one CEDAR workshop, and we produced a pretty significant document, but I don't know that there was a lot of sustained follow-up. And I think that's the difference here. And I think that we're, and it was 15 years ago. So a lot has changed in 15 years. And and then there was a follow-up. It was sort of science center centric for one of the CEDARs, maybe 46. But that was 7 years ago. So a lot of these things are getting a little long in the tooth. We thought it was a good opportunity to revisit those. And with Rachel on board, sort of shepherding this whole thing, we've got somebody who's focused on it, and we've got we've got engagement now well over a year from the initial workshop, which was specific to the Science Center, getting our house in order, as it were. And now 6 months gone from the workshop that was held down here that involved a lot of the folks in this room. It's still ongoing. They're still doing work. They're still getting things done. So I think that's the difference. It was the beginning of a process, as opposed to let's do a check on where we are. So I think that's the difference. I don't know if that is helpful or not, but that's how I see it.
Thank you, Kevin. Oh, go ahead, Kevin.
And I just wanted to mention one other thing, and I don't know if I'm accurate in this statement, but I think it's close to accurate. And Clay mentioned it, the inclusion of the fishers in those fishery independent, even though they're fishery independent, it's not independent of fishers, as he said. That's unusual in the Southeast, I think, for having that close connection with the fishers to get work done. I could be misspeaking here, but basically all of our efforts at fishery independent surveys involve the fishers, except for CMAP-C and the NCREMP diver survey, although they do involve local partners with the universities and other scientists. But all of the other efforts, the lobster project, the deep water survey, all of those things that we're getting going now are completely reliant on a partnership between the Science Center, local scientists, and the fishers to get it done. So I appreciate you all being involved. And like I said, with this IRA money, this Inflation Reduction Act money, we're not just going to be working in Puerto Rico anymore. We're going to move to the Virgin Islands as well. Thanks.
Thanks. I have a real quick question before we break. I saw. Okay. I got Julian. I saw where you said on one of the slides about a lobster trap survey for Puerto Rico. How do you define what a lobster trap is? Because the only definition I'll be able to find was the Florida has a definition for lobster trap.
Right, so we've completed a year of that. In the first year, what we were really, the problems we were really trying to solve were logistical ones and making the connections with the fishers and all that. So the lobster trap was pretty broadly defined. This second round, we're gonna build standard traps. And we're gonna approach it that way so that we've got a standard effort, you know. So it's a great question. And that's phase 2.
Julia?
Yeah, Julia McGrath for the record. I just have a lot of questions about these independent surveys that or port sampling that's gonna be done. Who is gonna be doing them? What group is gonna be doing them? Because right now we have a port sampling program in place. And it's not getting done because up to now, the ice machines from 2017 have not been replaced. So the fishers are not doing port sampling because they can't get the ice to re-ice them fish. The true hands-on port sampling is the real port sampling that needs to happen, where the port samplers come there and they measure every fish. The fishers that have been part years back of a very small sample of taking pictures and measurements, we don't feel that that works. And I want to make sure that that's not the project that's coming to us. What are we going to be doing? How are we going to be moving forward? I know the Fishermen's Association requested to work with you guys in getting some of this port sampling done, which is the most important aspect of collecting true data. And we have not moved forward with that at all. We haven't. We're stuck for months now and haven't heard anything about it. We're ready to move forward. A lot of port sampling can be done, and not the mandatory 4 port samples a year that's required by fishers right now. Fishers are ready to move forward and give more port samplings, get more data into the system, but we need the port samplers, we need that ice, and we need to get it done. It's not happening. Now, I understand all agencies are strapped for staff, XYZ, but we have an association that's willing to help with this process, get the process moving, so we could start to collect true data and create a large data set that when we go to these CEDA meetings, we have what is needed. So I just have questions when I see all of these different initiatives that are coming forward. I'm happy, but I would like to know more about what's coming and where the involvement of all of us are going to fit in, because the fishers come in at a different time of the day. If there's a very good communication process and the system is set up well, it will happen. Right now at the fish market where I fish at a Gustav Cattell Fish House, I come in, there's a guy that works in the office right there. If I tell him I need a B port sample, he would port sample me right there and then. Other fishers, he would go by other fishers' house. There's a lot of different ways to do it. So I would just like to get a little more clarity, because I really feel right now we are paying, that you guys are paying for port sampling and it's not getting done. 4 port samples in 1 year in St. Croix, that's not port sampling. That's a mandatory for 1 fisher. Thank you.
I'll make it quick. Thank you. So Julian, the fishery independent stuff is that I'm talking about here, that's work on the water. So that's different than the port sampling. And you're right about the port sampling. But that is that has mostly been a staffing issue that I think we're getting past. And I'm happy to talk with you more about it outside of this meeting or while we're here this next couple of days.
Okay, thank you. So we gotta take a real quick 5-minute break and then continue the agenda. Only 5 minutes. Bien. Alrighty, we're gonna continue with the agenda for the council meeting. Next up is the Fishery Management Plan Amendments and Action Update by Maria Lopez Mercer. Maria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so this presentation is the one that I normally give to give you an overview of where we are with the actions that the council wants to pursue. I'm going to try to be quick because many of the things that I'm going to be presenting in here, we are going to discuss later in the day. I'm just waiting for the presentation to show in the screen.
For the first one. Oh.
Okay, next slide. Thank you. Christina, can you go to the next slide? Okay, that's a little difficult to see, but okay, the first two items, the first two rows is just a reminder to the council of two regulations that have become effective from amendments to the island-based FMP. The first one is the Framework Amendment 1, the Spiny Lobster Reference Point. Those regulations became effective on April 15, 2023, and those were the updates based on the CDR 57, which are the spiny lobster assessments, and these are for the 3 islands. The next amendment that it's already, the regulations are already effective is the buoy gear definition and use. This is also an amendment that was done to the 3 management plans. And as you know, this is the one that prohibits the buoy gears for the recreational sector and allows up to 25 hooks on the buoy gear for commercial fishers. Now, the next 1, 2, 3, 4 amendments are going to be discussed later on today, so I'm just going to quickly go through that. It's Framework Amendment 2. It's the update OFL, ABC, and ACL for spiny lobster, and this is based on the 2022 update assessment to the CDR 57. This one is the one that sets new ACL for spiny lobster. So this one right now we are not going to be discussed because the council during the last meeting, they took final action to submit the amendment to the secretary. And right now, NIMS is developing the proposed rule and reviewing that proposed rule. So after that, when the proposed rule is published, there's going to be a 30-day comment period on this proposed regulation. And then after that, NIMS will continue with the development on a final rule. So the next amendment that we are going to be discussing today is Amendment 2 to the island-based FMPs, to all 3 of them. This is the Troll, Net Gear, and Descending Devices Amendment, and this is the one that would prohibit the use of all troll gear, trammel nets, and pursines in the EECs, and will limit the use of gill nets to surface gill net with specifications for non-FMP species, and would require the use of descending devices when fishing for reef fish in the exclusive economic zones of all 3 islands. So the council finalized selection of the preferred alternatives at the April 2023 meeting, and then during the last meeting, they revisited the gill net action to clarify some items for each FMP. Now, the council is scheduled to take final action during this meeting and also review the codified text. So we will go through that on the next presentation, which I'm assuming will be after lunch. The next amendment that we are going to be discussing is Framework Amendment 3. This is only to the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan, and this has to do with the reclassification of the rainbow runner as a pelagic fish. The rainbow runner is currently classified as a reef fish in the Puerto Rico FMP, and the council requested that it is reclassified as a pelagic species. So today, the council will receive a presentation on the proposed action and how the amendment will look to what is the structure of this amendment, so those changes can be made. The next one will be Framework Amendment 4. This is Puerto Rico Queen Triggerfish reference points. This is based on the Queen Triggerfish assessment that, as Vance mentioned earlier, the CIDR 80 was already completed. The council will receive a presentation on the proposed action and the structure and on the structure of the amendment during this meeting. Then it will have the IPT develop the amendment, and then the idea is for the council to potentially review the amendment at their next April 2024 meeting, but this is going to be discussed later. Next slide, please. Okay, excuse me. The other action, excuse me. The other action that we will be discussing today, it's a modification of the Red Hind seasonal closure in the St. Croix EEC. And this is a request from the council to evaluate modifying the Langbank Red Hind area closure to allow fishing for pelagic species during the closure. So today the council will discuss a white paper that was prepared for this. And the St. Croix, the idea for this, as you will hear, is the St. Croix DAP eventually meets for more information gathering. So we're going to have a presentation on that, and there's still information that needs to be collected to move forward. The next amendment is Amendment 3 to the Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and St. Croix FMPs. This is about new management measures for the dolphin and the wahoo, and would establish recreational back limits and size limit for fishing for dolphin and the wahoo stocks. So as you recall, the council chose preferred alternatives for Puerto Rico and revisited USVI alternatives. This is an amendment that is being developed by the IPT, and right now it is scheduled for the council to review the draft amendment at April 2024 meeting. So for this particular amendment, we're not going to have a presentation. The IPT is currently working in drafting the amendment. However, I would like to remind the council of the preferred alternatives that they chose. Christine, if you can go to the last slide, please. And then we'll go back. The last one, please. Yes, that one. Okay. So this is just to remind you, because we're not going to be discussing this, as part of presentations or anything else, unless you guys want to discuss it further, and then this can be requested to the chair if they wanted to discuss this at this time. So these are preliminary preferred alternatives that were chosen for everybody. For St. Croix and St. Thomas and John, the size limit, a minimum of 24 inches of workland, and for wahoo 32 inches workland, and for Puerto Rico the dolphin 24 workland and wahoo 32. So for recreational back limits in St. Croix and St. Thomas, the dolphin is 10 dolphin per person per day, not to exceed 32 dolphin per vessel per day, whichever is less. And for wahoo, 2 wahoo per person per day, not to exceed 10 wahoo per vessel per day, whichever is less. For Puerto Rico, dolphin would be the recreational back limit proposed is 5 dolphin fish per person per day, not to exceed 15 dolphin fish per vessel per day, whichever is less. And then for wahoo, 5 wahoo per person per day, not to exceed, I'm sorry for the mistake, 10 wahoo per vessel per day, whichever is less. So these are the preferred alternatives that you chose. And again, if the council would like to revisit or to have a little bit more discussion, that's something that that can be requested to the chair to see if there is time. So let's go back to slide number 3, please. Let's see, the number 3. No, the next one. No, that one. Sorry, can barely see. Okay. Right, so next is an action for developing federal permit system. This is an action that was tabled back in 2016 because the council was waiting for the big project, which was the island-based FMPs, to be completed before moving forward with this. And a couple of meetings ago, we brought back the action because the council was interested in doing this. So we had we did an overview of what a permit would look like. And then during this meeting, we have NIMS staff that will guide the discussion about permits, requirements, consideration during this meeting so that the council can have more information of what a permit system could look like. And we're also going to have a demonstration of how the permit system operates for other fisheries in the Southeast region. So the idea after this is that for an IPT to be able, an interdisciplinary planning team to be able to start developing an action for permits, the scope of the action needs to be refined. We need to know what are we looking for, right? Because there's so many things that can be done in a permit, and we're going to be talking about that. However, it will be very important for the council to provide guidance as to where they want to move forward so the process can be started. Next is the Queen Triggerfish reference point for the U.S. Virgin Islands. There's nothing to add other than what the SSC chair do that. So the already told us, or the SSC reported during the outcomes during this meeting. Another discussion that's going to be had today, it's the Grammanic Bank and Hind Bank discussion. This was based on concerns that were brought by the St. Thomas Fisher Association regarding Nassau Grouper, and they had some questions about connectivity between the Grammanic and the Hind Bank. What are the landings? What is the area use, outreach and education, and any other? So the council tasked staff to look into these issues and address questions through discussion during this meeting. So that's going to be discussed, I believe, tomorrow. The next one that was also something that came at the August 2023 meeting is a discussion about Puerto Rico Bajo de Seco and Nassau Grouper. This is researchers and fishers requested changes to management in Bajo de Seco to address the Nassau Grouper recovery, access to fish deep water fishing grounds, and enforcement of ESA, the ESA listing for the Nassau Grouper. So the council tasked staff to look into the issues and address questions. And so this is not going to be addressed at this meeting, but it will be addressed at a future meeting. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I'm almost done, but I just wanted to bring into the council's consideration some items that that could be addressed or should be addressed during the 2024. So one of them, we have mentioned this before, is the 2023 AM discussion, and this is revisiting ACLs for stocks that will fall under enhanced reporting because of the new management regime under the island-based FNPs. So this is basically stocks that may continue to exceed the ACL due to improved reporting. And this is probably because the species were not included in the forms before, they were included later on, the way that the stocks were grouped together. So there are patterns that these specific stocks will follow, and this is something that the council may want to task staff and the SSC and Zero in the Science Center to compile information so that the SSC can evaluate this. Another thing that the council may need to take into consideration for 2024 is determine actions to be taken when the pelagics annual catch target is exceeded. So the pelagics, they do have an accountability measure that is different than other species. However, there's not a specific action defined for when the ACT is exceeded, different to other species that when you exceed the ACL and accountability measure is triggered, there's a it's triggered and it can be implemented then, and it's not decided that it was due to enhanced reporting or improved reporting, then the fishery is closed, right, for the amount of time that it's needed for the ACL not to be exceeded again. So this is not the case for pelagics, and there's reasons for that. One of them is that, you know, these are new species that came for management, so there's still a lot that we don't know. However, because of the importance of these species, commercial and recreational, and the amount of land is, et cetera, it's important that there are measures to account for any exceedances on the ACTs and the ACLs so that we can manage these stocks properly. Another thing that will come toward 2024 is regarding management of coral, sea urchins, and sea cucumber, and any other species perhaps that have stock prohibitions. So the council may want to discuss a potential reclassification of these species as ecosystem component species, which are species that you don't have to set ACLs or AMs for them, but you keep an eye on them, right? Because they have a very important role in the ecosystem. And this is something that during the development of the island-based FMPs is something that we consider doing for corals, for sea urchins, and sea cucumbers, which are species that have stocks that have basically an ACL of 0, And it's very difficult to know because there's no data to know what is the overfishing status, right? Because an SYL was not set because there was no data. So right now in the status report, it's set as an unknown. So that's not ideal, right? So the council may need to consider other ways of managing the species. And if in the future, I mean, I doubt it for corals, but if in the future they wanted to move the species into regular management, they are, it should be done through the regular amendment process and discussion. So another one is the changes to framework actions that can be taken under each FMP. Part of this process, right, of the island-based FMP is that we are going to be discovering things that we can do better or we can do more effectively, right? And this is part of the amendments that we're going to be doing. So our framework actions, we would like the council to, if the council is interested, to make changes to address actions that are more routine, that, for example, additional changes to reference points or gear types, other to streamline the process a little bit better, which we think can be done. Framework amendments are still, you saw it goes pretty much through the same semi-process. They may take less time to develop because you don't have the same amount of time for reviews. That doesn't mean that, that there's any shortcuts. Everything is going to be evaluated. However, there's ways of making these changes more efficient so they don't take as long. And then another one will be the Quincon rebuilding plan. This is something that the rebuilding plan for the Quincon finishing was in 2020. So this is something that the council has not done yet and is evaluating if adequate progress was made on this rebuilding plan, if the Quincon population was rebuilt, or if there is a need to conduct a new rebuilding plan. So we obviously don't have the answer to those questions. So this is something that needs to be done, and it needs coordination between Zero, the Science Center, and the council's SSC. And then lastly, I just wanted to show, can you do the last slide, please? This one, the next one, that one. These are just two actions that I just wanted to mention. I think the council the last time decided that that they will bring this later on. So one was the trap reduction plan for the U.S. Virgin Islands for the EC that was evaluating compatibility with the trap reduction program, and that was the council postponing until more information and more interest on it. And then the other one does the timing of the seasonal area closures for the red hind grouper in Puerto Rico AC. So it was discussed during the August 2023 meeting, briefly discussed, and there were some discussions about postponing it until more information is collected from the species in these areas. So that's all I have. It's 12:07, so there were other presentations. I don't know if you want to move those, start the presentations of the amendments after the lunch, or if you want to continue right now. The next presentations are mine, so whatever Mr. Chair, whatever you want to do with this.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know how much time people need for lunch. I mean, I would like to at least get one or two presentations done. But I got a question about the future discussions in the sea cucumber sea urchin part of it. Didn't we a few years ago move to prohibit the harvest of these species? Are we gonna, when we move it to the ecosystem, is it still gonna be managed by us, or is it gonna take that away from?
Yes, no, the difference is that we keep an eye on them. We still manage it, but it's not the regular management like we have right now with an ACL or AMs, right? So I mean, the harvest is prohibited. That will not change. It's just that it's difficult to assess the status, and this is a requirement that we have to do for species that we don't have data on. So if you move into an ecosystem component species, because they're very important for the ecosystem, then you kind of like keep an eye on them. And in the meantime, go through the process of collecting data. But this for any of the species that harvest provisions or any other changes, it has to go, anything would have to go through the council process and the amendment process. These are not things that occur. Any changes to harvest provisions or allowances has to go through the council amendment process. So nothing really changes in terms of that other than, those management reference points that would be not applicable any longer, so that's a discussion that we can have. And then the council will be, obviously when we have that discussion, they can, go through everything was needed. There may be other options that we could do, but that's something to explore eventually.
Okay, because in our local fisheries advisory committee, we did recommend to the commissioner to prohibit the harvest of those species also. So we just wanted to stay within that framework.
Yeah, this is one of those things. I mean, I don't know if you have explicitly in your regulations for the sea cucumbers and the sea urchins. I don't think you guys have like a compatible regulation, but at least for federal waters, the harvest is prohibited for all these three groups.
Yeah, we just made the recommendation. It hasn't been approved yet, but probably will be. So if no one has a problem, maybe we can hear at least one of the presentations from Maria before we break for lunch. Sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to request a change. I would like to do the Rainbow Runner presentation first, because I think this is an action that is a little bit more simple. And at this point, we don't have a document created, so it will be just a presentation. And if there are any questions from the council, we can take them from there. So it will be the Rainbow Runner, Christina. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, this is a request from the council that came from some concerns from the DAP members of Puerto Rico, because the Rainbow Runner was classified under the Puerto Rico FMP as a reef fish. And by being classified as a reef fish, there are certain regulations that directly apply to the species. However, the species behaves more like a pelagic species, right? And is fished as a pelagic species. So the council requested the species to be reclassified as a pelagic species. Next slide. So the Rainbow Runner is also known as salmon in Puerto Rico, and is primarily a pelagic fish of the Jacks family. The species is widespread through the tropical and subtropical waters and can inhabit coastal and also offshore areas, often form schools of variable sizes. And then it is an important species for recreational fishers. And there are several different techniques that game fishers use, such as trolling, light bait, and jigs, for example. So it was added as a new species to the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan, which, as you all know, became effective in 2022. And it was included under the reef fish component along with the other jack species, but it is managed as its individual stock. So, so basically, like I said earlier, because it's included as a reef fish, the species is subject to management measures applicable to the reef fish. So, for example, seasonal closure in the Bajo de Seco area, which the reef fish is not allowed to be fished during the seasonal closure. And there's also recreational back limits that apply to reef fish, among other things. Next slide. So the Rainbow Runner is managed with annual catch limit for each one of the commercial and recreational sectors. There's a reef fish specific accountability measure, and there's also recreational back limits. In addition, regulations applicable to reef fish, such as a ban on the use of certain gear types and a prohibition on reef fish harvest and possession during October 1st through March 31st each year in Bajo de Seco, apply to this species. Next. Okay, so this is the background. At the April 2023 council meeting, the Puerto Rico District Advisory Panel discussed with the council an enforcement issue that was related to the harvest of the Rainbow Runner during the Bajo de Seco closure. And then, as I mentioned, reef fish harvest is prohibited during the seasonal closure. So this prompted the Puerto Rico DAP to advise the council that indeed the rainbow runner is targeted as a pelagic fish that inhabits the water column, and it is captured, with certain ways such as trawling and with live bait. So the DAP of Puerto Rico recommended that the council reclassify the species from a member of the reef fish component to a member of the pelagic fish component of the fisheries. Then, based on that recommendation, the council tasked their SSC to evaluate the available information and make a recommendation as to whether reclassifying the rainbow runner as a pelagic species was warranted. So during their May 2023 meeting, the SSC recommended the reclassification of the species as a pelagic under the Puerto Rico FMP. This is only for the Puerto Rico FMP because this species is not one that is included for management in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So then at the August 23 meeting, the council accepted the SSC recommendation and then decided to move forward with an amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP to make this change. And this is what we're discuss today. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this amendment is going to be a little bit different than what we're normally used to, okay? And this is because, at least for the National Environmental Policy Act requirements, we have to analyze if the action has the potential for to cause significant environmental effects, and that's how when you do an environmental assessment, which is what we typically do with our actions. And if after that is determined that there are significant environmental effects, that's when we move to environmental impact statement. So bottom line is that this change, right? This is a change that could classify as what under NEPA it's known as a categorical exclusion, which is a class of actions that a federal agency has determined that do not individually or cumulatively have a significant effect on the human environment. So you don't have to do an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement. So what does that mean? That we are not going to arrange this as your typical action with a bunch of alternative to analyze, because in reality, there's only a couple of things that we can do here. It's pretty much you either reclassify it as a pelagic fish or you don't, right? And then after that, if you do reclassify it as a pelagic fish, then there's certain things that need to be decided, right? Which is, for example, we already have an ACL. We're not changing that, right? Because this is not part of what was tasked and what the council was interested in doing. But then an ACT has to be calculated. So we're not, because purpose and need is usually something that we use for NEPA document. Let's call this an objective, right? So the objective would be to ensure that the species is managed in accordance to its life history characteristics and fishing patterns, which are consistent with the council management of pelagic species. So, as I said, the proposed option will be to reclassify the rainbow runner from the Puerto Rico reef fish group to the Puerto Rico pelagic group through Framework Amendment 3 to the Puerto Rico FMP. So what we're expecting to see from here is that all the regulations that apply to the reef fish, such as the recreational beck limit and the prohibition for the harvest of reef species during the Bajo de Seco, and that reef fish specific AM will not apply to the species any longer. So basically by doing this reclassification, those three things basically fall off, right? Because there's not a reef fish anymore, so you don't have to have that. And then specific regulations that apply to the pelagic species then would be applicable to the rainbow runners. Like I said, the annual catch target based on the current ACL of the species, and then pelagic species AMs, which have already been set by the council. Next slide. So this is the other proposed option, right? Because if you decide to reclassify the fish as a pelagic, then you have to establish an annual catch target, because that's how you decided that you were going to manage the pelagic species group. So this action or this option would establish a commercial and recreational ACT that will be based on the ACLs that were set for the species, and that would be equal to the 90% of the commercial ACL, recreational ACL, which is, there's nothing different in here. This is how the council decided that they were going to manage pelagic species, and if this species is being changed to a pelagic species, then this will also apply to it. So, and then the council, so as I mentioned earlier, for pelagic stocks, an AM-based season length reduction in the event of ACL overage is not applied. That's not the accountability measure that you decided. But if the annual catch target is exceeded, then the council will have to coordinate with the Science Center and the SSC to make a determination of what to do. And that is one of the things that I mentioned in the previous presentation that would be, it will be ideal for the council to address in 2024, right? But this is not relevant for purposes of this amendment right now, but it's something that would affect this species in the future. Okay, next slide. So this is just, on the next slide, it just says what is the AM applicable to the pelagic stocks. This is from the island-based FMPs. I'm going to read it. Process for triggering an AM for listed pelagic stocks. An AM will be triggered if the applicable landings, that is sector landings as available, exceed the applicable ACT, for example, the sector ACT for that stock complex. Regarding the applicable ACT, where landings data are available to manage by sector, the ACT is the sector ACT. And sector landings are compared to the sector ACT, right? Sector meaning commercial or recreational. The AM will be triggered only for the sector that exceeded the ACT. However, if landings data are not available to manage by sector, you know, there's no monitoring or data available for the recreational sector. The ACT for the sector with available landings would be the ACT for the stock or stock complex as a whole. And available sector landings are compared to the ACT for the stock or the stock complex as a whole, which is pretty much what we do with the ACL for the other species. The difference here is that this is an ACT with a percentage of that ACL that was put on to ensure that sustainability of that it's not exceeded, so to ensure some sustainability for the ACL. And then how do you apply an AM? If an AM is triggered, the council in consultation with the Science Center will assess whether corrective action is needed. Okay, next slide. And this is something that hasn't changed. This is in the island-based FMPs and the Puerto Rico FMP. This is how pelagic species will, the triggering and the application of the AM functions for pelagic species. So once you change it to the pelagic species, this is what it would apply to it, same as for others. Okay, and the next slide, these are the documents that would be developed by an IPT. There will be the framework amendment that would have, I have it here as one action, but in reality it's two, because one is reclassifying and the other one is setting the ACT. And then that, because of requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and I'm not talking about NEPA here, there are some requirements that we have to comply with in an amendment, right? Normally, when we do an amendment, we have both things together, you know, the Magnuson-Stevens Act requirements and the National Environmental Policy Act requirements, and that's all together in that document, right? Sometimes you could do it separate and there's going to be certain requirements that you have to comply with for one or the other. So from the MSA perspective, we will include a description of the fishery and then some biological, social, and economic effects, you know, that will be not as detailed as what we normally include when we're evaluating different alternatives, but it will be included in there as much as we can do with the limited information. However, like we said, this is not an action that would be, you know, we're not expecting this to be significant. This is more like, it could be like sort of an administrative action, but there's other things that we need to do, such as setting the ACT, et cetera, that our process doesn't allow to do it without this kind of amendment. There will be the economic reviews, such as regulatory impact review, regulatory flexibility analysis, which are their own acts that we analysis that we normally include on this amendment. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the document that will be used for this is the categorical exclusion, and that is under category A1, which is an action that is a technical correction or a change to a fishery management action or regulation which does not result in a substantial change. And that's the trick here. This is not a substantial change, right? We're not changing how the fishery operates, how people are fishing, etc. Doesn't result in a substantial change in fishing location, timing, effort, authorized gear types, or harvest levels. Okay, so as I mentioned, this is different than what we normally do, but it's simpler, right? We're not gonna be here saying action 1, alternative 1, 2, 3, and compare all of that, because we don't have to do this time. Okay, so we're expecting this to be a pretty straightforward process. Okay, and then the next slide is the last one. This is the action items and the next steps of what we have to do. So during this meeting, this is, you are just reviewing what is the proposed action plan for this, right, for the development. And then if you want us to move forward, then the IPT will develop Framework Amendment 3. And then the council would review the draft framework amendment and may want to take final action during April 23, pending the development of development status of the amendment. So if the IPT creates the document and develops the document and everything is fine, we bring it to April 2024, which is the expectation, and then the council can just take final action. And then after that, NIMS would develop the proposed rule, publishes the proposed rule, has a comment period, and then after that develops the final rule, publishes the final rule, and then the amendment becomes effective. And hopefully we can do all of that in 2024. Any questions? Yes.
Maria, so you will need a council motion at this time to pursue this, or it is understood that this is the intention of the council?
This is Kate Zamboni for the record. Unless there's something that the council would like to do differently than what Maria's laid out, I don't think there's a need for a motion, but if there's any cause for concern, or you want to analyze different options, this would be a good time to identify that.
Mr. Chairman, just in order to save time, and we have discussed this several times before, and the information that has been presented by Maria today, I believe that we're on the right direction, so we can allow the staff to continue working on this and then have the presentation at the April meeting.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maria, I'm a little concerned about the ACT assignment for the commercial fishers, because in my town, I saw landings of hundreds of pounds from commercial fishers. So maybe they don't report the catch. I don't know what's going on, but I can guarantee you that that is not always, because the rainbow runner is not a target fish that they go every day for it. But when they go, they always landing 100, 200, 300 pounds per trip. So I'm a little concerned about that.
Thank you, Nelson, for the comment. Well, we do have an ACL that was set for the species based on the landings information that was available at the time. So the harvest should be bound to that ACL, right? And then we have that ACT that was set lower, that will basically tell us, hey, you are approaching your ACL, you need to take some measures, right? So the question in here is, what are those measures that you want to take? I mean, the council can meet with the Science Center or the SSC and maybe decide, maybe we should set an accountability measure that would close the fishery, or maybe we should put a closure, or maybe we should just monitor, better on this area, something like that. But that has to be something that it's not included in the plan at this time. It was left open. So that is something that the council may want to discuss further. So the species would still be monitored. The difference is that if they reach their ACT, it's not closed, right? But that doesn't mean that the council cannot take an action to deal with that. Hope that answers your question. Thank you for the concern.
Yeah, I had the same concern as Nelson when I saw the difference between the commercial catch and the recreational catch. It seemed like the recreational targets the species because their number is pretty high. And I am concerned what happens if now that it's been moved to a pelagic species, the commercial sector decides that they're gonna target it more. And then what happens? I don't think that they should be punished just because they're harvesting more. I think if there's a possibility that we can revisit that ACL, if we notice that the data that's coming in is different, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Carlos. You know, revisiting the ACL is something that the council can request at any time. And my understanding was that in previous meetings, there had been discussion about revisiting certain ACLs. So that's something that the council can definitely pursue. However, if you don't think that this action should take place the way that it is right now, nothing is bounding you to do that. You know, if you want to do something before this change is made, then you're certainly able to do that.
Okay, because that number is for the commercial catch is pretty low. And so this is really a Puerto Rico issue because it seems like the USVI is not managing the species so they can do what they want with it. I think that's something we gotta look into also.
I think it's beneficial to make a decision in the direction we want to go. We don't want to, we created IBFMPs, we set ACLs, we had distinctions for which species were managed in which, and now we've decided that we want to make a change and move it to the pelagic. We can't keep doing the decisions by piecemeal every time we identify, or it will go on in perpetuity. And there are multiple things that we as a council need to get done. So I think if we want to make a decision to changes that we're going to ask the staff to make for this management decision, we make that decision now, or let them move forward with simply making the management recommendation, which we asked them to do, which was simply to move it into a pelagic from a reef fish. If we want to change that to looking at revising the ACLs, that is a different management request that we are asking of them, and we should make that decision now or move forward with this and make that at a different time.
I agree with that. I mean, it's a given that it's a pelagic species. I don't know who in the world came up with it being a reef fish, but I do think that we need to revisit that ACL for the commercial sector. That is a really low number, especially after what Crespo just stated.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, so it's very possible that this was an oversight, maybe, because you have 3 stocks of jacks that may behave, 2 stocks of them probably behave a little bit different than this one. So it's possible that it might have been an oversight. So this could be a correction, you know, of something that was done in the island-based FMP. And through time, we're going to be finding things that are there because obviously this is something that it's new for us. So the question that Sinai was saying is like, what do you want to do now so we can have guidance to move forward? There are 2 different processes. If you want to move forward with this, then, you know, you can request staff to move forward this. And then if you want to, and then later on, if you want to do revisit those ACLs, then that can be another request. Or you can just say, we're going to keep it as a reef fish for now until we can get information to change the ACL. So the decision is a council decision. There are things like if you want to keep it as a reef fish, right, how it is right now, then, you know, keep in mind that there are regulations that apply to the reef fish, which was the reason why it originally was brought to the council's attention, such as the recreational back limit, the way that the species was behaving, the people who were targeting the species were pelagic fishers, not reef fish. So one thing is, I understand the need for making changes to the ACL, but if you look at it, at least the way I'm looking at it, if the species being fished as a pelagic fish, then, you know, the council may want to address that. And then if there are changes that need to be done to the ACL, then they can, because to accommodate changes in the fishery, and that's why these fishery management plans should be adaptive enough to be able to accommodate that, then that's something that can be requested as well.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, it's not a refish. So I think we need to keep it as a transition into a pelagic, but I still think that we should revisit that ACL and get some input from Nelson. I mean, it's not affecting the USVI at all, but I'm just saying, although I'm USVI, I think it's important for the Puerto Rico commercial sector to have that revisited, the ACL. Catherine?
Mr. Chair, yeah, Kate Zamboni for the record. In light of the conversation, I think it would be helpful if the council voted on whether staff is to proceed as Maria's laid out on just the reclassification alone. And then if you want to take a separate vote as to whether or not to revisit the ACL in a separate action, I think it would help for clarity of the record if the council would take such a vote.
I'm good with that. Vanessa?
Thank you, Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Thank you, Catherine. I think that you respond my question that I will make. I suggest that we then make a motion or a vote for move forward with the decision to change to pelagic, as this already have been discussed, and then make another vote for the revisit the ACL. It's very important for the commercial sector.
So do we put that up on the screen? Cristina, puedes ponerla ahí y see if Kay can help us with the language, simple language, first one and the second, please. Entonces, Vanessa, sería tu moción, ¿verdad? Las dos.
I can provide a sample motion language. Are you ready? No. So looks like you're ready. Almost, okay. Okay, so yeah, there'd be two separate motions. So the first motion would be motion for staff to proceed with developing a framework amendment to the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan to amendment to the yeah. And then to reclassify rainbow runner as a pelagic species. So that would be the first motion. And then a second motion would be to request or move to request staff to revisit the ACL for the rainbow runner or the rainbow runner ACL. That's probably better. Under the Puerto Rico FMP. I would just keep it general for now, as opposed to specifying recreational, commercial, just consider them together. Yeah, you can make it plural ACLs, that's fine.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I move motion 1 for staff to proceed, with developing a framework amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP to reclassify rainbow runner as a pelagic species.
We need a second.
Craig Lowe, second.
Any discussion? Vance?
I don't recall we discussed this in the last meeting, but is there any specific life history information like length and infinity, age and maturity, growth rates, and that? I don't remember, so I'm just asking. No, there's nothing.
Okay, any more discussion? Any nays? Any abstentions? The motion carries. The motion was motion for staff to proceed with developing a framework amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP to, oh, they're so small. To, what? Or reclassify rainbow runner as a pelagic species. Okay. Next motion.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Motion to request staff revisit the rainbow runner ACLs under the Puerto Rico FMP.
We need a second.
Craig Lowe, second.
Okay, motion by Vanessa, second by Craig Lowe. Motion is to request staff to revise the rainbow runner ACLs under the Puerto Rico FMP. Open for discussion tonight.
So, given the need to have more information, I think on the landings, my question is, it doesn't seem to me that those numbers are based on a typo, based on like the landings information that's posted. It just seems like there isn't reporting of that data, right? And my question becomes, how will we be able to set an effective ACL without any more data on that species for this region? What would be the process by which we're going to undertake setting a different management limit with no more data than we have than what was already presented? So I think if we have a clear understanding of that, then I would be in favor of looking at reclassifying those ACLs. I think if we don't have that, it makes it difficult to make a determination as to well, maybe not. Maybe there is a way to make that determination without that data. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond to the
Yeah.
question, because I think it's a great question tonight, and maybe really the proper way to rephrase this motion is to task the SSC with looking at those ACLs to determine, right, if there is new information, because whatever the ACL has to be based on the best available information. And if the information hasn't changed, what would the rationale be for making an adjustment? That I don't know. And so what, the way it's phrased doesn't mean that the ACL would change. It means, hey, let's look to see if there's any new information that should be considered. And I think everyone understands that this would happen after the reclassification. So the one amendment would kind of come back to you first, but in the meantime, there would be that undertaking to see if there's additional information.
Okay, so are we gonna task the SSC or are we gonna leave the motion as is?
Just have the motion as is, and then we can instruct we talk to the SSC chair and you can put it together, and Graciela can take a note and then can discuss it.
Okay, sounds good. I think that's important. Maria?
Based on the recommendation that Kate had earlier, it should be motion to request the SSC to revisit, not staff. So that's something like who put the motion together, perhaps I want to make a change.
Yeah.
Maria, you have the document for that? To present it to the SSC or just one line and let it?
Well, those are two different things. So for motion number one, there's an IPT and the IPT would move forward with the development of this amendment and they will be coming with that amendment for April. Then the second topic will be, a task for the SSC to look into the information that is available and see if it's warranted to make a change to that ACL based on that new information. So that's something that we, the staff, will not be working with. That's we can work with the SSC collecting on the Science Center, collecting all the information that the SSC will need to make their evaluation, but that will be two different processes based on the way that this was set up.
Okay, because that's important, Mr. Chairman, but that's the task that Vance will undertake for the next SSC meeting. Then,
Okay. I have Sinai and then Graciela.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was just going to make a motion to revise the motion to read, request the SSC to revisit the Rainbow Runner ACLs under the Puerto Rico FMP.
Graciela.
So, staff would need to require, the council will need to request from the Science Center any information from the Rainbow Runner that needs to be assessed by the SSC. So it's staff and the SSC.
but the point is that we have the language that will allow us to do that, and then we'll take the details later on. And if we follow what Vance was saying, there's nothing that we can offer the next time. There's no information. So we'll go through the process and we'll give you a.
So the motion maker, Vanessa, you agree with the change?
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Yes, I agree with the change.
Regular second, you agree with the change? Mhm. Okay, so the motion has been revised to say motion to request the SSC to revisit the Rainbow Runner ACLs under the Puerto Rico FMP. Any more discussions? Okay, taking it to a vote. Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
So, Mr. Chair, the next presentation, it's also, my presentation, it shouldn't be very long, depending on what the council, if the council wants to discuss, hoping that everybody's not super hungry, right? But that will put us back on track, right? Okay, so Christina, can you go to the troll and net gear presentation? Okay, so this is amendment to the Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas and St. John FMPs, and this is troll, netgear, and descending devices. Next slide. So these are the outcomes from the August 2023 meeting. The council had already chosen preferred alternatives for the action that deal with the troll, for the purse scenes, and also for the trammel nets, right? So the way that, can you go back one, please? One more. To the second slide. One more. Okay, right there. So this is just to remind you how the actions were set up. So under action 1, there's gonna be for Puerto Rico. So action 1A is troll net, action 1B gill nets, action 1C trammel nets. We need to go back one more. Oh, it's okay. That was my bad then. All right. So hold it until you can. So anyway, otherwise I will just read it. So, and then action 2 is all of the same things for St. Croix. And then action 3 is all of the same gear types for St. Thomas and St. John. And then action 4 is one that applies to the 3 islands. And this is the one for descending devices, right? And this is the requirement to have a descending device ready for use in when you're fishing for reef fish. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, so the purpose and need is to prevent potential damage to habitats, including essential fish habitat from certain gear types, protect species associated with such habitats, as well as to promote best fishing practices and enhance the survival of released fish in the EEC around Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas and John. The need for this amendment is to minimize potentially adverse effects of fishing to habitats and associated species and to minimize the mortality of bycatch species. Next slide. This is something that we have discussed in many meetings, and just a reminder of what purpose and need that the council set. Okay, so this is a summary of the actions with their preferred alternatives, and this is included in a document that you will have. It's version 3.3 from November 2023. This is the document that it's in your briefing book. Okay, so actions 1A, 2A, and 3A, right? It's modifying the use of troll gears in federal waters, troll gear in federal waters around Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas, respectively, like 1A, 2A, and 3A. So the alternative that you chose as a preferred for all three islands is to prohibit the use of troll gear for all fishing in the EEZ around each one of the three islands, right? So as you know, troll gear is not a gear that it's been used or has been used in the past, and this is more like a preventive measure used to protect all the habitat that is in the Caribbean, that it's very special. So actions 1B, 2B, and 3B is modify the use of gill nets in federal waters around Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas, respectively, 1A, 1B, 2B, and 3B. This one, the alternative would say prohibit the use of gill nets in the EEZ around Puerto Rico, and there were three different sub-alternatives. So the sub-alternative that you all chose for all three islands was modified based on the discussion that we have in August 2023. And I'm going to read it, how you presented it. For fishing for all federally managed species and limit the use of gill nets in the EEZ around Puerto Rico or St. Croix or St. Thomas and St. John, depending on the alternative. So alternative to fish for non-federally managed species with surface gill nets that meet the following specifications and requirements. Number one, mesh size of the surface gill net must be 0.75 inches square or 1.5 inch stretch. We talk about this being the specific measurement of that surface gill net. Number two, that there will be only, excuse me, one surface gill net. Sorry, one surface gill net up to 600 feet in length that would be permitted per vessel. Number three, that the surface gill net must be used 20 feet or more above the bottom. And number four, that the surface gill net must be tended at all times. So this is the way that the IPT wrote what you expressed during the last council meeting. Let's go to the next slide. For actions 1C, 2C, and 3C, modify the use of trammel nets in federal waters around Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas and John, respectively, actions 1C, 2C, and 3C. The preferred for all three islands is to prohibit the use of trammel nets for fishing in each one of the EEZs of Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas and John, respectively. So regarding this one, the trammel nets is something that is prohibited already in USBI territorial waters. So this would be something that will make that regulation compatible. In Puerto Rico, trammel nets are something that it's allowed to be used in state waters. However, trammel nets have been already prohibited for use in the EEZ for reef fish and spiny lobsters. So this will be extending those prohibitions of this gear to the new pelagic species, and also to all fish, because it's to all fish, and so that also includes non-managed species. Actions 1D, 2D, and 3D would modify the use of persins in federal waters around Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas and John. So this one would prohibit the use of persins for all fishing, not only managed species, but only non-managed species. So this is a gear that is also not used in the waters in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So this is a preventive measure too that will prohibit the potential use in the future. Okay, next slide. The last action is a requirement for use of descending devices for the reef fish component of the Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas and John FMPs. The alternative that was chosen for all three islands is require a descending device be on board a commercial or recreational vessel and readily available for use while fishing for or possessing species in the reef fish component of the Puerto Rico St. Croix and St. Thomas St. Joe FMP. I don't know if you guys want me to read what the descending device is. I can read it. For the purpose of this requirement, a descending device means an instrument to which is attached a minimum of a 16 ounce of weight and a length of a line that will release the fish at the depth from which the fish was caught, or a minimum of 60 feet. The descending device attaches to the fish's mouth or is a container that will hold the fish. The device must be capable of releasing the fish automatically by the actions of the operator of the device or by allowing the fish to escape on its own. Since minimizing surface time is critical to increasing survival, descending devices shall be readily available for use while engaged in fishing. As a reminder, this regulation would not require persons to use the descending device, right? Because the use of a descending device is not always needed, right? So for those fish that show signs of barotrauma, the requirement is to have the descending device ready for use in the vessel, right? So in case you need it, then you go ahead and use it as a way of minimizing the mortality of fish that you are returning to the water. Now, as a reminder to the council, this was one action that needed the council to take some measures regarding outreach and education, because obviously this is going to be a requirement for fishers and there's a lot to do, right? We cannot require something from the persons is that there's not a proper outreach and education of what they have to do, right? And we also talk about that descending devices are very low cost. You can create a descending device with materials that you may already have in your boat. There's also programs that can provide the descending devices for you, or they are also can be purchased, but they're not very expensive. So all of this we discussed in the past in previous meetings. Next slide, and this is the last one for now. Okay, so what are the action items and the next steps? So during this meeting, the council would review the final draft of the amendment, this version 3.3 that it's in your briefing books. And there's also a draft codified text, which is basically the regulations that would be implementing this amendment, so that regulations can become effective on the changes that were presented and preferred in here. And then if the council wants to move forward, then at this meeting, they can approve the amendment for submission to the Secretary of Commerce, allowing staff to make editorial edits. So that's something that can be done today. We will have to discuss before we move forward with this. Kate is going to be bringing up the draft codified text for your review. And then the plan is in 2024, NIMS prepares a notice of availability for this amendment, which is basically publishing the amendment for your review. And then after that, the proposed rule that would be implementing that amendment will also publish. So there will be two opportunities for the public to comment, one for the amendment and one to the proposed regulations. And when the time comes to do that, there will be instructions and fishery bulletins and other outreach and education about this that I'm pretty sure that staff from the council will ensure that this goes out and everybody has an opportunity to know what's going on. And I believe that this may include also, having having information in Spanish. So after that, NIMS would prepare a final rule, right? If everything goes well, and then that's also published. And then after that, there's a cooling period, and then the amendment will become effective. So if we move forward today, then this is something that will most likely, assuming that everything goes, move straight forward, that could be become effective on 2024. So I think either questions first, and then Kate can go ahead and review the codified text, or however you want to do this, Mr. Chair.
Miguel.
We were discussing, Maria and Kate, the possibility of allowing the public to get information on the sending devices. And Kate suggested that the mere fact that you approve this doesn't mean that you all have the implementation all at the same time for a specific day. Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Kate Zamboni for the record. When NIMS publishes a proposed rule, it often, for things like this, will ask the public, hey, let us know if you think additional time is needed to come into compliance, in which case it is not uncommon for the agency to delay either the effective date of a certain part of the rule or that the requirement to have those descending devices, not get kicked in for some period of time. And so I would encourage the council to just, instead of directing NIMS how much time is needed, just let NIMS do that as part of a proposed rule process, in which case the public can comment on how much time is needed. Again, the default is generally a 30-day cooling off period. And so if it makes sense for the public to have more time than that, NIMS can ask the public for that input.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, after the presentation, then what do you need from the council at this time? Is a motion to what?
So I haven't gone over the codified text yet, and Maria said, unless, I don't know, I can go over the codified text now, or if there's questions about Maria's presentation, make sense to entertain those, or if there's any concerns about the framework amendment that's in the briefing book. Chair, would you like me to proceed with the codified text?
Sure.
Okay. Can you pull that up? It is part of the briefing material. So I'll just walk through what the changes would be in the regulations. And it starts with the table, if you will, on that's codified in 50 CFR 600.725. And this is the table that lays out what the authorized gear types are and what this amendment would do if you, so first we see the Puerto Rico FMP, and under B, if you scroll down to the next page, under the commercial fishery right there, the word gillnet will no longer appear. And so it's deleted from there, but currently gillnet is an authorized gear for reef fish that are managed under the FMP. And that's going to go away because this, what I'll call the surface gillnet, is only going to be used for the non-FMP species. And then similarly, if you see under the pelagic fish, the word gillnet will be gone. It will be retained for the non-FMP, and you're not seeing that because there's no change, but that will remain there. And under G, yeah, right where you are, the word trawl will be gone because that will no longer be an authorized gear for any fish species in the Puerto Rico FMEEZ. And then similar changes for St. Croix. So again, the word gillnet will be removed from the reef fish FMP species for, it's not there anyway. It's there for pelagic currently under B. And so that'll be deleted from the commercial. It'll be retained for the non-FMP, pelagic, and trawl will be removed from non-FMP commercial fishery under, G. And then same changes for St. Thomas, St. John. So that's the authorized gear. And then if you continue scrolling down, when we get to regulations that are specific for each island FMP, it starts with 50 CFR 622.437. And this is specific to Puerto Rico. And it is currently a section that it talks about prohibited gear, and it's going to be broadened now to cover prohibited and required gear and methods. And that first sentence is the general prohibition now for trawl, trammel net, and purse seines. They're all prohibited. And what that means is by having it show up here as a prohibited gear, no one can petition the council to allow it to use it, even though it's not an authorized gear. The next change would be in subparagraph A. We're going to define refish, so it's pretty clear to everybody that it means the species that are defined in 622.431. Again, that's specific to Puerto Rico. And then the rest of it's just like a little bit reorganized. So you have the poisons that doesn't change at all. For powerheads, we're going to delete what used to read as a rebuttable that said the possession of a mutilated reef fish in or from the EEZ around Puerto Rico and a powerhead constitutes a rebuttable presumption. We're going to take that out. And then under 3, it's just going to say gill net, whereas it used to say gill nets and trammel nets. There's no longer now a need to say trammel nets are going to be prohibited for reef fish because it's just prohibited for everything up above. And similarly, we're going to take out the language about there being a rebuttable presumption. We're going to get into the requirements for using a gill net a little bit further down, but for now, you'll now see a new paragraph 4. This is going to be the requirement to have a descending device to be on vessel and ready for use. This doesn't talk about when it would be effective. Again, we could handle that in the final rule after getting comments on it. So that's going to lay out the requirements for the descending device. And then if you continue to scroll down, there's now a new subparagraph B. Oh, and I'll note that the descending device, it is specific to the reef fish, right? So that's why it shows up under that subparagraph A. Subparagraph B is just currently blank. It's been reserved. And so we're going to use it now for pelagic fish. And like for the reef fish, we're going to tell the public exactly what we mean by that. And it's the species defined in 622.431 for Puerto Rico. And it's going to specifically say that a gill net cannot be used in the EEZ around Puerto Rico to fish for pelagic fish, meaning those pelagic fish that are managed. C is currently says it's spiny lobster. We don't change C1 or 2, but C1, but for C2, we're going to take out trammel nets here again, because it's now just prohibited for all the fish species, taking out that rebuttable presumption language. And then we have a new subparagraph D. So subparagraph D is not specific to reef fish. It's not specific to pelagic. It's not specific to spiny lobster. It applies to everything. And this is where you see that a gill net may be used in the EEZ around, in this case, Puerto Rico, to fish for species not listed in 622.431. So these are your not managed species. And it can be used by commercial fishermen if the gill net meets the following requirements. And so here are the specifications that the council has specified. It has to be tended to or supervised at all times. The mesh size limit, the mesh size requirements, the limit to 1 gill net per vessel, the maximum length, and the fact that it has to remain contact with the surface and can't be used within 20 feet of the bottom. And then all those changes get repeated in 622.477, which is specific to St. Croix. So I won't repeat everything, but the changes are exactly the same. And then scrolling further down, 622.512 would contain all those changes for the St. Thomas, St. John FMP. And I'm happy to entertain any questions about that.
Any council member wants to, I have Tony Blanchard that wants to make a comment about descending device, but I want to give the council members priority. Everybody good? Okay, Blanchard.
Morning, everybody. Tony Blanchard for the record, commercial fisher. The problem I see with the descending device is here we're going to add on another regulation. the practicality of the descending device, to me, doesn't really make sense. And I'm going to explain to you why. I think it's more practical, since we're using these for refish, to use the syringe where you poke the fish to release the air than the descending device. You pull in the fish from bottom and then you're going to slack him back down. Number one, you got him hooked up to a device to begin with. He's an automatic target. I think it would be more practical for a fisherman to use the syringe than to actually try and take the time to put each fish on a hook or whatever it is, or in a tube, whatever you choose to use, and send it down to the bottom. Now, I don't know how much of us in here has actually fished with traps, especially with traps. You might have 10, 15 fish that need to go to the bottom. The amount of time that is expended, the fish suffering there, number one, and number two, to go and do the same process with 15 fish is very time consuming. So to me, I think what we have here is a problem that I have seen throughout the years where we have regulations. There's no way to enforce the regulations to begin with. And some of the regulations just don't make sense to a man that has been doing this for so long. So the practicality for me, it makes less sense to do that. It's better if you just tell me, take the needle, poke the fish, and throw him back overboard. That's what makes sense to me. But to tell me I go take another half hour to do my job, number one, you're putting the fish to suffer more than anything else. The chances of them making it to back to bottom is probably ain't good. It's probably less than you just throwing them back over. So here we would have another regulation that would be put on the fishers that to the end of the day, I really don't think we're getting any benefits out of it, meaning the fishery. So that's basically my comment on that. And the other part I see with this here is where we have nets that we can't have them no closer than 20 foot to the bottom. Once again, how are you going to manage this? Who is going to actually go overboard when the net is slack to make sure you're at least 20 foot from the bottom with that net? So once again, we have regulations here that makes no sense. Because if you can't enforce it, it don't make no sense. Why have the regulation? All we having is regulation upon regulation upon regulation that don't make no sense and can't be enforced. And then you're gonna ask the fishers or the, let's say MRIP, to go out there and explain to the fishers why they need to use these devices. I go and I tell the rest of them fishermen that this is what we got to do to send the fish back to the bottom. They go watch me and laugh. Because they know I know better. So I think we need to stop fooling each other and let's just be honest with what is practical and not practical and what can be enforced and what can't be enforced. And then minimize some of the headache and the legwork. And that's just my comment.
Thank you, Tony.
So I don't know if most of that was directed to me, but just in response to the codified text, the proposed text, again, the language would not require anybody to use the descending device. And I think that's very much on purpose because, you know, like to your point, how would you enforce that? And not everyone might quite know exactly how to use it, but the requirement is simply to have one on board for those that, you know, would know when to use it appropriately and how to do it. It is there and ready for use. But there's no requirement that it actually be put to use, so that we don't, you know, inadvertently create more harm than good here. But others may have more to say about the gentleman's comments.
Clay.
Yeah, and I appreciate Mr. Blanchard's comments. We've had these same discussions with the South Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Councils. And it is particularly challenging for commercial fishermen who are landing a lot of fish to release all these with the typical, single fish descender devices. Venting, where you use a hypodermic needle to vent the fish, can work, but it has to be done right. So professionals who do it a lot probably can do it pretty well. We find a lot of times recreational fishermen don't do it so well. And descending devices work better. But I've also seen some pretty ingenious devices where people use things like milk crates and invert them, take the fish down to the bottom. You can put multiple fish in them at once. So I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think there are some ways fishermen can come up with to get the fish down to the bottom quickly and protect them from predators. But I agree that it's not always completely practical for commercial fishermen to use the typical descender devices that people think of, like the things with a little hook that drag them down to the bottom.
Miguel?
Yeah, I go back to what Kay said, this is not a regulation that will force everybody to do it. And in addition, we receive money from National Marine Fisheries Service to buy the darn thing, $25,000. And I had to buy it before December 31st without any money because we have problems with a SAP. So we also hire Dr. Michelle Shatter. She's working with Marcos, and they put together a video for outreach and education. And Dr. Ali Ortiz are working on a fact sheet. So the council already decided in a way to go with the descendant device, but we have not decided. And I believe that what Kay said is the best way is not to have a mandatory regulation that will be mandatory for everybody, for every fish, to hook it on the descendant device and send it down there. It will be impractical to do it. It will be almost laughable. It's already there already. Commercial fishermen are laughing about it. So if the council agrees with what we have seen today, we can proceed with this. We are going to distribute the descendant devices, so people will have it at hand. Recreational fishermen have approached me and I said, Miguel, if you have that, I would like to use it. And of course, you cannot compare the operation of a recreational fisher with a commercial fisher for the same species, but it's there.
Maria?
Yeah, thank you. This is Maria Lopez. So one of the reasons that the council wanted to do this is because it's part of what is considered best fishing practices, right? So this fish that you return to the water may be a regulatory discard, a fish that there's a regulation that applies. For example, it's a fish that it's in a closure, a fish that doesn't comply with the minimum size. So these are fish that, by law, you are required to return to the water, right? So many of the times, because of the fishing gear or the way, like you said, like there's a trap and it has fish, is that many of these times the fish are not going to make it. So what this is trying to do is increase the opportunities for those fish to survive. That's it, right? We want to give them the best chance. There's the other type of discards, which are the ones that are more related to the market. There's going to be fish that you're like, I'm not keeping this fish because I cannot do anything with this, or it's not a desirable species, etc. Again, what this is trying to do is to improve the chances for this fish to live. There are going to be some that are not going to make it, but they may be others that may make it because of something that you do. But again, this is not required. It's just something that is a best practice, right? There's other fishers that may prefer to bend the fish, right? And there's not a requirement to bend the fish. So what we're trying to do here, what the council is trying to do with this, is to improve the chances for those fish that are returned to the water. This is not so much about enforcement, but this is more about caring for the resource, right? It's like if we want to see it that way, it's like, how can if I'm taking so many measures to protect the species, why not take that extra step when I'm able to? Because again, as I said, not always you're going to be able to return that fish alive. There's maybe you return the fish and maybe a shark will eat it, or the fish is into so much trouble that there's no way. I mean, if you catch a fish that is from deep water, why are you even using a descending device? That fish is already a goner, right? So you use your expertise and your experience to decide what to do. Okay. But what we're trying to do is increase the chances of this fish that we protect so much to survive.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just add that there's abundant research that various types of descending devices and venting, when it's done right, decreases the discard mortality substantially. And actually, even if the fish comes out with the stomach everted out of its mouth, if you can get it down, a lot of them surprisingly survive. In the South Atlantic and Gulf Councils, sometimes where we can demonstrate that the devices are being used and estimate a lower discard mortality rate, it translates into more fish that can be landed. Because what matters is the total number that's being killed by the fishery. So if you can reduce the dead discards, it means you can keep more in the boat. So it makes sense to pursue regulations like this. And even if you're not requiring the individual to use them, that's difficult to enforce. A lot of the councils are still investing heavily in education, teaching people how to use them, particularly for the recreational fishery.
Okay. No, I kind of agree. The more tools you have for a fish to survive, the better. But when it comes to the outreach and education, the video that's being developed, I would like a copy to put in the St. Croix Enforcement Office, because they have a monitor as you walk in there, and while you're waiting for your boat registration, you can see this descending device being used. I think that's kind of important to have there, especially like Clay said, the recreational user more than the commercial user, commercial fisher.
So the next step is the council wants to proceed with this amendment, and they think that this amendment and the regulations are ready to move forward, then they can put a motion to, approve the amendment for submission to the secretary, and then a motion to deem the codified text. We can help staff to create those motions if they want to.
Okay, that sounds good. So what we'll do is we'll break for lunch while the staff develops the motions, and then come back in and take care of that. Sounds good? Yeah, 1 hour, so it's 1:22. Why? Two. Yeah, okay, so we'll be back at 2:30. Okay, we're gonna get back to work. Yeah, right. So we still gotta go now and do the motion for, my God. Well, so we're gonna go over the motion for the, trial night gear and descending device. All right. We need to put an L after trawl down below also. Number 5. All right. Okay, so here are the motions for the net gear and descending device. So we need a council member to move on this.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. To present the motion that the council moves to approve Amendment 2 to the Puerto Rico, San Croix, and San Thomas and John Fishery Management Plans, trawl, net gear, and descending devices with preferred sub-alternatives for each action as identified in the presentation, and submit the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for approval.
James Craiglow, second.
Okay, the motion by Vanessa, seconded by Craiglow. The motion is the council moves to approve Amendment 2 to the Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas, St. John Fishery Management Plans, trawl, net gear, and descending device with preferred alternative, sub-alternative for each action as identified in the presentation, and submit the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any nays? Oh, Craiglow. Oh, so nice. Oh. Oh, okay, you're talking. So. All right, so, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any nays? Any abstention? One absent, which is Senai Haptis, motion carries. Our next motion. Craig.
James Craiglow for the record. I move that the council, number 4, the council moves to allow staff to make editorial, non-substantive changes to the Amendment 2 to Puerto Rico, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John Fishery Management Plans, trawl, net gear, and descent devices. Any changes will be reviewed by the council chair.
Need a second?
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, motion made by James Craiglow, seconded by Vanessa Ramirez. The motion is the council moves to allow staff to make editorial, non-substantive changes to the Amendment 2 to the Puerto Rico, St. Croix, and St. Thomas, St. John Fishery Management Plan, trawl, needs an L, trawl, net gear, and descendant devices. Any changes will be reviewed by the council chair. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
First, I ask if there's any more discussion on that. Missed that one. Okay. Any nays? Any abstention? Motion carries. Number 5.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Motion read, the council moves to deem the regulations presented by staff as necessary and appropriate for implementing Amendment 2 to the Puerto Rico, San Croix, San Thomas, and John Fishery Management Plans, trawl, net gear, and descending devices, and to give the council chair the authority to deem any modifications made to the proposed rule as necessary and appropriate for implementing Amendment 2.
Okay, need a second?
I second Roberto Sabater.
Motion by Vanessa, seconded by Sabater. Motion is the council moves to deem the regulation presented by staff as necessary and appropriate for implementing Amendment 2 to the Puerto Rico St. Croix St. Thomas St. John Fishery Management Plan. Trawl, net gear, and descending devices, and to give the council chair the authority to deem, to deem any modification made to the proposed rule as necessary and appropriate for implementing Amendment 2. Any discussion? Sinai?
So just clarify for me again as to why we need to have it where it can't go back for review? Like, what kind of amendments will the chair be making towards that one? That's just my one question.
I believe it's
This is just grammatical and.
yeah, by staff. Catherine.
Sorry, yeah, Kate Zamboni, I'll answer that question. Oftentimes in the rulemaking process, staff might identify a need to make a change, and rather than bringing it back to the whole council, this motion basically empowers the chair to review those changes and approve them. And this is all tied to, like, the regulations have to be, what is the phrase? Necessary and appropriate for implementing the amendment. And so this is the council, or sometimes acting through the chair, saying, yes, we agree that these regulations are necessary and appropriate to implement the thing that we want done. But the changes wouldn't originate from the chair. The changes would originate from staff. And it's, again, just usually as part of the rulemaking process. Maybe we identify a better way of saying something, or maybe even through the public comment process, there's a desire to make a change.
Great, thanks, Kate. That satisfies my question.
Thanks, Sinai. Thank you, Kate. So, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. All righty. So we're gonna make a little change to. Maria, are you finished? Yeah, okay, thanks. A little change to the agenda, and we're gonna have Wesley Merton discuss update on dolphin fish project.
Tenemos a Wesley, que
Wesley, do you hear us?
tiene el micrófono muted. Mucho tu voz en los council meeting, ¿no?
Wes, can you hear us? Wes? Pero no está ahí. Ah, míralo, sí está ahí. Wes, your microphone is off. Can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
Perfect, thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you very much. I forgot I was an hour back from Atlantic Standard Time. So let me just pull up the presentation. Okay. Here. Okay, so let's see. Do you see presenter view or the actual presentation view?
We are not seeing your presentation.
Okay, hold on one second.
Sí, sí, eres el co-host.
Okay, so you should see the presentation view now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, so sorry about that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present here today. So our last talk with regards to our research was actually on August 16th, this past summer. And then the one previous to that to the council was on December 8th, 2021, so 24 months ago. We also presented our FAD research 18 months ago. And so I'd just like to thank the Caribbean Fishery Management Council for your continual engagement with our research program and interest in our research, especially during these important meetings. And so today's talk is really to serve as an update to this past summer's talk. And so just as a refresher, our tagging program, known as the Dolphin Fish Research Program, is an international tagging program designed to collect movement, life history, and population trend data on the species. This program began as a state-funded study in South Carolina back in 2002. It went to the private sector in 2006, and we are now at the end of our 22nd year. With more than 35,000 tagged dolphin fish, 808 recaptures, and 97 satellite tags deployed, and 14 publications, our citizen-driven effort is continuing to expand. And now what dovetails nice with our tagging work is working with anglers relative to fish aggregating devices. And so currently there are 20 active FADs off the north coast of Puerto Rico, and we have logged 2,996 catch and effort trip reports since this work began. 1,171 fish have been tagged and released at FADs within the Caribbean Sea, and that is as of today. With our FAD work, we are also deploying acoustic tags relative to the FADs, and we have involved 51 vessels in our catch and effort research over time. And so 2 papers have been published with relation to this research effort. And so I present that information to you just to provide you with the origin of the data that we present during our talks to the council and for our talk today. And so my main objective today is to provide an update of specific data collected through the DRP and our FAD work in the U.S. Caribbean Sea and the broader Caribbean Sea basin. So I'll be presenting 2 case studies. The first is of commercial catch trends off southern DR, and then I'm going to provide a demo of our entire DRP movement data set to focus in on the data gaps that remain to be explained to help us better understand this resource. And so for case study 1, let's get into commercial catch off southern DR from July until November this past year. And so as I presented this past August, I actually presented this exact slide. We began collecting daily catch data from an active commercial fisherman fishing south of DR. And so over this time period, we logged 16 trips. So the average landings over these trips was 416 pounds of dolphin fish per outing, with a maximum of 670 pounds during one trip and a minimum of 40. In total, over those 16 outings, there was 5,430 pounds of dolphin fish landed from this one commercial boat fishing south of DR. Now, we've logged over 50 trips up to this point, which is starting to show some more relevant data and trends to our ongoing quest to better understand population exploitation patterns in the region. And so a couple points here. So the image on the left are the images we receive after each trip along with the weight of the species landed. So the angler actually provides weight of all species depicted in the images. The combo plot in the middle of the slide depicts time on the x-axis and the cumulative dolphin fish catch in pounds on the first y-axis on the left, and then the number of trips are on the secondary y-axis. So the blue and the green lines on the x-axis denote where the angler was focusing fishing effort. So blue on the x-axis is for where he's fishing at the balsas, and the balsas are also known as the fish aggregating devices in DR. Green is when he's fishing towards coastal areas. So really up until the end of September, all trips were offshore to the balsas. And then from the end of September until the end of November, just a few days ago, basically over the last 24 trips, only 7 trips were offshore to visit the balsas. And so effort has shifted more toward the coast, and hence he's catching other types of species such as wahoo, kings, kingfish, barracuda, tuna, and marlin as well, which is starting to make up a greater composition of the catch than when visiting the balsas offshore, which is mainly mahi. And so over the 38 outings in which there's actually dolphin fish present in the catch, the average amount of dolphin fish in those outings is 298 pounds per outing, with a maximum of 700 pounds per outing and a minimum of 12 pounds in an outing. And so I will state that he mentions that 1,000 pounds is considered a good outing for a dolphin fish catch fishing south of DR. In total, we've logged 11,348 pounds in 38 outings from one boat south of DR. And just to provide a couple images here of what these image reports look like. So this is a typical offshore catch from October 10th, just about 6 weeks ago, of 260 pounds of dolphin fish caught offshore at the balsas. And so I will state, though, that there do appear to be some smaller undersized fish mixed into this catch. And so there are currently actually no regulations, whatsoever for dolphin fish in DR. No minimum sizes, no commercial daily quotas, bag limits, anything like that for commercial or recreational sector. Now, the angler reports that, fishing the balsas really is from February to the end of September. And so we're really interested to see how this winter and subsequent spring that's coming up is going to look for his offshore effort. And now the coastal effort, though, in a coastal catch is a stark contrast to the offshore fishing. And so, yes, small marlin are being landed here during these coastal outings, along with hundreds of pounds of barracuda on certain days, wahoo, and kingfish. And so these images should raise your eyebrows. They certainly raise mine, and they shed further light on our need to collect data on pelagic catch throughout the Caribbean basin, where data is lacking. I mean, data is definitely lacking in DR, but it's also lacking in Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Haiti, Jamaica, the Lesser Antilles, and throughout the Caribbean basin. And so we're trying hard to shed some light on these issues. And so, folks, one of the big questions is there's an FAO UN Fish for ACP project that's ramping up in DR. And the question is how to make the DR dolphin fish fishery and just more generally their FAD and their pelagic fishery more sustainable. And so I presented this slide this past August, and I wanted to share it again here today due to its relevance. And recently, DR just submitted their 2021 dolphin fish commercial landings value, which is the highest yet. And so we have had discussions with government officials in DR that have stated that there's about 2,369 Dorado anglers. And so remember, we're only recording one, catch information from one angler. The values that we're getting from him are really, to us, kind of shocking. But point being is that with this most recent FAO estimate, the DR commercial sector is now nearly the equivalent size as historically the largest single landing entity in our Western Central Atlantic region, which is the Eastern Florida Shelf recreational sector. And so the bar plot here on this slide shows the Eastern Florida recreational sector as red and the DR commercial sector as black. During the most recent year when there were estimates for both, landings of dolphin fish. Now, if you were to go from DR to the Florida Straits along the north coast through the Old Bahamas Channel, that's only 700 miles. If you were to go from DR to the Loop Current in the Florida Straits via the Caribbean Sea, that's 1,000 miles. And so what we have here is basically a very large fishery that is, up current of the Florida Straits, basically in a very close proximity to where one of the biggest issues for the species is currently being depicted, and that is in Florida Straits, where we've seen, a stark decline in catch, in size, and fishery trends reported by, anglers from Key West up to Cape Canaveral. And so, going back to the angler that we have been monitoring, we've only monitored 38 outings, but the amount of fish that we've documented basically almost constitutes 1% of this annual value that DR is reporting. But he claims that he makes 100 to 150 outings per year. And so we don't know what we will have when we get to that point, but point being that, we think that this estimate from the government of DR is still an underestimate. Now, here is a plot just showing the U.S. MRIP data for Eastern Florida Shelf recreational sector, which is the red part of the plot. And then we have the DR commercial landings, which is the black part of this line plot. And so obviously the U.S. East Florida recreational sector has been declining through time since 2014. And the FAO DR commercial landings has been increasing in time since 2021. But the slope of the DR landings is of question because, fishing effort has been high south of DR for at least the past 15 years. There's a paper published by Wilson et al. From the University of Santa Barbara, University of California, Santa Barbara, that depicted that in 2020, with survey data from 2018 and 2019, there were 2,500 fads south of DR. And so there's anglers fishing those fads. And so, it's likely that the amount of landings being reported most recently in 2021 could have been the same going back to 2018, 2019. And so perhaps they've had this stable amount of catch of around 2 million pounds per year going back in this time series. But right now, as it looks on paper, it's showing an upward trend. Looking at all the U.S. MRIP data for the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic coast by state and group through wave 3 of 2023, showing a downward trend for the U.S. recreational dolphinfish fishery. Now, if you look at just the total Atlantic recreational, which is the top blue line, then you look at the gray line, which is just the Atlantic coast, and then the red line, which is the Eastern Florida Shelf recreational sector. All of those are declining over this time series, with the DR DR commercial fishery increasing. But the last thing I want to point out here is that we lack data in all these locations, these jurisdictions labeled here in black. And so we have no data on dolphinfish commercial or recreational landings in the Bahamas, in Haiti, on through all the way the southern Caribbean portion of this location over to Guatemala. And so we have a lot of uncertainty here with exploitation patterns in this western part of the Caribbean Sea, which is all up current of where we're getting all this input about the decline of dolphin. And so now I'd just like to end here with a tangent into movements. And the reason why I want to open this up is because there's also talk about how the environment could be contributing to perhaps maybe dolphinfish are moving out of the area due to increased sea surface temperatures or due to changes in heat transport related with the Gulf Stream, environmental factors such as that. And so our program attempts to, engage anglers in these jurisdictions, and to a good extent we do. But if you're wondering how you could help, you could definitely help us get more connected with anglers in any one of these jurisdictions to help tag Dorado. But we have tagged, 35,000 fish over the past 22 years. So we do have some data, and we also lack data in certain locations, which is also important to point out. And so here, the Anegada Passage is both a natural geographic barrier between the Lesser and the Greater Antilles, but it's also a natural break in our program's tagging activity. And so really any tagging expedition here would really be very telling to connectivity patterns between both zones of the Caribbean region, being the Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles. And I mean, get this, we've had over 1,000 fish tagged south of Anguilla on down to Antigua and Barbuda, Guadalupe, Barbados, but only one fish was reported to the west. And that fish was actually eaten by another bull, and then the tag was found in the stomach contents of that bull south of DR. And so technically, we haven't had a movement from the Lesser Antilles connecting the western portion of this region. And so this white line just depicts where that tag was put in the water in Guadalupe, and then, you know, a big bull ate that fish, and then that fish was captured south of DR, and the angler examined the stomach contents, found the tag, and reported it to us. So pretty phenomenal. But I will mention that from the East Coast, we have had, you know, 10 recoveries in the Lesser Antilles. And so we're seeing that connectivity, but we can't, the opposite is not true. We're not seeing the connectivity from the Lesser Antilles to the west. And so the question is are fish moving from the northeastern coast of Brazil up through the Lesser Antilles and perhaps moving back into the equatorial Atlantic? And so that remains a big question relative to the movement of the species in our region. Now moving over to the Greater Antilles, and I only have a couple slides left here, so I'll get through these pretty quick. So our satellite tagging around Puerto Rico has revealed some really interesting connectivity patterns. We had one fish carry a tag for almost 57 days down to the Southern Caribbean region. That's that bottom light blue line in the bottom of the screen. Now we've also had a fish tagged off San Juan move to just south of Great Inagua, Bahamas. But those are our furthest deployments and furthest, you know, dispersals from the Caribbean, U.S. Caribbean region. So we really lack data on movements into this part of the Sargasso Sea and the Western Central Atlantic, where perhaps this is an area that has become a haven for this species in modern times due to maybe environmental patterns, but also exploitation patterns. And so we're continuing to try to get movement data in this part of the region, but it's extremely difficult. This Thursday and Friday, we'll be trying to deploy some geolocating tags off San Juan with hopes that we get some movement data depicting how the species could be utilizing these areas. And then when you expand out into the broader Atlantic, we also lack data in the north and the central part of the Atlantic Ocean. We've only had 2 recoveries in this part of the ocean, and both of those were from commercial longliners in the past. And so, you know, we strive on an annual basis to tag 2,000 fish and deploy a handful of satellite tags, but even that amount of effort over 22 years, we still lack a lot of information. And so our quest continues to gather more data on this species, but hopefully both the case study on the commercial effort and catch and DR and this movement portion has provided you some additional information today. And I'll just end by saying that this is a slide that we've included before. One other trend or issue that's coming up nowadays in the past several months is maybe size truncation and diminished stock productivity in the population in the Western Central Atlantic Ocean. And so I'll end with that and go to questions.
Thank you, Wes. Any questions for Wes? Vanessa?
Thank you, Vanessa Ramirez, for the record. I just want to ask if some of these dolphins have been catch around the Caribbean on the island that are importing to Puerto Rico now. If you have some information of that.
So if any of dolphin fish have been captured in Puerto Rico?
Around Puerto Rico or to the other island that are importing mahi to Puerto Rico, usually around Guadalupe or those islands down there.
Well, so as I stated towards the end there, we have only that one record showing connectivity from that tag discovered in the stomach contents in DR. We every year have people tag fish in Barbados, Guadalupe, Antigua, And so we're collecting that tagging data there. In the Lesser Antilles, we're not collecting commercial catch data like we are in DR or to some extent in Puerto Rico. So in Puerto Rico, you know, we tag a lot of fish. We also monitor recreational and charter boats with vessel tracking devices. And so we see those catch trends. In August, I presented that data. Today, I didn't have the time to do that. But I don't know if I'm really getting to your question. I'm kind of not really understanding your question fully, though.
Oh, it was just to know if those that have been tagged in Puerto Rico have been going around and coming back.
Oh, okay. So that's pointing. So we've never had a fish tagged in Puerto Rico, then come back to Puerto Rico waters after, say, 200, 300 days. We have had fish tagged off the North Drop of the Virgin Islands show that type of behavior. And so we've had, you know, fish recovered off of the northern part of St. Thomas after 104 up to like 260 days after they're tagged. But in Puerto Rico waters, we haven't seen what we call a revisit. Now on the East Coast, we've seen revisits where, you know, small fish are tagged off Florida or South Carolina, and then they're recaptured a year later. But we don't have revisit data for Puerto Rico.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. So Wes, what do they do with all that fish? They export?
No. No, from what we heard, direct communication with government officials is that it's all consumption in Dominican Republic. And now keep in mind, the Punta Cana, La Romana, those areas have just exploded in terms of size and resort capacity since the 2000s. And so what we're hearing is that the resorts are where a lot of that meat is going to. But what's shocking to me is the amount of barracuda being landed. I mean, you know, some of the reports, there's 160 to 200 pounds of barracuda. And I mean, you know, obviously there's ciguatera poisoning that could be in those types of fish. So, I mean, it just sheds light on the fact that there are some significant fishery issues present, you know, and our foundation's trying to help with dolphin fish, but it's starting to gather just little snippets of data that are raising eyebrows, at least to me, and I think to you as well.
Yeah, so I've had a questions from a couple of fishermen that wanted to know if, since the DR has 2,500 fads, they believe that the dolphin migrating are being trapped by those fads and they're not reaching the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Is that possible?
So horizontal compression. So that's the term, scientific term that people are talking about. So the migration is being compressed horizontally. And so obviously gathering data on that is extremely hard. But we have seen vertical compression for the species in ocean basins where, you know, on the vertical z-axis, you have fish being compressed to the top part of the water column. And so, you know, why couldn't you have the same true in, you know, the horizontal? And so, yeah, when you have that amount of devices, buoys, all in the pelagic realm, 2,000 feet of water, you know, 3,000 feet of water. I don't know the depths of all of them, but they're out there. You know, yeah, certainly we could probably have the species hanging around if there's bait there. But quantitatively, there's nothing showing horizontal compression.
Okay, thanks. Any more questions for, okay, Christina?
Marcos Hanke.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you again. Thank you for the great presentation, like always. Question to you. I know by fact that there is a lot of boats from the US with good amount of money that goes prior to including clubs that finance the deployment of FADs on the DR in the recent years. That's probably increasing the problem on the matter of your discussion. But at the same time, they go back to their states and they start to complain about the lack of dolphin. There is any effort on education to the US fleet that do that kind of practice, or organizations that are promoting tournaments or promoting activities like that in the DR?
To the best of my knowledge, no. I don't know of any talks of sustainable angling among tournaments or any type of fishing in DR. Now, the angler that we're collecting data from, he's also got another person that we're collecting data from. So we have two, but the other person, he doesn't fish as much, and he's more coastal. And I've seen some even more shocking kind of images come from him of small sailfish being landed and killed. And, you know, it's really sad to see. But again, you know, we've got this FAO-UN Fish for ACP project that's ramping up there. And I hope that officials with that project and the government can start to make some headway into gathering better data and spreading better education, you know, initiatives in DR. It's the only way that we can hope to bring back stock productivity across the pelagic ecosystem. I mean, so yeah, Marcos, thank you for your question, but to the best of my knowledge, I do not know of any initiatives in tournaments to educate anglers about sustainable fishing practices there.
Thank you. Any more questions for Wes? Hearing none. Thank you, Wes.
Thank you all. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a quick question, Wes.
Yes.
Maturity on Wahoo, do you have information on that?
I wish. No, we don't. I've really set my sights on collecting more data on Wahoo, and we started 2 years ago. So I'm very much in the infancy of collecting data on Wahoo. So no, I do not know.
Okay, thanks. And Marcus, I didn't mean to ignore your phone call. I missed it during lunch, but I'll call you later on. Don't want you to think that I ignored you. Thank you, Wes. Any other thing for Wes? Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Wes.
Thank you all.
So next on the agenda is Sarah Sarah Stevenson with the amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP Queen Triggerfish reference points updates.
Yes, thank you. Christina? Okay. So while she's pulling up the presentation, this would be Framework Amendment 4 to just the Puerto Rico FMP. As we kind of heard earlier, the USVI Queen Triggerfish CDAR 80 is not complete yet. So that will be a future amendment to set new management reference points for Queen Triggerfish in both St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John. So this is going to be a presentation overview of what Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico one would have based on the Puerto Rico Queen Triggerfish stock assessment. So slide 2, please. The stock assessment CDAR 80 for Puerto Rico was presented to the SSC at its August 2022 meeting. Revisions to the model were reviewed at the SSC's October 2022 meeting, and then finalized during the SSC's November-December 2022 meeting. So we're about a year behind since the decisions were made. I did want to point out that recreational catches for this assessment were combined with those of the commercial trap fleet, and that's explained in the CDAR report. And I'm sure Adiana and Kevin can answer questions if you have questions specific to that. But I wanted to point it out because the last CDAR assessment and framework amendment we did was for spiny lobster, and spiny lobster doesn't have any recreational information. So I just wanted to point out that that's how recreational landings for this species, for this island, were handled under this CDAR. Next slide. So the council reviewed the SSC's kind of recommendations at the council the December 2022 council meeting. The SSC chair at that time recommended two approaches for the OFL and the ABC values that were projected from the CDR 80 assessment. And that is one was you have a constant number, and that was based on the 3-year average of projections from the model. Or the other approach was called, we're calling it a variable approach. And if you remember, we did the same kind of process for spiny lobster. And at the council meeting last year, the council selected to just use that constant approach. So we're going to use the average values over the 3 years of 2024, 2025, and 2026. At that meeting, you also you selected the P-star, which was the acceptable probability of overfishing for that stock. So you had a long discussion about what does that mean, and you opted for a 0.4 probability of overfishing. That's a little bit slightly less than what you picked for spiny lobster, but the rationale at that time was based just on some of the uncertainties that you had at that time, and you didn't want to risk overfishing the stock. So that decision was already made as well. And then this year at the August 2023 council meeting, you directed staff to move forward with an amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP. And we waited so long because we thought that maybe the USVI stock assessments would be finalized at the same time, and we could do one amendment based on the same stock assessment and just have different sections, kind of like what we did for spiny lobster. But we realized at the time it would be better to just go forward with what we have so the data doesn't get too stale. So the CDR 80, the amendment that will apply to St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John, still in progress. That'll come at a future meeting. Next slide. Under the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan, queen triggerfish is managed in the triggerfish stock complex with 2 other species, ocean triggerfish and gray triggerfish. So, but at that time, queen triggerfish was selected as the indicator stock for the complex. And that was because in part, the majority, like 99% of the landings that we had during the reference period were queen triggerfish. So what does that mean, being an indicator stock? That means that the management measures that were set in the FMP, so the SYL, that sustainable yield level, the ABC, and the ACLs were all based on landings during the reference period of queen triggerfish. But any decisions that may be needed, such as an accountability measure, would apply to all the species in the complex. At that same time, the triggerfish stock complex was classified as a tier 4A in the council's ABC control rule. And what that means is that it's a data limited stock complex with no accepted assessment. And the stock has a relatively low vulnerability to fishing pressure. If you remember, stocks with a high vulnerability were classified as a tier 4B, and they had a different process that was used, but the triggerfish stock complex was a tier 4A. And so in that FMP and ABC process, the sustainable yield level acts as the OFL, the overfishing level proxy. Next slide. At that time that the FMPs were developed, we had both commercial and recreational landings. And so both commercial and recreational management points were estimated or calculated. So during the SSC process, how they did that was that all of the values went through the process of selecting the years to use, applying a scalar based on the variability of the landings, and then buffered back down based on the SSC's estimation of scientific uncertainty. And so we did that separately for the commercial landings and separately for the recreational landings. But then during the FMP process, we realized that you couldn't have some of these management reference points per sector. So they were added together to get the SYL and the ABC for the stock complex. For the triggerfish stock complex under the Puerto Rico FMP, the commercial component of each reference point, so the SYL, the ABC, and the ACL, was 91.77% of the total. And then the flip side, the recreational component, if you did the math, it was 8.23. But those percentages weren't set at that time. We just kind of calculated them during this process, and that'll kind of come into play a little bit later. And here are in the table are the values that were set in the Puerto Rico FMP. And just in case you wanted a refresher, and I believe I'll mention it again later, for the triggerfish stock complex, the ACL was set equal to 95% of the ABC. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Next slide. So what will this framework amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP do? Based on the CDR 80 Puerto Rico Queen Triggerfish assessment, the triggerfish stock complex would change from a tier 4A to a tier 3. And so that tier 3 just means that it's still data limited, but there is an accepted assessment available. And that's the SSC accepted it and the council accepted it last year. So that's what that means. Management reference points that were defined but not specified under the Puerto Rico FMP. For instance, that means like no number was actually able to be calculated, would be updated. And I apologize, this first one, the MSY, that's an error, and I will work with the stock assessment team to get the right one, and I'll send the revised presentation to you when I get the right number for MSY if it was calculable. But the MFMT, the maximum fishing mortality threshold, under your Puerto Rico FMP, we have a formula to calculate that, but we didn't have the means to do that. And the stock assessment provided those means and was able to churn out a number. So now we have a reference point that we can compare fishing mortality to. And then likewise, that last one, the minimum stock size threshold, we now have a level of biomass that we can kind of monitor to. So all of these numbers would be updated in the amendment, and they would be kind of part of your background of the amendment because it was done under the assessment. Next slide. Likewise, the proposed OFL and ABC that came out of the model projections that you've already kind of made some decisions on would be included in the background information. So the OFL for the triggerfish stock complex would be reduced from 190,000 and change pounds to about 118 pounds. And then the ABC for the triggerfish stock complex would be reduced from 95,000 and some change to about 91,000 and some change. And in the table, you'll see the projections that came out of that stock assessment process that were deliberated at the SSC meeting, and then the two kind of approaches again shown where you have either numbers that change each year for 2024, 2025, 2026, and that's that variable approach, or you have a constant approach, and that's what the council identified they would rather have. So those numbers in bold at the bottom are what would be designated as in the framework amendment for this stock complex. Next slide. So the IPT is only met once, and the IPT again is the group of team members that cover a wide range of specialties, from biologists and economists and social scientists and lawyers and enforcement. And we get together and we talk things through, and we make sure generally that one section is not being overlooked. So the draft kind of preliminary purpose and need that we kind of discussed and came to agreement on is that the purpose is to update management reference points for the triggerfish stock complex under the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan to account for the CDR 80 Queen Triggerfish stock assessment and application of the council's ABC control rule. And that's in there because we're moving again from a tier 4A to a tier 3. So we're acknowledging that we're getting better. And then the need for this amendment is to update those management measures based on best scientific information available to prevent overfishing and achieve optimum yield, which is consistent with requirements under the MSA. Next slide. So now we are getting to what the council today needs to decide. Next slide. And that is the ACL for this stock complex. So just a review, annual catch limit is the amount of fish that can be caught by a fisherman over a 1 year period, and we generally do calendar years. The ACL is derived from that acceptable biological catch, reduced by the council's management uncertainty buffer. And just to try to put what that term is in common language, the uncertainty buffer is how confident managers feel that the ACL that we put in place will control the amount of fish that's caught in a certain year and how much error that there might be in that reported catch. If you have absolutely no qualms and you think that what's reported is what's caught, then you would have basically no uncertainty. But if you're not sure and you have some, that's when you would reduce that ABC by some level of uncertainty to set your ACL. And so that's when we're doing annual monitoring each year. You don't go over that ACL. And if you do, hopefully you don't also go over the acceptable biological catch. So per guidelines, ACLs cannot be greater than the ABC that's recommended by the council's SSC. And also an ACL can apply to a single species or to a group of species. And in this example of this framework amendment, it's going to apply to 3 species that are in that Puerto Rico triggerfish stock complex: the queen, the ocean, and the gray. And then the ACL serves as the basis for triggering accountability measures. And I'll talk more about accountability measures in a little bit. But ACLs are generally only for the Caribbean. They are only applicable in federal waters. So we set limits for federal waters. That does not automatically dictate what happens in state waters. Next slide. So selecting the uncertainty buffer under the Puerto Rico FMP, there were 3 alternatives that were considered, which were no uncertainty, meaning the ACL equals the ABC. And that means that reported catch represents what is actually caught. And you do not believe that catch is going to exceed that limit that you set. The one in bold was the uncertainty buffer that was selected as the preferred alternative, and it was a 5% uncertainty buffer. And so the ACL was equal to 95% of the ABC. And that kind of assumes that you have a pretty good handle on what's going on with that stock or stock complex, but it's not absolute. So you just had a little small amount of uncertainty buffer. And then the other alternative that was presented was a 10% uncertainty. And so the ACL would be equal to 90% of the ABC. Next slide. So the decision today, the first one is, do you want to use the same management uncertainty buffers that were used in the Puerto Rico FMP to set the ACL from the recommended ABC for the triggerfish stock complex? And if you did, this table kind of shows you what the total ACL for the stock complex would look like. So we haven't developed an amendment yet, but if we did, and if you wanted to stick with this, alternative 1 is your typical no action. So you would stick with the ACL that's in place now, which is 90,552 pounds. Your second one would be the ACL equals the ABC. So there would be no reduction from the ABC recommended by your SSC. Alternative 3 would have a 5% reduction, and you can see the ACL there. And then alternative 4 would have a 10% reduction. So the first question to consider is, do you want to just use those same buffers that you did before, or would you like to choose something else for this stock complex? And then there's a little asterisk there for the no action. And why you generally wouldn't be able to select that one is because we have the accepted stock assessment. And so the alternative 1, sticking with what we have, would not be based on best scientific information, and we're kind of mandated to do so. Next slide. There's an additional kind of step for this framework amendment that we didn't have under spiny lobster, and that's sector ACLs. So depending on what management uncertainty buffers you may select, we would use the same percentages used during that Puerto Rico FMP process to then establish or calculate the commercial ACL and the recreational ACL. And so you could see here in the table, the first column, the total ACLs, those numbers match what we just saw on the previous screen. And these are assuming you want to just stick with the same management uncertainty buffers that you did before. You don't have any additional concerns or where you would want to pick a different reduction buffer. And then you can see there how that plays out. And just as a reminder, under the table, you could see, so the commercial ACL would be 91.77% of the total ACL, and the recreational would be 8.23. Again, alternative one is not based on best scientific information. And then we wanted to point out that at this time, no information is available to revisit the sector allocations, which are those percentages that were used to set the commercial and recreational ACLs from the total ACL. And we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier when we were talking about Rainbow Runner. We don't really have any new information at this point that we know of that we could use to do that. So depending on your decision that you need to make is the buffer, and the rest would automatically follow. Next slide. This is to give you an idea of the landings, the recent landings, and this is the table 5 in the CDAR 80 Queen Triggerfish report. So you can kind of see there the landings, as we mentioned, they're below the current ACL, and they could potentially be below the proposed ACLs depending on your uncertainty buffer. For years 2001 to 2019, all the landings that were reported in the commercial column were queen triggerfish. So that's why likely that one was selected as the indicator stock. And then in 2001, it was almost 100%, but it wasn't 100%, so I put it in there. So since 2012, just to give you an idea too, the majority of the commercial landings for this species were reported from state waters. And then commercial landings, as I mentioned, are below the current ACL of 83,099 pounds. And so since they're below, we have not had to trigger an accountability measure. So that's just to give you a little bit of a snapshot of how the commercial landings are doing. And as you can see in the table, the recreational landings stopped in 2017. So we don't have those from that point forward. And additionally, we don't have commercial landings for Puerto Rico from 2020 forward. I believe efforts are underway and they're very close to getting those for us. But as of right now, we don't have those. Next slide. So just to talk real quick about accountability measures. So what happens if the ACL that you set is exceeded? And so if landings go over that catch limit, the council and NIMS must take action to make sure that the next year's harvest is at or below that catch level. You don't want to exceed it again. And so that's what we mean by an accountability measure. And accountability measures are generally designed to help prevent overfishing. And they are required for fishery management plans and in this case, also amendments. Next slide. Our accountability measures in our FMPs generally describe two parts, a trigger and then an application. So the trigger is the process for comparing the landings that you have to the catch limit for that sector. If sector information is available, for instance, we don't have sector specific values for the USVI. The trigger also considers if the overage, meaning if you went over your catch limit, if that was due to enhanced reporting, which we talked a little bit about this morning. And then also if it exceeds the ACL, then an AM would be triggered unless that NIMS finds that the overage was because data collection improved. So there's kind of two components to the process to that trigger. Enhanced reporting would be, for instance, if a new stock assessment came out and all of a sudden your management reference points increased by a large amount, then you would be able to take more. And so you might not need to trigger an accountability measure if all of your reference points were going to increase. So that's kind of why that language got put in there. The second part of the accountability measure is the application. So determining how long a closure is needed, and that's for reef fish and spiny lobster. The application part for pelagics are different, but I won't talk about those since queen triggerfish falls under the reef fish accountability measure. It describes when the closure would occur in the year, and you can see those dates there. So it's calculated September 30th going closer to January, and then if that time period isn't enough to make sure landings do not exceed your catch limit, then you would add additional days starting October 1st and going towards the end of the year. So there's kind of two parts to our accountability measure. Next slide. And then the Puerto Rico FMP has an additional layer, which is that sector specific accountability measures. So if you have landings for both sectors, then you look at total landings. So you would add them together. And so in that instance, if the total catch limit is exceeded, any accountability measure that needed to be triggered and applied would only apply to the sector that exceeded its catch limit. So it doesn't necessarily mean that both, if the total's exceeded, that both are gonna have a closure, unless of course both sectors exceeded their catch limits. And then where we are now, as we've talked about a lot, is that if you only have landings for one sector, what happens? The ACL, the catch limit for the sector that you have landings for, becomes the ACL for that stock or stock complex. So you don't get the benefit of the total ACL. You can only use the sector that you have data for. And then conversely, if that sector's catch landings exceed the catch limit, the accountability measure that would be triggered, if it's necessary to be triggered, would be for all fishing. So that would be for both sectors. So that was a little nuance that's in the regulations that I wanted to kind of just talk about. You don't have to make any decisions on that today, but I kind of wanted you to know the whole process and where we are and what the status is. Next slide. And so this table tries to kind of give you an idea of what that would look like for the next few years in light of how we operate. So the first column is just the calendar year. So next year would be 2024. Assuming we can get all of the landings caught back up, then generally we have a 1 to 2 year lag in the data that's available. So I just assumed that that second column, what landings we actually have to use, would be 2 years old, but hopefully things will get better and we'll have more recent, more available landings. And so maybe there would only be like a 1 year lag. And so what you do is you look at the catch limit in place the year that you have landings for, and you compare those landings to that catch limit. And so then there's also the FMP described a process, since we were basically resetting catch limits and management reference points and accountability measures. They described a spin up process, if you will, meaning we weren't just using a 3-year average. We wanted to kind of gradually step up to what we used. And so for 2024, which is 2 years after the implementation of the FMP, we're going to use a 2-year average of landings. And so those would be the average of 2021 and 2022, because as you can see from the second column, 2022 is the most recent year you have. So you have to use that year and the year before. And then you're going to compare them to the average ACLs in those years. Generally, they're going to be the same. But if you've had a change from the old regime to the Puerto Rico FMP to an amendment, you might have a difference. And so you would want to kind of average your catch limits as well as your landings. And then you're going to look at if they are exceeded, and if we ask the Science Center, were those due to enhanced reporting or the catch actually went up, depending on their reply. If we have to apply accountability measure, then you're going to compare that to the catch limit that's on place for the current year, because that's the one that you don't want to exceed. We're assuming that landings in the past are generally going to be representative of landings today. And so that's why so again, I'm just trying to show you the whole picture because it's not very straightforward. And so that's what that is. And so to try to help, next slide is a flow chart, and we presented this to the joint DAPs, and I hopefully it'll help just try to put all of that into like, something that's easily to understand. So the first question that we ask at the Southeast Regional Office is, did the landings exceed the catch limit? If they did not, then there's no closure and we don't have to do anything. If they did, then we asked the Science Center was that overage because of enhanced data collection? If the answer is yes, it was, then there's no closure and we don't have to do anything. If the answer is no, that means that catch actually did exceed the catch limit. And so that's when that application, the accountability measure, those dates, the length of the period, all of that would be calculated. And you can see the red arrow then you figure out from September 30 how many days you would need to close that particular fishing for that particular stock or stock complex. Next slide. So trying to bring it back to what you need to do today, you first want to decide, do you want to use the same management uncertainty buffers or do you want to use something different? So that's the first question in this framework amendment. If you can additionally also say we want to use what we used before and we know what we would prefer to use, you could state that as well. You don't have to, but if you do, it means that the IPT could work on a more complete amendment and bring that back at April. There's a couple chapters that cannot be completed unless you know the preferred alternative. So it kind of just depends on how comfortable you feel. Obviously, the amendment that we bring back would show you all the analysis and it would weigh the benefits to the biology of the stock complex versus the economy and social of the fishing communities. So that your main decision today is to just pick your uncertainty buffer, and then we'll work on the draft amendment, and if possible, we'll prepare the full amendment. And then if we prepare the full amendment, we would also prepare the regulations, that codified text that Kate read for the trawl amendment. We would prepare that as well. And then at the April meeting, if the full amendment was prepared, you could move to submit to the secretary. If it was not prepared, you would probably be selecting your preferred alternatives. And next slide. And this is additional considerations that you might want to think about in light that the USVI CDR 80 is still undergoing. Are there some decisions that you could make to try to just assist with that process? For instance, would you assume the same risk of overfishing for St. Croix queen triggerfish or St. Thomas, St. John queen triggerfish as you did for Puerto Rico? Obviously, you haven't gotten a presentation from the SSC or the Science Center, so maybe you want to wait on that, but it's something that you could think about going forward as we do more of these stock assessments to just kind of help with the process. And then likewise, do you think you're always going to want values that stay the same over a certain period? And the two amendments that we've done so far, that period has been a 3-year average. So those are things that you can think of too. Again, you don't have to make a decision for this framework amendment, but it's something you can think of. And then also we've mentioned, are there any discussions, questions for the council's SSC in light of the recreational data and sector specific management in Puerto Rico? And we kind of already had a motion for that with the rainbow runner. So maybe when the SSC considers that, they can consider more than just that one species. And I believe that's it, if anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Sarah? Okay, so we should be
So if not, then I would ask the council, the first question is, do you want to, the IPT to use the same alternatives that were used in the Puerto Rico FMP for management uncertainty buffers? 0, 5%, or 10%. Those are what were used before.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I will suggest to use the 5%.
So the framework amendment would have multiple choices. So you've identified that you prefer 5%, but would it also be okay to analyze no buffer and 10% buffer? And then we bring you back how that will affect, or do you want to change it from no buffer, 5 buffer, and then you pick another number as opposed to 10%?
Miguel.
If we follow what we did before, those are the three alternatives I should mention. Remember, you need to have an analysis of the alternative in order for you to make a final decision. So what Sarah is proposing is probably the best way to go. So you add the elements of information for you to make a decision.
Right, right. So I do agree with using what we had before, but I gotta err to, you're doing Puerto Rico, right? Yeah, so I err to Vanessa, she wants to agree with using all three and then we.
Yes.
So that has to be a motion, right? No? Okay, good.
And then just the second part, Vanessa's already identified, she prefers 5%. Does the rest of the council also want to say they agree with Vanessa, or would they like to see the analysis before selecting what they prefer?
I agree with Vanessa.
We have to.
I have Nelson.
We don't have much time, but the thing is that what she's asking, whether you have to prefer alternative to be the 5. If you all agree, then they will write the document as such. Prefer, they have analysis of 0, 5 and the other, but the preferred so far would be 5%.
Yeah.
You all agree?
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Vanessa. I prefer the 5%.
Okay.
So Sarah, then you have the elements of judgment that 5% is the preferred. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have federal permit, development of federal permits program for the US Caribbean. That will be Jessica Stephen and Kevin McIntosh.
Good afternoon. So I'm Jessica Stephen. I work in the Southeast Regional Office. And what I'd like to do today is kind of just give you an overview of the different way in which permits could work if you want to establish a federal permit in the Caribbean. Go ahead with the next slide. So just a little background of where you've been to date. We did have some permit discussion back in 2013 through 2016, and there were some scoping hearings that happened around March of 2015, and then in 2016 in Puerto Rico. At that point in time, the idea of permits was tabled. But during that time frame, there were a couple of documents that had been developed. There was a 2014 white paper. There's also a 2015 scoping document, and then in 2016, another white paper for the lobster USVI. Back in August of 2022, the idea of permits came back into discussion, and we're going to kind of get into more information of where we're trying to prep you so you can understand how to think about permits would work for you moving forward. Next slide. So when you think about permits, you want to think about permits as being just one of the tools that you have in your fishery management toolbox in order to keep sustainable fisheries management. There's a lot of things that permits can assist with doing. So they can identify who your participants are within the system. They can even identify different characteristics about such permit holders. They can be used to control access to your fishery. They could also be used to help enforce compliance within a fishery, making it match what the regulations are doing. And then finally, they can also provide a mechanism to require data collection. Next slide. So when you think about these three different aspects, you have the permit requirement, you have enforcement compliance elements, and then data collection, and they're all kind of intertangled or connected to each other. Permits provides that framework that you would need to have data collection. So you'd need to know who should be supplying you with data. And then also it provides a mechanism where you could withhold the permit if they are not complying with the regulations. When you're thinking about enforcement, the enforcement of the permit and reporting requirements actually can give you information that would better assist in controlling access to the fisheries, and well as areas in which you can do sanctions or violations for non-conforming with the regulations. Next slide. So the heart of this presentation is I'm going to show you the different types of options available when you're thinking about how to create a permit and what would work with each of your individual fisheries that you'd wish to establish a permit. I want to start off with there's not one type of permit that's going to work for every fishery. So you do want to take the opportunity to customize where you can and ensure that you're doing what you intended to do with your purpose and needs. So these are just a few of the options that I'm going to cover. I'm not going to go over them here, as we'll get into them in each slide. Next slide. So the first thing to think about when you're looking at permits is what's the purpose of the permit? What are you intending to do with it? I've given you a couple of examples here, purposes of other permits and other fisheries. There can be the intention to protect your resources or your habitat. This is normally through controlling effort. Your permit determines how many people can be out there fishing. Those protections or control of effort can be by a specific sector. So it could be just commercial, or it can be by a fishery area or a season, or even a type of gear. And this is where the different specialization will come into play of how you choose to build a permit. Permits are also able to quantify effort in the sense of how many vessels are out there. It can limit the maximum number of vessels that are out there. Keep in mind that even though vessels may have permits does not mean that they are fishing. That's where data collection comes back into play. And the idea of collecting data with your permits will truly tell you your total effort, whereas just the number of permits gives you an idea of the maximum amount of effort. Permits are often used in conjunction with data collection because they provide that framework or for the reporting requirements. You know who should be reporting to you. They're of great assistance in enforcement of the fishery regulations. And then finally, another purpose could be it helps to characterize your fleet. So if you don't understand the different aspects of your fleet, you can get information about the vessels, what's their size, what's their home port, who's operating them. So that's a lot of really good information when you're looking at social and economic considerations. Next slide. So questions to think about for the council when you're considering your purpose. What is the problem that you're trying to address by using permits? And is that problem the same across all your fisheries? So again, I want to reiterate, it's not necessarily going to be one permit for everything. You might want to customize depending on what your problems are within different fisheries. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, there's different types of permits that you can do. You can do a permit to a different sector, commercial, for hire, private angler. You can do a permit for a particular species or a species complex. You can also do it for a gear or a particular area. You can also do any combination of these together. What I put in here are just a couple examples using the Pacific Islands, since they have kind of the nature similar to the Caribbean, where they have multiple islands that they're looking at running permits. And you can see here that there's different permits that they've created. There's the Guam large vessel bottom fish. So that is both an area a commercial, so a sector, and a type of gear, the long line. There's also the main Hawaiian non-commercial bottom fish. So again, that's one that's applying to a sector. A Hawaii longline permit is just a gear permit. And then they also have certain ones that are for specific areas like the remote islands and using a handline gear. So this is just an example. If anyone wants to go look at these presentations afterwards, the links in those will take you to the Pacific Islands pages and explain how those different types of permits work. Next slide. There's also the different type of permit class. When you're thinking of the permit class, think about who are you assigning that permit to? And this one is one that should have careful consideration. The types of permits that we've seen assigned throughout fisheries is it can be assigned to only an entity. So that's a permit linked directly to a person. You can also have a permit linked directly to a vessel or a combination of an entity and a vessel. When you're looking at only assigning a permit to an individual person, keep in mind that's restricted to that person or business if you allow businesses as entities that can hold a permit. That individual then is responsible for any of the regulatory violations. That permit will travel with them as they move from vessel to vessel. And then the fishing history is attached to that permit holder. So it's attached to what they're doing as they're moving forward. There's also the potential to create what are called operator cards. And I think here you talk about your crew as the helpers on it. So you could also create permits for those helpers or the crew with on a vessel. When you're looking at only a vessel permit, it's then the permit is restricted to that vessel. So it cannot move with a person or with a vessel. It's restricted to the vessel. The vessel's owner becomes the responsible party for any regulatory violations. And the fishing history is attached to that vessel and who owns it at that point in time. And then finally, the combination of the entity and vessel, and this is the current process that the Southeast region uses for all of our permits in the Gulf of Mexico and the South Atlantic. It applies both to a vessel and a permit holder. It can be transferred among people, but it is that combination that creates your vessel history and what allows the information to be accessed. It does also allow us to have a vessel leased from a vessel owner to another person. If people want more information on that, I don't mind talking about in the sidebar. I'm not going to get into leasing at this point in time. And then the permit holder, in this case, is responsible for all that violations. All right, next slide. The next is the different types of access that you can have within a permit. So when we're thinking about a permit access type, we have what's called open access. That means there's no limit on the number of permits. Anyone can get one. You can have them go to any number of permits that are out there. We also have what we call limited access or limited entry. And this is where there's a finite number of permits. So there's a maximum allowed that's allowed to be given out. And typically, if someone does not renew their permit or does not transfer it to someone else, the number of permits decreases over time. So limited access and limited entry are really good when you want to slowly, gradually decrease effort within a fishery over time without creating huge social or economic problems. And the last type is what we're calling a limited access pool. This is like a limited access is that you have a finite number of permits that are out there. But instead of the permits decreasing over time, if someone failed to renew a permit and it would have terminated or ended, instead it goes back into a pool that's available for other fishermen to gain that permit through that. So you keep the same number of permits over time. Next slide. So again, here's just a little bit of examples of these different types of permits. I think I've actually probably talked about all of these, so we can go on to the next one. The idea is to consider what your fishery is like. Is there overcapacity or access costs that determine what type of permit you want to have? So when you're thinking about those different costs, you need to consider not only what your present fishery is looking like, but what is your expected fishery to look like over time? So limited access and limited pool permits really do address those overcapacity issues. They can more directly kind of control what the fishing effort is when moving forward. But when you're looking at historical fishing and the dependence on that fishery, you also want to consider that in your choice. Is the baseline enough for where you want to move with your current effort? How do you think permits or fishing behavior might shift if you limit effort? And finally, those economic and social impacts are really important to consider. Does the limited access or limited pool provide the stability you need within the fishery? What's the economic impact? Typically, with a limited access permit, the cost to sell that permit to someone else, of which the agency is not involved with, goes up over time. As they become more limited, they have more value. And what would that impact look like on your communities? Next slide. The other one to think about is who's eligible for a permit, and there can be different types of information that you might want to collect in order to have someone eligible for a permit. For the most part, we're probably looking at what types of information do you want to collect? Do you want to collect information on social and economic information as well, so that you can determine more of the characteristics of your fishing community? How would those work with state licenses? Would a state license guarantee you a federal permit? Or should a state permit substitute for a federal permit? In all these cases, you really need to look at what are the requirements for both a state and federal, and can they work together? There are cases where they can, and there are probably cases where they cannot. And then what would you want to have in order to renew a permit? So a permit's typically good for 1 year, and then you'd want to renew it. Frequently, what we see if we have reporting requirements attached is that you must submit your reporting requirements on time in order to renew your permit. Some fisheries require a proof of minimum activity within that fishery. So we need to know that you don't just have the permit, but you're actually using that permit. And then some also had used income requirements to show that the majority of your income is coming from that permit or from the fishing community. This has been a concern in other areas where people end up holding the permits and leasing them out. And so the fishermen lose that direct access to it. And that is typically a social concern. Next slide. There are also probably some other types of permit limitations you might want to think about. We have permits that have different trip limits. So you could have in the same fishery a permit that has a small as well as a large trip limit. There's a concept called permit stacking where you can stack multiple permits on the same vessel. Again, I'm not getting into that in this presentation, but there's questions I'm happy to answer them on the side or to provide information at another council meeting. We also have seen permit limitations where you have to have an education requirement. Do you know how, for example, to descend a fish properly, or how to vent a fish in order to descend it? And then there's limitations on who could receive a transferred permit. And there are also probably other types of limitations that are out there. Next slide. So I want to go over, kind of talk about what permits do. I also want to talk about what permits do not do. So without reporting requirements, permits do not really provide any insights into your catch and effort. They only kind of provide you a minimum boundary for effort. They also will not solve at-sea enforcement issues alone by themselves. So at-sea enforcement is best typically done either through monitoring or some type of observers. Monitoring could be vessel monitoring systems or other new technologies coming on. Next slide. So what types of requirements might you put into a permit that could affect enforcement and compliance? And when you're looking at them, we do have things such as vessel monitoring. If you have a logbook or reporting requirements, there could be a time frame in which that logbook must be submitted. There must be the need, say, to carry and show your permits on board your vessel. And there's also ideas such as an observer program. So the examples I gave you here is an example of what happens in Hawaii with their long line permit. Next slide. All right, so now we've moved to the point where we're going to actually show you what our zero permit system looks like. And Kevin's going to be able to do that. And I think we're going to switch screens where you can actually see what it is rather than these screenshots. Right here. And then, yep. That's the one that you're gonna have to switch.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Kevin McIntosh. I'm the supervisor at the Southeast Regional Office, Permit Office. So today I'm going to demonstrate our online permitting system. I think it's going to be beneficial for two reasons. that if you do decide to go the additional permitting route, you can kind of see what a permitting system would look like. But also you do have some constituents now that have some permits that are applicable in this area. So you kind of be able to see what they see when they renew their commercial Caribbean small boat permit, things that are applicable around Puerto Rico. First and foremost, this is a web-based system, a browser-based system. So you have the ability to translate this application into any language, including Spanish. So it's up to the user to look at the steps to take it in their browser, but you can certainly modify the language into Spanish. For the sake of this demo, I'm going to go back to English because my Spanish is not great. So here's our system. It's available off of the Permits Office homepage. There's multiple links. If you go anywhere on our homepage, you can find multiple links to the online system. What's great about this system is it's available 24/7 and to anybody. So if you are interested in getting a permit, you can register for an account within our system. Register for the Southeast Region Office permitting system, and then put in your first name, last name, and email address. That's all you need in order to register for an account. The system will send you an email. It will assign you a user ID, and then you go through the process of setting up that account. I'm not going to do that now for time's sake. But during the process, you essentially put in your social security number, your date of birth. And if you are a permit holder that has permits with us already, the system will link your account, and you'll be able to see all the permits and all the applications you've submitted before. For the sake of today, I'm going to use our test environment and a test account to log in as Frank Fisherman. And because it's a test environment, it is a little slower than production. So while the page is loading, you can see at the top here, you've got your My Permits and Applications. This is going to show you a history of all the applications and all the permits that you've ever been issued. If there are any applications that have deficiencies with them right now, you'll be able to see that in this tab, and then the My Info tab. So for users that are coming in for the first time, you have the ability to create a new application within our system, and you've got a bunch of different options for applications. For this sake, we're going to go with a vessel application or vessel permit. So the requirement for a vessel permit is that you have a vessel. So by default, if your vessel is U.S. Coast Guard documented, we ask for that number. If it's not, you have the ability down here to check that it's not U.S. Coast Guard document, that it's in fact state documented, and you can enter the state registration number. I'm just going to make up a vessel. You can then search the system. Why we search the system is if this vessel exists in our system that already has permits on it, and the system knows who you are at this point when you log in. I'm Frank Fisherman. This vessel that I put in here, maybe it's owned by John Doe, two different people. It's going to say, wait a minute, we've got two different owners here. Did you buy this vessel? And if you select yes, it's going to end any relationship that John Doe had, any permits that John Doe had on the previous boat. But in this case, the made up boat is not in our system, so you can save and start an application. There's a couple things before you start, what you'll need. Some of it's canned language, VMS. We don't know what permits you're requesting yet, so we put in kind of all the information that you might have, but during the application process, it will narrow that down. If you don't need a VMS, it's not going to ask you for a VMS. So again, putting in your vessel name. If you have one, you can put it in. If not, you can check that it has no name. Hull identification number, if you have one. If not, these are not required fields. So you can put in the hailing port. Anything that has an asterisk next to it is required and therefore needs to be filled in. So essentially, you're just filling in this first page, all the vessel information. And I'm just gonna go in and put values in here. If any information is missed, any of the required fields, it's going to stop you. It's going to tell you that, we need a value for crew length. Now comes one of the most important parts, the ownership of this boat. So you're going to have to, you have two options here. You can add an individual as the owner or a business. And it really all depends on how you have your vessel registered with the state or the Coast Guard. So in this case, I'm going to pretend that I own this boat individually. And I'm going to have to fill in my information. I'm going to put in a fake social security number, but if it was real, and I'm a known entity in the system, it's going to come up and say, do you mean Kevin McIntosh? Done. You can validate your mailing address with the United States Postal Service and save the changes to Kevin McIntosh. Now you've added yourself as the owner of this vessel. As Jessica alluded to before, if this vessel is under a lease agreement, which we won't get into now, you can check this box. It will open up an additional section where you can add lease information. But in this case, we're just going to say that I own the boat by myself. And now we have a list of all of our open access permits. These are permits you can get new from our office today. If you do have a limited access permit, something you want to transfer onto this boat, you can do that by selecting this box. But in this case, we're going to do a simple open access permit. I'm going to say that I want an HMS Commercial Caribbean small boat. I will select that permit and hit save and continue. This is the small business or organization certification section or the socioeconomic information that we ask. So we'll just enter some information here. And one of the last big steps, once the page loads, or you get an error. So this is the test environment for you. So let me log out. Log back in. All right, and so it saved everything that I've done so far. So I do have to go through each page. There I am as the owner. The permit I selected before, small business, and this is where I was attempting to go to required documents field. You want me to do? Okay, Jessica wants me to read a little bit about the small business. So this section or this information we started gathering, I believe in 2017, 2018, related to whether or not you are, what type of business you are. So we get a lot of questions from folks. For instance, this example, I own the boat. They don't think that I'm a business, but I actually am a business. I'm a sole proprietor. So I would be responsible. That's why this information came up. I would be responsible for filling out this information. And it's got some directions on how to fill out this information. And the majority of the fisheries-based businesses are listed here. Harvesting seafood, for hire fishing for charters, buying and selling seafood for dealers and wholesalers, processing seafood, environmental conservation and wildlife. If there's another industry that you don't fall under, you have the ability to add that. There's a code that you can view here in this NAICS code here. For instance, we have some people in Florida that are real estate agents by day. So they're not going to show up here under these primary activities, but real estate, they have a code that you'd put in here. So this is the information that we're collecting on this page. So state registration, what you'll need to do is provide us a copy of the vessel registration. So we ask that you put in the expiration date of that registration and then provide us a copy of that registration by uploading a file. So Puerto Rico, I believe we sometimes have some problems with the registration for Puerto Rico because the expiration date is on the back. So we get a lot of folks that give us just the front of the registration that doesn't provide us with the back of it. So we'll most of the time have to send something back to the applicant and say, hey, is there a way that you can provide us with the back of that registration, because we can only see the front. What we do is we cross-reference the information listed on the vessel owner's page with who's listed on the registration itself. And that way we know that, in this case, Kevin McIntosh owns this particular boat. In the case where the registration is valid for multiple years, we will actually keep that registration on file for that applicant that come renewal the next year. If it's still valid, for instance, this one's valid until the end of December of next year, we'll keep it on file so that you don't have to provide us that registration again until it's expired. And last page is just the signature. So I am the applicant and I can draw my signature using my mouse and finish and pay. At that point, you're sent off to the U.S. Treasury's pay.gov system. So outside of our permitting system, you can make the $25 application processing fee payment. Once you make that, the application is submitted and it shows up on the back end of the processing queue for the permits office to review. Starting in 2020, we started to issue permits electronically. This system kind of streamlined that process. A lot of folks in Puerto Rico that have the CCSB, the Commercial Caribbean Small Boat, opt to have that permit digitally issued to them. And what that means is we used to mail out physical permits to our permit holders prior to this system. Sometimes it would make it to them, sometimes it wouldn't make it to them. So in the instance where you have an open access permit, we can digitally issue them. And what I'm going to show you now is what happens is you get an email, we reviewed your application, everything looked good. We've issued the permits and it's now sitting in your application, your My Permits and Applications tab. There's a link to it. And once it loads, I'll show you. And here is that permit right here, digitally issued. You can view it up to 50 times a year. In this case, it comes up. Here's that federal permit. You have the ability to download that permit and print it out and immediately begin using it. And that's the key there. We don't get phone calls anymore about, hey, I never received my permit. You know, in the mail, it was lost in the mail. You have the ability to go in immediately. Once that permit is issued, it's available for you to view and download and start using. In the event that we do find something wrong with applications, then everything is done electronically. So in the old system, we would mail you the deficiency letter, which could take days or weeks, depending on how close you were to the regional office in St. Petersburg. In this case, you get an email immediately that something is going on. You log back in and you can see, you can resolve these most of these deficiencies within the system itself. In this case, let's say I uploaded sometimes we get files that were wrongly selected when uploading. So we get pictures of people's, events or whatever, and when they meant to provide us with their state registration. So we'll simply email you back and say that the file you provided is not valid. Please upload a copy of your vessel registration. So what this has done, all of this is streamline our process. Starting, I think it was when we launched in 2021, we were about 30 to 35 days out for processing applications. We had over 800 applications waiting to be reviewed in the shelf. And over the past 2 years, while the system's been live, we've been able to knock that down to 0. And so we're processing almost same day. We have been for almost a year. So the constituents that need their permits renewed or looking to get into the fishery for the first time, it's usually taking anywhere from a couple hours to maybe a couple of days, depending on the application type, to get their permits back. And that's all I have.
So if we can go back to the presentation and skip a couple slides, I think we'll finish up here then. Okay, so you can just go through the next couple slides. These are all screenshots of what Kevin presented in case we couldn't get the live demo to work. I think one more. Yep, okay, just one more slide after this. So thinking about everything you've heard, what we'd like the council to do is think about how will one or more permits serve you to assist in managing your fishing effort within the Caribbean? Is there a particular permit domain, so a sector or a gear or area or species complex that is of interest to start working with a federal permit? When you're thinking about that, think about what are the types of configurations. Do you want it attached to a person or attached to a vessel or that combination? Or do you want to have open access versus some type of limited access permit? And remember, these will kind of work in with your purpose and need. So your purpose and need will drive your configurations. And of course, do you want to think about any additional requirements that you might want with a permit? The most typical one is having reporting requirements. There are others in other fisheries where they require some kind of monitoring observers. I often suggest when you're just starting into a permit process that you might want to start with limited things that you're adding onto it. Don't go full-fledged into everything. And then I might have one more slide if you can see if there's one more after this. Oh, yes, compliance. So the other thing to think about is how do you want your permit to work with your compliance? Do you want to be able to identify vessels or entities that have permits? If so, do you want to be able to identify them not just in some database, but be able to see them at sea or at the dock? We often use decal markings on the vessels to help show. So this is done in our Gulf of Mexico for hire vessels. Almost all of our vessels in the Southeast region do require to have the permit on board. That could either be a paper or maybe an electronic equivalent to that, or some other kind of alternative so that when they are encountered, we know that they have a valid permit. And then are there different things you want to think about to renew a permit? Do you want to make sure that they're really complying with your regulations? Are they giving the reporting? Do they have some minimum amount of harvest? The very basic is their information up to date? Is their contact information still good? And then if there is anything you wanted to do as training requirements, that could be added to a permit renewal as well. And see if there's one more slide. Yep, that was it. So we're open to have any questions that you might have. Kevin and myself are happy to answer them.
Okay. Thank you. I have a question. You said that the permit is attached to the vessel, not the owner?
Yeah, so this gets kind of interesting how we use the language. So we attach currently in the Zero system the permit to the vessel and the name of the permit holder. There is a chance where the vessel owner may be different than the permit holder. In our regulations, we refer to vessel owner, and that is actually the permit holder is how we interpret it.
Okay, so. Okay. So, if my vessel breaks down and I borrow someone else's vessel, can I still go out with that permit? That can't work, right?
Right. So if you have situations where that happens more often, goes back to the purpose and need. That's where I think you want to think about maybe you want a permit supplied to a person and can move with them from vessel to vessel versus having it applied to the vessel. And those are the kind of considerations and questions we need the council generate so we can help assist you in figuring out what's the right combination for the fisheries in this region.
Okay, and okay, 1 second. No acabo todavía.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay.
I lost my train of thought. So if like in the Virgin Islands, the law states that the license holder must be on board the vessel, but I think I heard you say that if you're own a business, you don't have to be on board that vessel, and the vessel's got a permit to fish.
Yeah, so in the Southeast region, we have the vessel and permit holder, and we do not have what we call owner on board requirements. So we do have in the Southeast a lot of people who own a fleet of vessels. And so that's typically in a business name, and then they have captains on it. So that's if you're looking at things like that, that's more of the opportunity to go with the vessel or the vessel entity combination versus the entity only permit.
Okay, thanks. I have Nelson and then Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. I want to know if it is possible to establish a special permit for deep water snapper, especially snapper unit 1 in the federal waters around Puerto Rico.
So speaking in just the idea of how you create a permit, you can create permits for just certain species complex. And how it would work here, I'm going to defer to the council on how they would choose to do it. But the capability of creating a permit for a species complex is something that is done in other regions.
Wilson?
Yeah, thank you. Wilson Santiago for the record. I have 2 questions. I heard that you said that the system can be translated in various language. So Puerto Rican fisher enter, you can select Spanish.
Yes, it's browser specific though. So if you're using Chrome or Firefox or whatever, so our system itself is not translating it, but the browser. So whatever browser.
Oh, it's the browser. It's not that the system is you can select the language.
Correct, but yeah, when I went through and set this up, there were a lot of languages in there that you can choose from. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the other question is, this is like the same system that since the Caribbean Small Boat Permit has created, is the same system that has been since that year is created? This is only
no. This system was launched 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
My confusion is okay. A Puerto Rican fisher right now or a Caribbean fisher. Want to get the Caribbean Small Boat Permit, you have to enter to this system, or you have to first go to the HMS form?
Sorry, I think I misunderstood your question. Yes, you would enter this system to get the commercial Caribbean small boat.
Okay.
Yep, that was the list. That was the example I chose. As far as getting a new one was the CCSB, the commercial Caribbean.
Yeah, because this is new for me.
Yeah,
I always the education that I gave the fisher is that they have to enter the form from the HMS.
Correct, and that is the case in some instances. I'm not sure what other permits they have over there, but we do have fishers that need to go to the HMS permit shop to get their permits and also come to our.
But it's the same thing. They can enter this to this site and
they would, yes, to get the commercial Caribbean small boat. Yes.
Or later, can you give me the site or maybe where I can go to
Yes, I can,
Maybe we can get it later because we're
I
running
can
out of
tell,
time.
yeah, the site itself, the URL is, I can give you a short link
Yeah,
for it,
yeah.
but also it's off of our homepage. I can get you, that's
Okay, okay.
what we usually send folks to is our homepage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Maria.
Thank you, Maria Lopez. Okay, so basically, if the council were to develop a federal permit system for whatever the council decides to do, it could be a permit for a species, a general permit, depending on the scope. This will be the system that you will be using. However, it will be tailored as much as possible to the particularities of our fisheries, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica and Kevin, but there's like certain things that are set, right? But there are other things that could be modified depending on what we're doing. But this is the system, right? This is the system for the federal permit if that's where we're going, right? So there's a lot of decisions to make over here. Like Jessica was saying, what do you want? Did you want a permit that will be assigned for the person? Did you want a permit that will be on the boat for the vessel? And that has a lot to do with the description of the fisheries, how the fisheries are operating over here, which are not the same as in the mainland, right? So that will be something that has to be explored because the idea will be to have a permit that works for our fisheries, right? This is not something that we're gonna just do a permit just because. It has to be something that we can definitely use that is tailored to the specific, is it St. Croix, is it Thomas, is it Puerto Rico, is it for a species, let's say like Nelson suggested doing a permit for deepwater snapper. Is it going to be a limited access permit or is it going to be an open permit? So those are the things that the team needs to be able to see what is the scope of this action, what would you like to do, so we can start working on it. So because the last time that we had this discussion, which was, to bring it up to the table again and hey, don't forget, this is what we discussed before, and you guys said that you were interested. But there's a lot going on and we have to know, what would you like to do? What are you trying to control effort? Are you just trying to get a universe of all the fishers that are fishing in the EEC? Are you trying to control effort on a certain fishery, etc.?
Okay, I have Graciela, but one more comment about what Crespo was talking about. What about transiting from the EEZ into the territorial waters and the rules might be different? What happens then?
So I'll take a stab at this. So when we're thinking about transiting, you have to make sure that you're probably abiding by all the regulations. So whatever state regulations are, as well as the federal. And when you're thinking about how to do it, you could, if this is an issue, you could brainstorm some ideas. Do you have a transit permit that's simply allowing transit? Is it outside the purview of the federal government to think about how to have that fish land? Do you need to abide by, say, the Puerto Rico requirements as well as the federal to go through things? These are the things we're having this open discussion, and identifying these potential problem areas can help us scope a permit that's going to work the way we hope for it to work moving forward. And so the biggest thing here is communication, understanding of how all the different provisions work together. Typically, we have the states abiding by the federal regulations. So I think it's somewhat of a reverse situation here where the kind of state regulation might be more prohibitive than what the federal one is.
Graciela?
Of the time, but I propose that we can have a virtual meeting with the local agencies in Puerto Rico on her office, and then present there exactly what is the problem, the issue that we want to discuss. Because number one, we cannot tell Puerto Rico what to do or not to do. And second, Puerto Rico, I was talking to Ricardo, and they all want the best for the fishers. So I propose that we can have that in the first half of the first quarter of 2024. The committee with the chair of the DAP Puerto Rico could be present, Ricardo, and the permit office in the regional office. And then that meeting can be chaired by by Carlos, and we can present to the council in April suggestions to proceed. But also in the committee, we can talk ahead to Puerto Rico and see if they can look it up with the lawyers, the regulations, see what they can come up with. Because the issue is the reverse of what we had before. We have some regulations that prohibited the possession of certain species along with certain gear, but there was not prohibited in Mona Island. So the fishers were fishing legally under the Puerto Rico law on the island, then cruising the EEC, they were in violation of federal law, and they came with a manifesto and it was solved. So this is the other way around. They're fishing the EEC, but going through Puerto Rico area of jurisdiction, they will be in possession of a prohibited species and or gear. And we can address that and come back. If Ricardo agrees, we can come up. Pero dilo. No me hagas así.
Yes, this is Ricardo Lopez for the record. Thanks for that opportunity. I really like that to happen.
Okay. Okay. All righty, because there are more questions, but I guess we're kind of short on time here, but that's fine. Senai?
Mr. Chair, if I can make a recommendation, maybe table this discussion for tomorrow to continue if there's time available and move on to whatever other business we need to attend to today.
So now that your table is finished, we can also move the farming of tropical seaweed for tomorrow. Christina talked to them and they will be willing to present for lunch.
Loretta sent me an email and she will be available from 10 a.m. until 11:30.
Okay, do that. The person with the seaweed presentation. Y ahora tenemos a Dalila que está esperando desde. Dalila. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With us, we have a friend of the council for some time now, Dr. Dalila Arana. She has been working with us for microplastics. And before I met her with this project, I didn't know anything about microplastics. Now I know that they're everywhere. And the average person sitting around here, we swallow the equivalent of a credit card microplastic in our year of eating. But I also want to mention a couple of things about our distinguished guest today. Dalila has received the Order of the French Legion of the Republic. That's a high honor. It was established by no other but Napoleon Bonaparte. It has more than 222 years. We have the honor of having you here. After that, Cristina, tienes in the screen, we have proof of the event. But I would like to call to your attention the picture on the lower left hand. Those two ladies next to Dalila, I met them when they were little kids running around the laboratory. Now they are two professionals. One is a lawyer and the other one is an MD. And the other fellow contributor, he's the father of those two and the husband of Dalila Lara. So we are really proud to have you here today. In addition, the network of Spanish scientists in Mexico gave Dalila first prize for her work on communicating science in Spanish to the general public and other scientists. And this is something that is not taken lightly in the Spanish community. In order for you to be able to convey the message in English, for English, scientific jargon in English, you know all the problems that we have. Spanish is worse because what you say in one paragraph in English, we need to take two. And the Dalila is one of those few persons I know that can do that. So with us today, we have Dalila Arana. And your title of the presentation, please go ahead and present it to yourself.
Spanish to start the first sentence. Agradezco mucho tus cálidas palabras y la invitación del Caribbean Fisheries Management Council. Para mí es un honor estar aquí y este consejo es parte de mi camino, es parte de lo que he podido llegar con esas fotos que has presentado. Thank you so much for this invitation. I will practice your Spanish English with me. Okay. I will talk about microplastics related with the COVID in the Caribbean and fishing activities. Always it is necessary to make a question. In this case, my question was, where do I start? I decide to start by the time. I invite you to think in the time. The earth was formed 5 billion years ago. This is a lot of time. It's very difficult to think in this time. And then, any years after, appeared the Homo sapiens, 300,000 years ago. Thus, we have, as a species, 23,000 times less experience than the Earth. The last, but not the least, the time appeared the plastics. It is necessary to say in the last 20 years, half of all plastic has been produced in the only 20 years. Annually, 9 billion tons of garbage are discharged into oceans. Plastic make up 80%, and 50% is packaging plastics. This situation is related with our consumption models. For instance, each minute, 1 million of bottles of water are sold, which represent 25% of the marine litter. Any words related with the Caribbean? 11% of fishing catch come from this region, and 10% of the world's population live there. The Caribbean is also the second most polluted marine in the world because 2 reasons. One third of all waste ends up clandestine landfills, and 85% of the wastewater is not treated before reaching the sea. About microplastics, where do they come from? The microplastic come from 2 lines, plastic fragmentation and sphere produced by industry that are incorporated to the toothpaste and the creams. The problem with the microplastic are associated with the POPs, the pollutant organic persistence, as organochlorines, such as fertilizers, and these substances are very dangerous for the human health. And the other problem is the bioaccumulation in the chains nutrition. During COVID, the plastic production are increased related with the face mask, gloves, online shopping. In 2020, around 129 billion face masks and 65 billion gloves were used monthly around the world. To study the impact of COVID on fishing activity in the Caribbean, we carried out a survey with closed and open questions. Google Forms are disponible in Spanish, English, and French. This form sent to fishermen via WhatsApp. The survey had 6 topics related with impact of COVID, about human health, consumption habits, fishing catch, fishing markets, and marine pollution. We obtained response from 6 countries where at least 30 fishermen respond to the survey. The countries are Belize, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, and San Andres Island. Related with the effect of COVID of the human health, the first answer was, our fishermen is not the youngest people. Fishermen was 50 and over in Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Mexico, and Panama. 40 from Belize and 35 in San Andres Island. Related with the question, have you social security? 80 to 100 of the fishermen in Jamaica, Mexico, and Panama do not have social security, while in Belize and Dominican Republic, 90% do have this benefit. Related with the question during the COVID, you use and face mask, between 20 to 60% of the fishermen use and mask. Only Dominican Republic fishermen did not use any protection. Related with the COVID vaccination, almost all Caribbean fishermen received the COVID vaccine. Dominican Republic, Jamaica, and San Andres only in 80%. The percentage of infected vary between 18% in San Andres until 100 for the Dominican Republic that are infected by COVID. Related with the question, how much do you spend per week on anti-COVID medication? It is interesting to say the fishermen in Dominican Republic were the ones who spent the most, an average of $140 per week. Fishermen of Jamaica, Panama, and San Andres spend at least. The question related with the impact consumption. The product that fishermen generally stopped consuming was meat, the canned food, and the fast food during COVID period. The other items, the fishermen stopped buying clothes, shoes, and fashion accessories. Related with the effect of fishing catch, most of the fishermen said the catch did not decrease during the COVID. It's a logical situation. Although in most countries, there were mobility restrictions. In general, the fishermen work 2 or 3 times per week. Related with the impact of fishing market. In all countries, fishermen observe a decrease in demand for fish and seafood, except in San Andres Island. The fishermen observed that conch and lobster were the ones that present low demand during this COVID period. Related with the question why the seafood market was affected, the fishermen said this reason: mobility restriction, hotel, restaurant, ports closed, and low price for this product during this period. About marine pollution by COVID, 80 to 100% of the fishermen observed plastic pandemic during this period in our area, except in Jamaica. Related with the question, do you observe pandemic plastic? Most of the fishermen observe face masks, of course, and gel containers, except in Republic Dominica. Today's microplastic are not yet the microplastic derived from the plastic used during COVID. However, we studied microplastic in these 12 commercial fishes. Any results found in these fishes? All fish had microplastic, and their abundance was higher in fish from coastal and reef waters. You can observe in this picture. These carnivorous that I show with the red line are the ones that present the highest values of microplastic contamination. Peje puerco, pargo prieto, samá y arrayado. The dominant form, the microplastic, was the fibers. And the other aspect that is very important, you can observe in this picture and microfibers. The arrow show a bacteria. In the last picture, you can observe a bacteria added to the fiber. This situation is very frequently in the microplastics. In conclusion, 50% of the fishing population was infected by COVID. Fishermen spend a lot of money in mask and medication. The diet was modified, stopping different items. The fish and seafood market was affected by mobility restriction, closed the restaurant, hotels, port. All the fish analyzed present microplastic. These being more abundant in coastal and reef fishes, in microplastic frequently show microorganisms as bacteria. An aspect that it is very important to pay attention. Markets are already request certification of microplastic contamination, and fish and seafood will not be the exception. So, on recommendation, it is very important to show the relationship between microplastic pollution and human activity. At this meeting, I will suggest preparing an exhibition with this topic. In order to exhibit, to show this invasive pollution that is associated with our model, the consumption and the production. It is necessary to repeat that to live like this and not like this, it is necessary to stop this plastic soup and to make any activity, the education, outreach program, and sustainable action. I finish with this sentence in Spanish, of course, de Eduardo Galeano. Humanitos, ya no sabemos si somos obras maestras de Dios o chistes malos del diablo. Thank you for your attention.
God is not with me today. Well, anyway, it's interesting that they say human beings are either we are masterpieces of God or back jokes of the devil because of the things that we do to the environment. I will be the first one to thank Dalila Aldana for this excellent work. And probably we need to talk about future endeavors with this, especially with Dr. Alida Ortiz. She's interested in working together to have the origin education that we need, that you suggested for the microplastics. I've been in correspondence with Dr. Dalila Aldana about microplastic. It's becoming a worldwide issue, especially after COVID. And it's beginning to worry the fishing industry because there's a push for certification of seafood with microplastic, and somebody comes with a level, then it might affect the way that you catch and sell your species. Some species will be more, the carnivores, for example, will accumulate more microplastic than the others. The other thing is the microplastic alone is okay. We can digest and throw it, but microplastic, as she shows, carry bacteria and viruses that might be harmful to you. And anyway, I stop here and I believe that Roberto wants to say something.
Roberto Sabater. Is this microplastic in the skin or in all the flesh?
In our case, we study the microplastic in two systems, the digestive system, of course, and the muscle. In the muscle are present also.
Ricardo Lopez for the record. Dalila, nice to meet you in person. We interchanged some text and some messages by email. As you know, I used to have a student that was working with microplastics. Her results were very similar to yours. One of the things that was fascinating for me was that she compared the fishes captured by CMAP, which are more randomly collected, with the fishes collected by fishermen, which you know that they will go to a special place where they know that they're going to have a good fishing time. And the fishes collected by fishermen have the most microplastic quantities. I guess it is because of the upwelling, you know, the water coming up the column and bringing up the microplastic with microorganisms. And fishes go there to eat and fishermen go there to fish. So again, thanks for that presentation. If you're planning to have to work further with education, I know that Yesenia Marin, which is the student, she will be available for you and for the council to work on that too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Vanessa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dalila, thanks for that presentation. I just want to put a comment in the table. For what we now see every day with our new generation of fishermen is that they are the ones that are throwing a lot of garbage of, for example, water bottles, and they just go out like with 10 of them, come back with them empty, and instead of take them out, they just leave in the boat, and the next day you can see them floating around the bay. So any suggestion of how can we make a good campaign, like to teach the new generation of fishermen the importance of get the example of the older generations that used to have the water can, reusable one, and go every day with it, charge again, instead of using all that bottles and bags that they are every day throwing outside, and then they are making the fish that they are bringing to the table practically make the human get a lot of situations and sickness that we already know as cancer. Any suggestion for outreach and education?
Yes, there are a lot the action, the programs that it is necessary. For me, the most important is related with the human activity, with the pollution. in general, the human don't relate the daily activity with the pollution. This is very important. Very important to show that there are a direct relationship. So it is necessary educate the adults. It's very important in environmental science. In general, the kids are receive the education in the school. By the adults, no. The adults is very important because it's the consumer. This is the economical active. So for me, step by step, I learned that it is necessary to do this relationship, our activity, the daily activity with the pollution. This is important. Another aspect that it is necessary to transmit to the fishermen is pay attention with the catch. I think in this moment in my country, in Mexico, the fishermen don't pay attention with the catch, with the fish. No? It is necessary to learn more or less the Japanese people with the fish, no? With the fish that catch is a baby, no? A baby, protect the baby very quickly in the freezer. In the Mexico, the fisherman threw out the fish, no? What do you say? Se golpea todo el tiempo in the boat. When you work with the microplastic, it is necessary to pay a lot of attention with all the line that you use the item and never touch, of course, the plastic containers. It is necessary use the glass or the metallic object, never any kind of plastic, because all the plastic liberate the microplastic, so it is necessary. In the fishing activity, there are a lot of plastic that we use. The containers is the first. Donc, the containers, the object, you cut the fish, you obtain the fillet. So it is necessary to use the metal tables, pay attention in the catch. Step by step, I think the market imposed the microplastic certification. I sure of this.
Ricardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ricardo, for the record, Lopez. So you think that if I understood, do you think that the microplastic that you found on the meat of the fish is because of the manipulation of the fisherman, or it was systemic coming from the digestive system? Both ways.
Both ways.
Okay.
Both ways. It is necessary pay attention in the line of manipulation. This is one way, the pollution, the contamination, and the other, of course, there are the microplastic, the more small, crossing the different barriers in the body.
Miguel.
Just one comment. There's very little that the council can do in terms of management, but there's a lot that we can do helping with the outreach and education. So what I suggest is that I would talk to Ricardo, to Senai, and Alida. Alida, for health reason, is not here, but she will be tomorrow via Zoom with us with a presentation, and that's a project that we can undertake, not only for the U.S. Caribbean, but also under WCAPSI. We can help spread the word around that we did with Dr. Linnea Frank-Chill a long time ago for other issues that we have together. My worry is that if the public is not aware of this, you don't have the understanding, and then you have the support that you need for this. The other worry I have is that the fishers can be affected. So it's economy of the fisher, because if I were a fisherman, I would say, I have a problem with you out there, and I have to think about plastics. Come on. But sooner or later, that will come to your table and might create a problem. Actually, for me, when you start talking, and I felt guilty of something to have a bottle in front of me. And now the fancy hotels, they have some tube that I didn't know what it was. Well, those are special. This hotel, they have 3 fountains, and you can put your metal bottle. There you refill it and you avoid throwing plastic into the sea or to the environment. So Dalila, I really thank you for coming over here for your presentation. I congratulate you for the honors that you received. And thank you, Diana, for initiating that. And then, Mr. Chairman, we'll continue working with Dalila in 2024, 25, and Alida, and we'll report back to you. And of course, with the two local governments, see if we can join efforts for regional education. But thank you again, Dalila. And then Julian told me to mention this to the group. Are we legal, Catherine? Yet? Are we going to miss the federal governments today with us? The feds, can they come to joining us tonight?
I'm going to give you the answer I received from the Department of Ethics, the Department of Commerce Ethics Office. Federal employees that plan to attend tonight should be prepared to pay the fair market value of tonight's event for a person. So whatever that might be, I'm not the one to say what that fair market value is. So whatever they tell us that is, personally, and I'm going to just speak for myself, I am going to do that and ask for a receipt. And I will leave it at that.
Okay, I will collect that. How many feds we have?
The amount is to equal the fair market value. And like I said, it is not for me to judge. Whatever one tells me that fair market value is, that is what I will pay. And then it's up to each individual employee to determine if that's what they're comfortable doing or if they're able to attend.
It's beginning to sound when IRS told me to send them a percentage of everything that I buy from. Never mind. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not worried about paying, but is this event open to everybody that's in this room? Anybody
Yeah.
that comes to the council meeting?
Anybody?
So it is a widely attended.
Yes.
Yeah, I think when I talked to Julian, he said anybody can come, your friends can come,
Yeah.
anybody.
It's open to everybody. We can also call it a special public hearing to know about lobster. But I don't envy Catherine Zamboni's shoes because you have to really get all the time. But anyway, it's up to you. If you are in violation of the law because you don't get the appropriate receipt or the receipt is lost, you know. But the point is that the point is that the taxis will be at the lobby here, and there will be $15 round trip. And we are supposed to be there at about 6:15. So we have 5 minutes to run to your room and go back to the lobby.
Good night.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend if we're done discussing business for the day, we let everyone know online so that they can sign off if they're done and we can sign off as well.
I didn't catch that.
Or just let everyone.
So we ask if,
Yeah, just on the record. Are we done with that?
Yeah.
Just let them know. You'll check.
Okay, ciérralo, la reunión.
Okay, so we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Eight for the banner.
One question. I got a quick correction. I'm a little confused here. Mr. Julian asked me to make sure that everybody in this room gets to this party. I don't think anybody has to pay anything. The only thing we have to pay is the taxi. And I'm a little confused.
Wait.
I'm a little confused.
I will confuse you when we finish, but I'll let you know.
Okay.
So they said that the taxi is a color champagne and there are 3 taxis that are gonna be waiting in a maroon van. But anyways, we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 8 a.m.